I have superpowers, Guopeng exclaimed. He looked at Jiang Cheng in disbelief and said, Consultant, who am I? You kid, why don't you thank the leader quickly? It was the leader who injected you with precious medicine so that you could recover from your injuries and complete your awakening. Li Feng scolded with a smile on the side. To be honest, Jiang Cheng had just injected another one besides the first-level awakening potion into Guopeng. Although he didn't know what it was called, he was certain that it was definitely good stuff, and he was very greedy. Captain, are you okay? Guopeng looked over after hearing the sound and said in surprise when he saw Li Feng behind Jiang Cheng. Li Feng scolded angrily. What can happen to me, Captain? Can't you just hope that I will be better? Hee, that's true. The captain is very powerful. What can he do? Guopeng said, rubbing his head. However, Li Feng was curious. What ability has your kid awakened? Tell me quickly. Electromagnetic induction. Guopeng said. Talk like a human being. Li Feng cursed. Guopeng thought for a while and said, for example, everyone has a magnetic field and bioelectric currents on their body, and I can sense the biocurrents of everyone around me and automatically image them in my mind. You have such great abilities. You are truly the king of scouts. Li Feng laughed. In terms of combat effectiveness, Guopeng's ability is nothing, but in terms of investigation, it is absolutely top-notch. It can be said that this ability is more useful than his ability in a sense. However, I can only detect things within a radius of 100 meters at the moment. Guopeng said, a little embarrassed. A radius of 100 meters is enough. Except Guopeng. The rest of the soldiers have completed their awakening, and the total number of awakened people in Linxian base is 41. Looking at the 41 people in front of him, Jiang Cheng lowered his head and pondered. In fact, how to distribute these people in Linxian base is also a problem. This group of people must not be allowed to gather in such a large number in one place. Otherwise, what would the captain of the Dawn Guard think? Etc. Got it. Aren't they still short of people in July? Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up, and he suddenly had an idea. After thinking for a while, he said, now that everyone has joined us at dawn, I will start assigning positions. As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately became serious. Because the allocation at this moment is related to their future. Even Li Feng and Wang Chong looked at Jiang Cheng nervously. Of course, besides being nervous, they also looked forward to how Jiang Cheng would distribute themselves. Jiang Cheng looked at the crowd and said, Li Feng, appoint you as the captain of the 11th team of our Dawn Guards, and select 3 of your subordinates. Wang Chong, I appoint you as the captain of the 12th team of our Dawn Guards, and select 3 soldiers as my team members. What about me? Tang Yong secretly thought when he heard this. And the next moment, Jiang Cheng said, as for the others, I will make arrangements after returning to Shuguang base. Yes, leader, everyone said in unison. Hearing this, Tang Yong felt disappointed. At any rate, at least he was also the commander-in-chief of a base. Why? Tang Yong sighed secretly, but quickly regained his energy. He must climb to the position of captain of the Dawn Guard one day. Jiang Cheng, who was standing in front of everyone, pressed his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, then looked at Li Feng and asked, Captain Li Feng, how many survivors are there in Linxian base now? There are 952 people, including 554 adult males and 398 females, and among them are minors. Li Feng explained one by one. Okay, let's lead the survivors to dawn first. Not long after, on Silver Avenue, nearly 1,000 people walked majestically on the road. Occasionally, eyeless zombies or spiritual beasts ran over, but they were all eliminated directly by the surrounding soldiers. 2 hours later, Jiang Cheng led all the survivors of the original Linxian base to stand in front of the gate of Shuguang's peripheral base, then turned around and said, Welcome everyone to join us, Shuguang. The words fell. The survivors looked at the 20-meter-high wall of Shuguang base in a daze. Among them, the one with the most complicated eyes was the disgraced Wu Weilin standing among the survivors. He already felt a little regretful at this moment. If he had known that Linxian base was going to be over, he should have chosen to go to Shuguang. Speaking of this, he thought of another person. Looking at the tall base gate, he murmured, I wonder how that boy Chun Beixin is doing. I'm lost in thought. At this time, Jiang Cheng, who was in front of the crowd, looked at the base gate. A voice immediately came from inside. Password. My territory is mine. It's the leader. The people inside were stunned for a moment, and then immediately shouted to their companions on the side. Quick! The leader is back. Open the door quickly. As he spoke, a small door that could only accommodate one person was quickly opened. Then a young man with raised eyebrows and slender eyes came out, looked at Jiang Cheng, and said, Chief, you are back. Chen Bei, he remembers clearly who has had it. Hey, today it's our third team's turn to guard the east gate. Chen Beixian said with a smile. Jiang Cheng smiled and asked, What about your captain? Going on patrol with Captain Lin, Chen Beixian said. Okay, now you call someone to call Director Zhang Ya and tell them that we have a new group of members at Shuguang Base, Jiang Cheng said. No problem. Chen Beixian nodded with a smile, and then said to Hung Feng beside him, Brother Feng, please trouble you. Little things. Hung Feng nodded immediately and left. Soon, Chen Beixian and Wang Man completely opened the east gate. At this time, the internal scenery of Shuguang Base was also partially displayed in front of these Lincian Base people. There was a spacious open space in front of him. There were several large pots on the edge of the open space. In front of the large pots, several women were busy cooking something unknown. The steam was steaming, and from time to time there was a fragrance. The survivors of Lincian Base could smell it. He swallowed hard and stared straight at the cauldron, wishing he could get into it. Even Li Feng and Wang Chang swallowed hard. They haven't eaten for a day and a night, and they haven't smelled anything so fragrant since the end of the world. What's more, because of the explosion at the Chudu base, most of their supplies were consumed, and under the attack of the spiritual beast yesterday, their supplies were almost completely destroyed. Damn it! Leader, what delicious food does our base cook? Wang Chang swallowed his saliva and asked. Don't worry, there will be something better soon. Jiang Cheng smiled mysteriously, and then waved to the survivors behind him. Let's go. Everyone follow me into the base, and you'll have enough to eat soon. Everyone cheered immediately, and a long and orderly queue followed them in. When the members of the hunting team who were originally cooking saw the leader coming in with a large group of people, they immediately understood that a new member had joined, so they stopped queuing to cook, and instead stood aside and watched the excitement. The queue of Lincian survivors is very long. At least that's how it looks in Wu Weilin's eyes. He squeezed into the crowd, and if he only felt regret before, now he was full of regret. Because he saw his former brother Chen Beixian, and from the tone of conversation with the leader, he was still a small leader. I regret it. Wu Weilin was envious and jealous. He walked slowly along with the long queue, and deliberately found a seat at the edge of the queue so that he could establish friendship with this former brother. After finally reaching the door, he immediately walked out of the team, waved to Chen Beixian, who was standing guard seriously, and said, Brother, over here, do you still remember me? Chen Bei, brother is so prosperous now, Wu Weilin said with envy as he looked at Chen Beixian, who was wearing straight clothes, holding a submachine gun in his hand, holding his head high and chest high, and was full of energy. What a developed man. He's just a member of the escort team. Chen Beixian said modestly. Wu Weilin smiled apologetically and said, You are a leader, but if it were me at the time, ugh. Speaking of this, Wu Weilin sighed and said, I was really short-sighted back then. I should have listened to my brother's advice. Now that I see you, brother, becoming prosperous, I feel happy for you, but I feel uncomfortable at the same time. I understand, don't say anything. Brother, I will be the host later and treat you to some meat. How about it? Chen Beixian comforted him. Meat? You still have meat to eat. Wu Weilin almost jumped up excitedly. What? Is it hard to eat meat? Gulu. Wu Weilin was sent to Versailles by Chen Beixian again. What does it mean that meat is hard to eat? That is quite unpalatable. During the time he entered Lincian Base, it was difficult to eat even ordinary compressed biscuits, let alone meat. All in all, it's just one word, hungry. However, he could only complain about these words in his heart and did not dare to say them out loud. Seeing Wu Weilin's appearance, Chen Beixian greatly satisfied his vanity. Then he hooked a hand on Wu Weilin's shoulder and said, Don't say that brother didn't take care of you. Let me tell you some news. Speaking of this, Chen Beixian lowered his voice and said, Our Shuguang base holds a hunting competition every year. As long as you get a good ranking and are at the top, you will have a chance to be selected as a member of the guard team. You should take advantage of this time to work hard. Definitely, definitely. Wu Weilin nodded quickly, full of expectations for the so-called hunting competition. And the other side. Less than 2 minutes after Jiang Cheng entered, Zhang Ye came to greet him. When he saw a large group of people behind Jiang Cheng and 2 familiar faces, Li Feng and Wang Chong, a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes, but he still said with a smile, "Chief, our base has added new members." Jiang Cheng nodded and said, "I'll leave the placement of these survivors to you. I'll take Brother Feng and Brother Chong to visit first." "No problem." Zhang Ye smiled, nodded to Li Feng and Wang Chong, then turned around and greeted Zhou Sheng and others to get busy. The placement of nearly 1,000 people is no small problem. Watching Zhang Ye leave, Wang Chong couldn't help but sigh. "Chief, I have to say that our development is getting better and better in your hands." "It's not bad." Jiang Cheng smiled and then led the 2 of them into the base. After this upgrade, the base is much larger than before in terms of facilities and area. Wang Chong and Li Feng felt as if they had entered the Grand View Garden and were amazed again. The 3 of them went upstairs. Jiang Cheng stood in front of 2 unknown white metal doors marked with numbers 16 and 17 and said, "From today on, these 2 bedrooms will be yours." "Is this our room?" Wang Chong walked over curiously. Jiang Cheng said, "Well, Brother Chong, come here first and I'll record the information from your iris." "Okay." Wang Chong walked over like a curious baby and stood in front of the gate as Jiang Cheng said, "Shuguang, record the message." Jiang Cheng said, "Ding." Recording completed. A mechanical voice sounded from the side. "Grant Wang Chong permission to use this room." "Granted success." The mechanical sound fell, and Jiang Cheng said with a smile, "Brother Chong, you can go into your room and take a look. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. I will help Brother Feng record it. By the way, the door is voice-activated. You can just give the instructions." "Good." Wang Chong murmured, stood in front of the door, then swallowed and said to the door, "Open the door." "Yes, Mr. Wang Chong." The mechanical sound fell, and the door opened toward the wall. The scenery in the room immediately comes into view. What comes into view is an oversized white bed. To the left of the bed is a wardrobe. The wardrobe is only next to the bathroom. To the right of the bed is a desk. In addition to these software facilities, the moment Wang Chong stepped in, the environment in the room suddenly changed into an amusement park. This is an environmental simulation. The room will change the living environment according to the occupant's thoughts. Jiang Cheng smiled, and then led Li Feng to record the information of room 17, while he stood outside the door and waited quietly. Almost 5 minutes later, the 2 walked out of the room with shocked faces. Li Feng, in particular, looked at Jiang Cheng and said, dumbfounded, "I thought I was going to continue to work hard, but I didn't expect Brother Zhang's base to be so comfortable. I wish I could have come here earlier." Wang Chong also sighed. "Yes, Grandma's is better than a 5-star hotel." "Haha, it's the same thing if you join now." Jiang Cheng smiled, and then said, "Then, the safety of thousands of survivors at Dawn Base will be left to you two." After saying that, they arranged for Li Feng and Wang Chong to listen under Father Yang. After doing this, Jiang Cheng dove into the gym and continued training. It was almost 8 o'clock in the evening. Lin Yi and others completed the raids in Linxian South District. Judging from the report submitted by Zhang Ye, they brought back 668 people this time. Jiang Cheng closed the report, looked at Zhang Ye in front of him, and said, "How many people do we have in total at Shuguang Base now?" Not counting the captain of the escort team, there are a total of 3,161 survivors, including 1819 men and 1342 women. Zhang Ye finished speaking and thought for a moment. Today, the number of people in Shuguang has exceeded 3,000. With the current peripheral base, the area can no longer accommodate so many people. The survivors brought back by Captain Lin yesterday, and the survivors brought back by you today. I ordered Zhou Sheng and the others to take the old people from the base to help these newcomers build temporary residences, but it will definitely not work in the long run. For example, so many people have problems with eating and metabolism. The 2 toilets in the west are far from enough. Zhang Ye talked a lot. To be honest, When she was studying management, she didn't take this matter seriously, but it wasn't until she managed the food, drink, and toilet issues of more than 3,000 people that she realized how difficult it was, especially in today's end of the world where resources are scarce. Jiang Cheng listened carefully little by little. Indeed, with the current surge in quantity, he could not survive for long just relying on the supplies he had obtained from Linxian base and the supplies he had imported before. The only way was to use the spirit beast meat in the warehouse. Of course, high-level ones will definitely not work. These need to be provided to combatants first, so only ordinary spirit beast meat can be provided. Then there is the cultivation of indoor fields. But there is a problem. That is, the crops in these spiritual fields can increase attribute points after use. It is not necessary to provide them to combatants, but to provide them to ordinary survivors for survival is a waste of food. It seems that we need to do some research. Jiang Cheng thought for a while and said, in this way, for the food issue, we will temporarily use the supplies we obtained from Linxian. As for the housing issue, I plan to include the entire Yanghe West Road and Yanghe South Road, as well as these two alleys. As he spoke, he pulled up a map of the area around Dawn Base and pointed at a circle. Is this project too huge? It would be troublesome to dismantle the original houses. Zhang Ye frowned. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, you forgot, we have a first-level construction robot, and the entire area will be bulldozed in no more than 2 days. Moreover, the former residential buildings were contaminated by zombie corpses and should no longer be used. After demolishing these buildings, we replanned several areas, such as the living area, health area, canteen, commercial area, mission hall, medical area, and 6 other areas. As he said this, fearing that Zhang Ye might not understand, Jiang Cheng explained, in the living area, the existing shantytowns will remain unchanged. We will plan several new shantytowns. The sanitary area, as the name suggests, is for defecation and defecation. For the disposal of urine and feces, I plan to have people dig several pits and build at least 10 toilets, half for men and women, and each toilet has 10 squatting positions. Everyone's metabolic waste will be collected by personnel every day and then transported to a facility outside the base. Place for burial. In the cafeteria, everyone used to exchange zombie crystals for food. This remains unchanged. The commercial area is used for everyone's material exchange. In the mission hall, we can publish missions in the mission hall. After the hunting team hunts the required crystals every day, they can carry out special missions to receive them. After completing the mission, we can open some simple potions for them to exchange, which can effectively improve the performance of the mission hall. The strength of our Dawn survivor team. The medical area, I don't need to say more. As the name suggests, it is used to treat the wounded. What do you think about these points? I think it's okay. Just as you said, I'll arrange for people to clean up the 3 blocks tomorrow. Zhang Ye nodded. Okay, thank you for the hard work. August 13th, 11:35 p.m. After taking care of the chores, Jiang Cheng returned to the room and took out a phoenix tail and Sunda feather prince egg he had obtained earlier. It has to be said that the eggs of the 3rd-level spirit beasts are very extraordinary. They are green in color with a circle of flame patterns wrapped around them, and there is a stream of light from time to time. I just don't know how to hatch. Jiang Cheng looked at the spirit beast egg and murmured, but I just finished speaking. A mechanical sound sounded in his mind. The phoenix-tailed Xuanyu king egg requires a large amount of internal energy to hatch. The host can nourish it by inputting internal energy. Moreover, the embryo in this egg has basically formed. According to this method, it can hatch successfully in about a week. That's great. Jiang Cheng was overjoyed and quickly pressed his palms on the blue eggs, and then slowly injected inner energy into them. The Xinyuan Gong he practiced was a kind of righteous and peaceful technique. It also had the effect of warming and nourishing the meridians. After a full hour of input, Jiang Cheng entered the dormant chamber with satisfaction. August 14th, 6 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Cheng stood in the gym, wiping off the hot sweat all over his body. His gains today can be described as huge. The training of the mental flying needle has reached the final stage. The compressed mental flying needle has reached the thickness of chopsticks. He only needs 1 more day of training before he can completely master this skill. Then the 4th level mall has finally been refreshed. Jiang Cheng couldn't wait to open the mall. Ding. The fourth level base mall is open. Level 1 farmland purification device, 500 energy points. Can purify 1 acre of virus-contaminated farmland every hour. Level 2 miniature insect type monitoring robot, 2,000 energy points. Quantity, 10 size like a mosquito, can monitor everything within a range of 100 kilometers, lasts for 50 hours, and can automatically recharge in the sun. Level 3 Doomsday City Wall, 10,000 energy points. Quantity, 50. Each section of the city wall is 30 meters high and 30 meters long. It can automatically transform according to the terrain, can automatically integrate low-level Doomsday City walls, and can resist third-level mutations. Body impact. The wall can automatically transform according to the terrain. Second-level micro-call device, 5,000 energy points. Quantity, 20. Can make smooth calls within a range of 1,000 kilometers. Can work continuously for 24 hours. Can automatically recharge in the sun, and comes with a small signal satellite, automatically launched after redemption. Level 5 Martial Arts Skill Treasure Box, 500 W energy points. After opening, use the Martial Arts Inheritance Crystal to randomly obtain a martial arts skill. Level 1 Doomsday Flying Ship, 100 W energy points. Flying speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour. Can be automatically recharged. Can accommodate 4 people. Comes with 10 square meters of storage space. Comes with 30 square meters of living space. And carries a first-level naval gun. Can instantly kill level 1. Carries 8 level 1 Doomsday cannons. Each cannon has an ammunition capacity of 1,000 rounds. Level 4 Mental Strengthening Potion, 100 W energy points. After use, it can increase mental attributes by 200 points. Level 1 Live Fire, 3,000 W energy points. Exclusive to Level 4 Doomsday Warriors. Automatically promoted to Level 1 after use. Puzong Dan, 5 million energy points. Can be used in the 12th level of Xiantian. After use, the probability of breaking through to the Grandmaster can be increased by 50%. Refresh time, 57 hours, 45 minutes, and 43 seconds. Looking at the items in the mall, Jiang Cheng's eyes almost went straight. Almost all the items were what he urgently needed at the moment. Of course, the one that made him most coveted was the first-level Live Fire. If he exchanged it, Bai could be promoted to the 5th-level Doomsday Warrior. By then he will be able to add a 5th-level master to his base, giving him some confidence. After thinking for a while, Jiang Cheng said directly, "Except for the first-level Live Fire, exchange all the products. Do you want to spend 12,620,500 energy points to redeem?" The system prompted. Exchange. Jiang Cheng gritted his teeth and said. His original intention was to exchange all the goods, but he didn't have enough energy points. Of course, this was only because the crystal stones collected in the past few days had not been converted. Another thing that gave him the feeling was that after the 4th-level mall, the consumption of energy points was greater than before, which required him to obtain more zombie crystals. It seems that we need to increase our efforts to collect crystal stones. But it also happens to be the first batch of tasks in the mission hall. Jiang Cheng murmured, mentally planning to issue the mission after the beast tide was over. While he was deep in thought, the mechanical sound sounded again. The exchange is successful, and the goods will be distributed within 2 meters of the host. Items that are too large will be automatically distributed to the backyard. Soon, a white light flashed. A pile of items appeared in front of him. He bent down and picked up an object that was somewhat similar to a toy water gun, and instantly a piece of information flooded into his mind. Item, Level 1 Farmland Evolution Device. Introduction. Pour the purification liquid in the device into the farmland required to be purified. The purification time is 1 hour, and it can purify 1 acre of land within the range. Nice one. Jiang Cheng sighed in admiration, put this thing directly into the space ring, and then went to check the second item. The second item was a white metal iron box. After opening it, there was a mosquito visible to the naked eye that looked similar to the first-level micro-insect surveillance robot, but it was twice as small as the first-level insect robot. After looking through the information, Jiang Cheng released it directly to monitor things within a 100-kilometer radius around the base. The third micro-communication device is also half the size of the first level, about half the size of an ordinary shirt button, but with a wider range, and includes a fist-sized satellite launcher and a communication satellite. The fourth item is a box the size of a makeup box, but it is somewhat different from the previous Doomsday martial arts treasure chests in that the material of the box is made of jade. I really don't know what martial arts will be opened. Jiang Cheng licked the corner of his mouth and couldn't wait to open it. There was a piece of yellow transparent crystal inside. He was already familiar with this way of inheritance and quickly held it in his hand. Soon, the crystal turned into a pool of solution and melted into the body. There was also an additional piece of information in his mind. But after checking this information, a strange look appeared on his face. Martial arts, spiritual power flying sword. Introduction. It can transform spiritual power into a flying sword, easily destroy the opponent's spiritual barrier with infinite power, and consumes 500 spiritual power each time. As this information was digested, Jiang Cheng felt that he had a little more understanding of the use of spiritual power, and he had mastered the spiritual power flying needles that he didn't understand before. The only thing that made him uncomfortable was that this move actually required 500 points of spiritual power, but his current spiritual power was only 279.7. In other words, he had martial arts but couldn't use them. But isn't there a fourth-level spiritual strengthening potion in these products? Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng couldn't wait to pick up the potion emitting a bright blue light on the ground and stabbed it directly into his arm. Spirit, 290.7 to 480.7. As expected, the spiritual attribute increased by 200 points. According to the increase in the dormant chamber, he only needs 2 days to use the spiritual power flying sword. I can look forward to it. Next, Jiang Cheng put the items under him directly into the space ring, and today's training was temporarily declared over. Just as the Shuguang base was developing in full swing. The old site of the Chudu base. Boom. The ground shook violently. A monster covered with red scales fell from the sky, holding a zombie over 20 meters in size. Roar. Damn guy, let me go. The zombie kept struggling. Judging from its size, it had at least reached the standard of a 4th-level zombie. Unfortunately, the black claws that grabbed it were like hydraulic pliers, pinching it tightly. No matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't do anything. Break away. Hey, are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said? The words just fell. Poof. A blue blood flower exploded from his body. At a glance, one could see that the place grabbed by the black claws was directly crushed into a ball of flesh, and blue blood kept flowing out. Yu, the 4th-level zombie, looked horrified. But the next second, it felt a stinging pain in its back, and then its whole body became weak, and the extent of its struggle began to become smaller and smaller. After a minute, the whole body stopped moving and became as soft as a water-filled balloon. Looking at its back, I saw a black barb stuck on it, like a straw, constantly sucking the zombie's body fluids. And as body fluids are continuously absorbed, its body is constantly changing. The 8-meter-long figure once again swelled and grew taller, and the muscles on the body began to squirm. The red scales attached to the surface of the body slowly opened, and they were densely packed like countless blades. Call. After exhaling heavily, the scales on his body were closed again. The giant zombie, more than 20 meters long under him, also turned into a shriveled skin bag. Licking the corner of its mouth with some unfinished thoughts, it looked towards the entrance to the ruins in front, with a different kind of light shining in its yellow eyes. Under the ruins of Chuda Base. Except for all the researchers in Laboratory Number 2 and the former base commander Xiang Chu and his assistant Zhou Xi, almost everyone in the base has left. The huge basement has become empty, which has to be said to be a kind of sadness compared with the Chudu base that was bustling with people in its heyday. And at this time, Xiang Chu sat in the conference room, stared at the display on the wall of the conference room, and said, Jusi, how have the changes in Artificial Warrior 44 been in the past few days? Zhou Xi, who was standing on the side, said directly, judging from the data given by Dr. Yi Xinyu, its mood swings are very obvious every time it sees a human being, especially when Dr. Yi Xinyu touched him when he examined him. The mood swings were particularly intense, and he was very resistant. Is there any aggressive behavior? Xiang Chu thought for a while and asked. Zhou Xi shook his head and said, there is no direct attack yet, But according to Dr. Ye's previous report, the fallen horse pile behind it is its emotional expression organ. And when our researchers examined it, its poisonous hooks where the traces revealed clearly indicate the intention of attacking. Okay. Xiang Chu waved his hand, looked at Zhu Ci with a serious face, and said, "Now let's implement the plan we agreed on before. Commander, please stop thinking about it. This guy is too dangerous." Zhu Ci frowned. Xiang Chu refused with a smile. "Okay, I am already at this age, and life and death have long been ignored. If this guy really has the intention to attack me, just kill him according to the method I gave you. But in this case, you will. Follow my instructions. You just need to remember to keep the things I give you. Maybe they will come in handy one day. I'm old, and it's time for me to do what I, the commander-in-chief, should do." After Xiang Chu finished speaking, he put his hands behind his back and walked directly out of the conference room towards the laboratory. Zhu Ci looked at Mr. Xiang's leaving figure with a complex expression on his face. He turned around and walked to the corner of the conference room and pressed a hidden button. Suddenly, a secret door appeared. Zhu Ci immediately got in. A few seconds later, the secret door closed again. From the outside, there was no trace of a secret door here. And here, Mr. Xiang walked into laboratory number 2. Just in time, Artificial Warrior 44 came down from the underground passage, and a group of researchers immediately surrounded Artificial Warrior 44 and began to inspect it. Mr. Xiang glanced sideways, waved to Yi Xinyu, who was checking the data, and said, "Dr. Yi, come here. I have something to ask you." Yi Xinyu was stunned for a moment, handed over the work at hand to the researcher at the side, then walked over and frowned. "Mr. Xiang, do you have anything to ask? What is the current strength of Artificial Warrior number 44? Mr. Xiang asked calmly. "According to the level of the awakened person, it has reached the 4th level. No, it may even be higher," Yi Xinyu said excitedly. "This is definitely his greatest work since his experimental career. How does it compare to his rage?" Xiang Lao asked. "It can be completely crushed," Yi Xinyu said without any hesitation. "Is it so strong?" Mr. Xiang frowned, thought for a while, and continued, "What about loyalty?" After the words fell, the eyes of Artificial Warrior number 44, who was undergoing inspection, flashed, and the poisonous hook under the tail slowly emerged. At the same time, a voice immediately sounded in Mr. Xiang's headset. "Old Mr. Xiang." Artificial Warrior number 44's mood began to fluctuate violently, and the horse trapping stake was poked out, releasing a danger signal. Listening to the report in the headset, Mr. Xiang nodded secretly, looked straight at Yi Xinyu, and asked, "Dr. Yi, you haven't answered the question for me just now." "Oh." Yi Xinyu was stunned for a moment. He did not expect that Mr. Xiang would struggle with such an issue, but he still said, "Based on the current behavior of Artificial Warrior number 44, it will not refuse general orders." "Yeah?" Lao Xiang asked curiously. "Then if I let it cut off its own arm, will it also follow the order?" "Theoretically, there is no problem." Yi Xinyu nodded. But the conversation between the two had just ended. There was a commotion immediately at the testing office. "What happened?" Yi Xinyu quickly turned to the researcher and asked. Mr. Xiang also looked over with interest. I saw that the researcher was a little panicked and said, "Yes, it's number 44. There is something abnormal about it." Looking in the direction pointed by the researcher, number 44's red scales were raised high, and the poisonous hook on his tail was fully exposed. He was staring at Mr. Xiang, as if he was about to pounce at the next moment. On the other hand, Mr. Xiang was not as afraid as other researchers. Instead, he looked at Yi Xinyu with a smile on his face and said, "Dr. Yi, look." But he was extremely certain in his heart that this guy definitely had murderous intentions towards him now. Just a moment. Yi Xinyu's face darkened. He stared at number 44 ugly and yelled, "Number 44, what are you doing? Get back." Hiss. Listening to Yi Xinyu's scolding, number 44 did not want to follow the instructions as usual, but deliberately took a step forward. "Did you hear that? Get back." Yi Xinyu was a little annoyed when he saw number 44's actions. He strode forward a few steps until he was 3 meters in front of number 44. He pointed at number 44 and said coldly, "You have to know, I can create you and I can destroy you." You. As soon as these words came out, Number 44 was also stunned for a moment. A pair of lantern-sized eyes kept flashing with complicated light, but soon, he seemed to have thought of something, and he slowly moved back and returned to the detection area. Yi Xinyu also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. But the next moment, Xiang Chu's voice sounded again. Dr. Yi, you haven't told me yet. If I let it cut off its own arm, will it do it? The words just fell. Poof! A stream of blood splashed in front of Mr. Xiang, and at the same time, an arm shot up into the sky and then fell to the ground. Blood gurgled out and fell to the ground, then spread along the floor. Everything is clearly audible in this empty laboratory. And on Mr. Xiang's empty left shoulder, a sharp pain gradually spread like the spreading blood. Not only that, a huge guy with red scales all over his body was standing next to him, with his left hand in a cutting position. For a moment, that huge sense of oppression followed one after another. Everyone in the laboratory looked at this scene in disbelief. Even Yi Xinyu was shocked and speechless. Standing next to number 44, Mr. Xiang sneered a few times, as if the arm lying on the ground was not his, and just sighed and said, it was still wrong after all. Now it's time for all these mistakes to end. After muttering, Mr. Xiang said loudly with a very appraising expression, do it. Yes, Commander-in-Chief, you are on your way. The voice came from the headset, and the owner of the voice was squatting in the secret room with red eyes pressing the button in his hand. Alarm, a huge threat appears in the basement, and the underground passage is completely blocked. The voice that only Jusi could hear sounded immediately. At this moment, in laboratory number 2, a loud bang came from all directions. Everyone looked over quickly. The passages leading into the basement were blocked by a huge metal door. Looking at all this, Mr. Xiang immediately knew that his plan had succeeded, and then sarcastically said, look, Dr. Yi, this is the artificial warrior you promised to this commander before. Do you have anything else to say? Commander Xiangyu. Yi Xinyu was so angry that he couldn't speak, so he had to scold number 44. Do you know that your behavior is to burn all my previous efforts? Since you have destroyed my hard work, then you will disappear. After Yi Xinyu finished speaking, he took out a remote control from his pocket and pressed the yellow button on it. With a snap, at the testing area of the laboratory, several mechanical arms suddenly flew out to clamp number 44's limbs, and at the same time a strong high-voltage current was released from the mechanical arms. After being hit by the current, number 44 began to wail in pain. Yi Xinyu stared at the scene coldly, without any mercy. In his opinion, works that disobeyed his orders were all failures, and such failures would be insulted to him if they stayed in the world for one more second. Maximize the current for me. Yi Xinyu roared. The researcher hesitated and said, Dr. Ku, the voltage regulator in our laboratory will burn out. Open it for me. Yi Xinyu almost shouted. The researcher did not dare to disobey, and immediately walked to the operating table to pull down the valve and open the valve to the maximum. Immediately, more than 1 million V of high-voltage electricity was released, and a circle of arcs with a radius of 1 meter was even formed around the iron clamp holding number 44. As the current was released, the lights in the laboratory began to flicker, crackling. Several machines in the laboratory even emitted bursts of sparks. Number 44 was hit by the high-voltage current, curled up on the ground, and kept struggling. Snap! The light flashed. The light bulbs in the laboratory exploded one by one, and the laboratory was immediately dark, so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Damn it, is number 44 dead? Yi Xinyu roared, but as soon as he finished speaking, a scream sounded at the side. And as time passed, the screams became more and more, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. Yi Xinyu, who was originally fearless, began to tremble at this time. However, Xiang Lao stood quietly on the side. He counted the time silently, and it was almost time. At the same time, in the basement, Zhu Xi was wearing a protective suit. Watching the last second of the red countdown on the remote control fall, her eyes were red, and she slowly raised her arm to salute, and choked up into the headset, and said, Commander-in-Chief, have a good journey. The words fell. The countdown returned to 0. Boom. A ball of fire exploded in the laboratory, engulfing everyone in the laboratory. Above the Chudu base, the ground exploded with a bang, and the sand was rushed up by the mushroom cloud underground. The whole sky was shrouded in dazzling light. Soon, shock waves spread in all directions, destroying all the houses within a radius of 10 kilometers, and for a long time, ordinary plants and animals could not grow. Jiang, who was 1 kilometer away from the nuclear explosion, was wrapped in a basement made of 50-meter-thick concrete walls and 1-meter-thick steel plates. But because of the vibrations around her, her vision was blurred and she fainted directly. On this day, black rain fell all night over the first district of Chudu, and the rolling Longjiang River roared with wind, as if the world was crying. August 14th. The 6 major areas of the outer base of the Dawn Base Survivor Base were officially built. August 15th. Jiang Cheng consumed a large number of crystals in the space ring and reluctantly exchanged for the first-level life fire. After Bai embedded the life fire, he fell into a deep sleep. August 16th. Tiannan, the sub-base led by Luo Fan, completely completed the cleanup of Tiannan City, achieved the initial unification of Tiannan, and completed the collection of 2,316 survivors. August 17th. The 6 major areas of the Shuguang outer base were basically completed. August 18th. 6:30 in the morning. Jiang Cheng stood in the gym and wiped the sweat off his head, then directly opened the mental attribute column. Mental, 480.7 to 530.7. Good. Now the mental power has exceeded 500, which is considered to have reached the standard for the use of the mental power flying sword. Jiang Cheng was refreshed and felt refreshed. This move is definitely a huge killer for mental power users. Jiang Cheng simply glanced at the other attributes and exited directly. Next, several mechanical sounds sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the master for obtaining the Level 3 Gene Enhancement Potion, Level 1 Recovery Potion, Level 2 Doomsday Warrior, Level 1 Doomsday Combat Armor, Level 2 Doomsday Combat Armor, Level 1 Doomsday Tang Sword, Level 2 Doomsday Tang Sword, Shangyuan Gong, Xuanyu Dan, 6-layered Heavenly Demon Fist. Finally all cracked. Jiang Cheng sighed and immediately called up the permanent goods column. Looking at the goods inside, he said directly, "Exchange me for 52nd level Doomsday Warriors, 101st level Doomsday Tang Swords, 13 second level Doomsday Tang Swords, 7 sets of Shangyuan Gong, 8 Xuanyu Dan, and 7 sets of 6-fold Heavenly Demon Fist." Because at present, it is necessary to equip the 2nd-level Doomsday Warriors to each captain of the guard team. Then there are weapons and equipment. The 2nd-level Tang Sword is equally important. As for Shangyuan Gong, it is necessary to reach the innate realm before it can be practiced. The same is true for Xuanyu Dan and 6-fold Heavenly Demon Fist. Qi Yu and others have just stepped into the acquired realm, and Xinyuan Gong is completely sufficient. Ding! It takes 7.533 million energy points to exchange this item. Exchange directly. Jiang Cheng said. Ding. The exchange is successful. The items will be distributed within 2 meters of the host. Please check them carefully. Soon, a white light flashed, and the items in front of Jiang Cheng piled up into a small mountain. With a wave of his hand, he temporarily put all these items into the space ring, then changed his clothes, flew out of the balcony, and headed for Wangjiawan, which was closest to Linxian City. This was the area he had chosen for planting, and it was also something that needed to be solved in the short term. Moreover, he arranged for the 1st-level Doomsday Warriors to use the 1st-level farmland purification device to purify day and night for 5 consecutive days, and purified a full 96 acres, and arranged 10 1st-level Doomsday Warriors to guard here. Jiang Cheng calculated that this could only feed 120 people a year at most. If he wanted to feed more than 5,000 people, he would need at least 4,000 acres of land, which means that he still needed to purify for 196 consecutive days. But fortunately, there was enough spirit beast meat in the warehouse, and the time was enough. Of course, apart from these, after August 23rd, when the largest spirit beast tide had passed, he would arrange a hunting team to hunt spirit beasts and rely on these to survive. 5 seconds of effort. A vast expanse of well-turned loess appeared in front of him, and he could even smell the fragrance of the soil in midair. For a moment, the blood of being a Chinese child was aroused. Falling slowly from midair, Jiang Cheng walked to the purified mud and directly opened the data eye. Item, soil. Introduction, ordinary land. A few lines of small words immediately appeared in front of my eyes. Sure enough, there is no virus. Jiang Cheng excitedly took the soil in his hands and squeezed it. Because it hadn't rained during this period, the soil was a little dry. Etc. Rain? Jiang Cheng frowned and sprinkled the soil in his hands, realizing an extremely serious problem, which was about rainfall. He has purified all the soil now, but if it rains again, I am afraid that all the purified soil will be in vain. Hey, all the hard work was in vain. Jiang Cheng sighed and waved to the first-level doomsday warrior over there to temporarily stop the purification work in his hands, and then start thinking about the planting issue again. There are actually two options. One is that it can be built in the style of a greenhouse for vegetables, and then rice can be grown there. Greenhouses can also be divided into two types, factory buildings and plastic ones. The cost of a factory building is very high, and a factory building covering 4,000 acres of land is undoubtedly a fantasy. The rest are greenhouses. So how to find so many greenhouses is a problem, and an isolation zone must be built underground around them. Otherwise, under the precipitation of rainwater, it will still sink into the groundwater, causing the rice seeds to be infected with viruses. The second is to use the cultivation room of the Tiananzi base for planting, but this can only be a drop in the bucket. The third, and most stupid way, is to inject every survivor with a first-level original virus vaccine, making all survivors immune, and the consumption of energy points is within his tolerance. The third point is a feasible solution, but it's impossible to get something for nothing in my base. Jiang Cheng held his chin and thought for a moment. First of all, the energy points of the first-level ancient virus vaccine are 800. In the permanent product column, you can buy it at a 20% discount, which adds up to a little more than 350 energy points. In terms of price, 800 energy points require 80 ordinary zombie crystals to redeem. 80 zombie crystals, or 10 ordinary spirit beast crystals, are not too many. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng waved his hand and continued to say to the first-level doomsday robot, "Continue to purify." After doing this, he soared high and flew towards Dawn Base again. August 18th, 8 o'clock in the morning, above the ruins of Chuda Base. After 4 consecutive days of black rain, gray water droplets still clung to the exposed cement and protruding steel bars. Fortunately, the sky has cleared up and the water droplets are gradually evaporating under the evaporation of the sun's rays. And above the ruins, zombies who came from nowhere were wandering aimlessly. Suddenly, there was a crisp crackling sound. A big black hand suddenly reached out and grabbed the ankle of the zombie on the side, and then yanked it downwards. The zombie barely had time to react and was dragged down directly. Soon, the sound of meat being chewed came from the ground. Almost a minute later, the big black hand reached out again, and the owner of this hand crawled out from the ground. The body is exposed to the sun, revealing the full face of the owner of this hand. On the face that was originally covered by red scales, large parts of the scales were peeled off, and the exposed parts were still gurgling with green-blue viscous blood. The eyes, nose, and lips were almost mixed with rotten flesh, and the entire face a whole mosaic. His body wasn't much better either. The scales all over his body were burnt black, large swaths of flesh peeled off, and a small red blade fragment was exposed on his arm. It looked like there was a bone spur growing on his elbow, but now only the uneven white roots are left exposed. As for the tail, only a black, scorpion-like tail with only one section left was exposed. It is the artificial warrior number 44 who is not dead yet. Roar. Number 44 seemed to have finally crawled out of the ground. He roared excitedly, moved his 2 incomplete elf-like ears, then aimed at a zombie on the side and quickly dodged over. Poof! The next second, the zombie was caught directly by it. It opened its bloody mouth and bit off the zombie's head in one bite. It kept chewing in its mouth, making a crunching sound. Gulu. After swallowing the head, number 44 continued to eat the body. After the zombie was completely swallowed, a wound on its face miraculously sprouted new gray-blue granulation. Feeling the injury on his face recovering, number 44's rotten mouth split open, and then he grabbed the next zombie. In just 10 minutes, It captured all the zombies within a radius of 500 meters. One of them was a first-order crusher, and all the zombies were swallowed by it without exception. And its face has completely recovered, revealing orange lantern-sized eyes. Human, kind, take revenge. It looked directly at the ruins and stood there muttering to itself. At the same time, Linxian, Dawn Base. After Jiang Cheng returned to the base, he immediately posted another mission in the mission hall. Anyone who hunts 80 zombie crystals or 10 spirit beast crystals can exchange for an ancient virus vaccine. This news is undoubtedly the same as the mission released yesterday, spreading like a torrent among the survivors. As the mission was released, many survivors crowded in front of the mission sign. In addition to the virus potion, it also says, 500 zombie crystals can be exchanged for a first-level awakening potion. 10 zombie crystals can be exchanged for a gene enhancement potion. 60 zombie crystals can be exchanged for a first-level agility enhancement potion. 100 zombie crystals can be exchanged for a first-level recovery potion. 30 zombie crystals can be exchanged for a first-level Doomsday Tang sword. There are 6 tasks in total, and a very critical piece of information is written at the bottom. Those who reach the level of a first-level awakener can apply to join the Dawn Guard. Although there are only 6 tasks and 1 consultation, this is undoubtedly a huge impact on the survivors of the Dawn Base. In the crowd of onlookers, everyone is whispering to each other, with excitement on their faces. Damn it, I finally have the chance to join the Dawn Guard. Thank you, leader, for not only giving us a shelter, but also giving us the opportunity to become stronger. To be honest, if anyone dares to say anything bad about the leader, I will definitely fight him to the death. Yes, it's all thanks to the leader. While everyone was sighing, Wu Weilin, who was standing in the crowd of survivors, stared at the task card in a daze, muttering, even if I die, I will become a member of the Dawn Guard. Seeing that more and more survivors were watching, the guards in charge of the task hall hurriedly said, let's go back first. The leader said that the task will be officially launched after a while. Everyone can take advantage of this time to exercise well. That's right. I'm going home to exercise quickly. A survivor suddenly realized. Me too. I can't fall behind these stinky men. Another female survivor said. I want to join the Dawn Guard too. A child looked at the guards in admiration. In short, from the day the mission board was set, a wave of exercise craze swept through the Dawn Base. While completing their own tasks, everyone began to train in front of their own sheds, and the most direct result was that there was always a faint smell of sweat in the Dawn Outer Base. Regardless of the excited survivors, in the Dawn Base gym, Jiang Cheng distributed the previously exchanged items, sat alone in the gym, took out a wooden box, and carefully opened it. This is a green wooden box, about the size of a jewelry box, with a blue transparent crystal inside. Jiang Cheng held it carefully in his hand. You know, this is a martial arts technique that has been practiced to the master level. The crystal quickly melted into a pool of mucus and soaked into the body through the pores. Soon, there was more information in his mind. Technique, Shangyuan Gong. Introduction, it can only be practiced with Xianyuan as the foundation. Jiang Cheng opened the first page and saw that it was written, Shangyuan Gong. The power used by its practitioners is different from Xianyuan Gong, called Jinyuan. Jinyuan is liquefied internal energy, and each liquefied soybean-sized droplet is a heaven. Is this the Grandmaster's method of cultivation? It's too concise. Jiang Cheng simply read Shangyuan Gong. Compared with Xianyuan Gong, Shangyuan Gong does not have too many introductions to the exercises. There are only a few thousand words. The whole text is about how to compress the internal energy, and it is all in vernacular. Anyone who can read can basically understand it. In this case, there is no time to lose. Jiang Cheng immediately took out a porcelain bottle and poured out a green pill inside. This was the Xuanyu pill he exchanged before, which can increase the pure internal energy of 20 years at a time. Swallow it directly. After entering the mouth, the pill immediately turned into a hot stream of heat flowing down the chest. Feeling this huge amount of internal energy, Jiang Cheng quickly held his breath and began to practice the Shangyuan Gong method, transferring all the internal energy in his body into the dantian. You know, he swallowed the small huandan 3 times before, and 3 martial arts big huandan, which was not as good as Xiantian, making his internal energy endless. He also learned the elementary martial arts, and his internal energy can be said to have far exceeded 60 years. 60 years of pure internal energy were collectively input into Dantian, and Jiang Cheng poured in his mental power, turning it into a millstone stone pillar, beating all the internal energy in the meridians together. One hammer. Jiang Cheng only felt that his meridians and Dantian trembled for a while, but he still gritted his teeth and continued. 2 hammers. I don't know how many times he beat. Suddenly, a drop of white water as big as sesame seeds was compressed in this internal energy, and the total amount of internal energy was reduced by 1/20th. At this moment, he felt that his mind was empty. When he reacted, he clenched his fists, and his strength seemed to be stronger than before. Did it break through? Jiang Cheng was in doubt and hurriedly checked the attribute column. There was no change in the level column, and it was still the first level of Xiantian, but the strength attribute increased by a full 10 points. This is a big change. Although the attribute has increased, the level has not changed. It should be that the amount has not yet been reached, but the feeling of increased strength is really intoxicating. Jiang Cheng murmured and continued to compress. In this way, with hammer after hammer, he finally compressed all the internal energy in the Han-Tien Lung meridian into a complete state after an unknown period of time, and obtained a liquid true essence about the size of a soybean. And at this moment, his mind was empty again, and he felt that a layer of something was poked open, and the feeling of sudden enlightenment after breaking it was extremely obvious. Jiang Cheng was busy checking the level column again. Level, innate second layer, second order lower awakener. As expected, it is really a breakthrough, and the strength attribute column has increased by 180 points again. The agility attribute has increased by 5 points, the mental attribute has increased by 100 points, and even the wisdom has increased by 10 points. In other words, his practice this time has increased his strength by 20,000 kilograms and his speed by 35 meters per second, but his mental and wisdom aspects are not obvious yet. After exiting the attribute bar, Jiang Cheng looked at the time. It was already 11 o'clock in the morning. 2 full hours had passed, but he felt as if only a moment had passed. It really is true that time does not exist in cultivation. With a sigh, seeing that it was still early, Jiang Cheng exchanged for another Xuanyu pill and drank a whole bottle of spiritual water to enter the cultivation state again. It was almost 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Cheng just woke up from the cultivation state. System, check my attribute column. Level, innate third level, second level awakener. Spirit, 3.0, special 8.6. Normal state can increase combat power by 300%. Spirit special burst can increase by 860%. Wisdom, 173.5 to 193.5. Strength, 8,904.5 to 9,264.5. Agility, 418.2 to 428.2. Spirit, 530.7 to 730.7. In 9 hours, he broke through 2 levels in succession, and his spirit reached 3.0. With the 3 attributes, Jiang Cheng felt that even if he was at the 5th level, he had enough ability to show off. Close the attribute column. Jiang Cheng continued to take out a green box from the space ring, which still contained a blue crystal. After completely absorbing it, a boxing technique gradually became clear in Jiang Cheng's mind. Martial arts, 6th Heaven Devil Fist. Introduction, one punch is stronger than the other, and each punch is twice as powerful as the first one. The training method of the 6th Heaven Devil Fist appeared in his mind. After about a minute, Jiang Cheng slowly came back to his senses. He said, "Shuguang, prepare a force gauge for me." "Yes, master." Sister Shuguang responded immediately. The next second, a huge dynamometer appeared in the center of the gym. Jiang Cheng walked over with big strides, crouched slightly, clenched his right fist, and bent his right arm slightly to accumulate strength. While accumulating strength, black light continued to condense on his fist. First level Heavenly Demon Fist. Huh. With a light shout, Jiang Cheng punched out fiercely. A series of numbers immediately appeared on the display screen. 185-2000 gene. Looking at this number, Jiang Cheng frowned slightly, because according to his strength attribute, he was still 900 genes short, which means that his current heavenly demon fist is still not proficient. Come again. Jiang Cheng took a deep breath and bent his arm again to accumulate strength. This time the black light was even stronger than before. Second level heavenly demon fist. Bang! After a punch, the dynamometer did not move at all, and another set of numbers appeared on the display screen. 370-5800 gene. This time the number is right. Come again. Jiang Cheng's confidence increased immediately, and he punched continuously. Triple heavenly demon fist. Quadruple heavenly demon fist. Fifth heavenly demon fist. Sixth heavenly demon fist. Bang! Bang! With the sound of hitting, the numbers on the display screen continued to soar, and the last terrifying number appeared on the big screen. 59292800 gene. More than 50 million gene, converted into a strength attribute of 592,928. Such a strength can definitely compete with zombies below the 5th level. Huh. After throwing the last punch, Jiang Cheng slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, and his face turned pale, and he almost collapsed to the ground. Feeling the condition in his body, he quickly took out a bottle of spiritual water and drank it in big gulps. Only after drinking it all did his face become much rosier, and he also secretly sighed at his impulsiveness just now. You know, the first 4 levels of the Heavenly Demon Fist consume a lot of his true energy, while the 5th level consumes 1/3, and the 6th level consumes 1/2. After using the whole set of boxing, his Dantian's internal energy is almost exhausted. It seems that I need to be cautious when using the 5th and 6th levels in the future. In the next few days, in addition to practicing, Jiang Cheng went out to kill spirit beasts. Until the early morning of August 23rd, a voice sounded from the microcommunicator. Leader, a large number of spirit beasts were found 5 kilometers away, and the direction seems to be towards our base. Finally here, Jiang Cheng slowly opened his eyes. A gleam of light flashed in his clear eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and said, "Understood, prepare to meet the enemy." "Yes, old man, when the beast tide is coming, the defense of the outer base will be left to you," Jiang Cheng said to the microcommunicator. "No problem, just leave this battle to me." Father Yang's hearty laughter immediately sounded in the headset. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "Okay, I'm relieved with your words, old man." After speaking, he stood up slowly and said loudly, "Activate the base defense system immediately." Ding! The base defense system has been activated. The 3rd-level base air defense fortress has been activated. The 1st-level base charging cannon has been turned on and is being charged. Level 5 base defense weapons are in place. The mechanical sound immediately sounded. Very good. Jiang Cheng nodded and shouted to the side. "Meow, pause. Get ready to fight." Meow. A cheerful meow. I saw a snow-white little guy, about the same size as an ordinary farm cat, with 3 pairs of ears and 3 tails and silver eyes. He ran up to Jiang Cheng's trouser leg and rubbed his little head against the trouser leg. With a flattering look on his face, Jiang Cheng's eyes flashed. Name, Meowpath. Race, devouring beast, growing stage, evolving, 14 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds, 8.13. Level, lower than 3rd level. Wisdom, 2.1. Strength, 20,000. Agility, 600. Spirit, 400. Power, devour, can swallow all objects and turn them into nutrients for itself. Devouring cannon. Comprehensive combat strength, 21,000 and 2.1. This is the Meowth that has been evolved on the 14th. The level has reached the 3rd level. And under Jiang Cheng's continuous feeding in the past few days, his strength is comparable to that of the 3rd level. Not only that, but there are also more in new skill. Okay, I'll let you eat until you're full in a while. Looking at Maya Papaz's information, Jiang Cheng joked with a smile, and then flipped his wrist. Instantly, a violent aura appeared in the gym. When I blinked, I saw a creature about 3 meters tall, with a red body, a face like a human face, and pupils as black as ink, but its mouth had fangs that resembled those of a wild beast. The muscles on his body are strong, and on both arms and wrists, there are 3 bone blades more than half a meter long that stick out from the skin like wolverines. The muscles of his legs exploded, and a long red tail trailed behind his butt, which crackled on the ground. At this moment, the information also appeared in Jiang Cheng's sight. Name: Aaron, mutant zombie. Race: zombie. Level: second level medium. Wisdom: 0.8. Strength: 3000. Agility: 100. Skills: Crushing Iron Claw, second stage transformation, Fury. Comprehensive combat power: 3100.8. Aaron, how much you can eat on the battlefield depends on your own strength. Jiang Cheng ordered with a smile. Thank you so much, Master. Aaron was trembling all over, with a humane look of excitement on his face, and his speech was much smoother than before. After evolution, his strength has reached the level of the second level. Compared with ordinary death, the killer needs to be more of a deterrent. It is worth mentioning that after an evolution, its appearance has become closer and closer to humans, and it looks much better than before. And come out. As soon as he finished speaking, the silver-white bracelet on his wrist squirmed and turned into a puddle of liquid. Then, in Jiang Cheng's eyes, a woman with a bulging front and back was condensed. She didn't know if it was Bai's bad taste. Her body was completely white. The long, silky silver-white hair covers important parts of the body and looks very attractive. Hey, when you want to use someone, just ask them to come out. When you don't want them, just ask them to leave. Master, you are so cruel. Bai Xuanran sighed on the verge of tears, with sadness on her eyebrows, as if she had been abandoned. The little resentful woman. Without Jiang Cheng paying attention, she lay on Jiang Cheng's body, leaning her beautiful face gently on Jiang Cheng's shoulder, sobbing softly. Seeing the sudden appearance of the woman so close to her master, the cat next to her had a dangerous look in her eyes. She kept making sounds like a baby, and the white fur on her body stood upright, as if she was giving a warning. What's so bad about an underage clown cat? Bai glared at Meow Paws angrily, then ignored him. He put his pink cherry mouth to Jiang Cheng's ear and exhaled like a blue tree. Master, what do you mean? Tell me, how do you compensate them? Feeling the hot and humid fragrance beside his ears, Jiang Cheng was silent for a while. Then he took a step to the side without leaving a trace, pushed out the clothes on his body, turned his head away from looking at her, and then said calmly, I've had enough fun. Put on your clothes. TCH, it's really boring. Seeing that Jiang Cheng didn't understand the style, Bai curled his lips. With a thought, his body changed instantly, and he appeared in a black ancient costume, which formed a sharp contrast with the long silver-white hair. And compared to before, he was a little more heroic. Okay, now that everyone is here, without further ado, let me take action. After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, he flashed and quickly disappeared into the gym. Seeing this, Meowpath and Aaron quickly chased after him. Bai stood there and watched Jiang Cheng leave, covering her mouth and smiling softly, because she caught the moment when Jiang Cheng turned around. Her ears were red. The master is really a duplicity. With a sweet smile, the air around Bai's body shook, and he disappeared in an instant. At this time, Dawn's outer base. Lin Ro, Li Qingwan, Lin Yi, and Luo Fan. The four of you are guarding the east gate. No spiritual beast is allowed to cross the base wall. Father Yang said into the headset. Yes, Captain. Several people responded and quickly called on their team members to rush towards the east base wall. Yuan Ningling, Lu Ziyun, Qiyue, and Zai. The four of you are guarding the west gate of the base. No spiritual beast is allowed to cross the wall. Father Yang continued to distribute. Yes, Captain. Lin Yi and others looked at each other and quickly called their team members to rush towards the west gate of the base. Captain Miaofeng, you are responsible for guarding the north city wall. Captain Li Feng and Wang Chong, you are responsible for guarding the south city wall. After Yang assigned the tasks one by one, he also arranged for the first-level Doomsday Warriors from the base, 30 to assist the east gate, 30 to assist the west gate, and 20 to each of the remaining two city walls. As for the Chief of Internal and External Affairs, Zhang Ya, she has already led Wang Xiaolong, Zhou Sheng, and Yi Siwen to the shanty town to maintain the stability of the survivors in the shanty town. Lu Xinru leads her medical team, always ready to treat the wounded. Inside and outside Shuguang base, it was as if they were facing a formidable enemy. And this time, a young man appeared on the east wall, followed by a cat, a corpse, and a white-haired woman. Everyone was just stunned for a moment, and immediately returned to normal. Jiang Cheng stood on the city wall, looking into the distance. I saw smoke and dust billowing not far away, like a sandstorm. And in the smoke and dust, a tall spiritual beast running can be vaguely seen. However, only the front row of the 30-meter-high city wall could be seen. Jiang Cheng frowned slightly, stepped a little, and rose into the wind, flying high into the sky. It was almost 1,000 meters away, and Jiang Cheng could clearly see the situation on the ground. Looking down, the entire land has shrunk considerably, and the outline of the entire Lincian city is clearly visible, and the river, sky, earth, and tall buildings below are all clearly visible. Watching the tide of beasts, a dark patch covered the entire Lincian like a black lake. There were probably no less than 1 million of them, and looking down from a high altitude, there was a steady stream of spiritual beasts joining this black wave from all directions. Looking closer, you can see a tall figure standing out from the chickens in the middle of this black lake. This is... Jiang Cheng looked closely and saw that the beast had a pair of dragon horns on its head, but they were close to its back. Its eyes were like big red lanterns, its mouth was long, its nostrils were turned outward like a cow's nose, and the whiskers on its nose were like a catfish. Its whole head looked like a dragon in Oriental mythology. Its body was like a jackal, its fur was dark gold, its tail was like a lion, its limbs were thick, and it had 2 pairs of dragon claws. The most peculiar thing was that it had an ancient bronze sword in its mouth. Just by looking at it, one could feel an extremely strong sense of oppression. What kind of monster is this? Jiang Cheng murmured, and his eyes flashed with light, and he opened the level 5 data eye. Name, Jiaozi, fake. Race, fake dragon. Level 5. Wisdom, 108. Strength, 1 million. Agility, 2,000. Spirit, 1,000. Skills, Mountain and River Sword, Dragon Might, Revenge for Jiaozi, Dragon Roar. Comprehensive Combat Power, 100-3108. Level 5. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng took a breath of cold air. This thing is actually a dragon? You know, in ancient Chinese mythology, dragons have special meanings, such as the descendants of dragons, the 5-clawed golden dragon embroidered on the emperor's robes, etc., which all represent the incomparable status of dragons in the minds of the people of Dezhou. Moreover, anything related to dragons should not be underestimated. Below the dragon is the Jiaolong, which can swallow clouds and spit out fog, and has infinite power to turn mountains and seas. If he really encounters a real dragon, to be honest, Jiang Cheng thinks he can surrender directly. And the dragon has 9 sons. They are Xionyou, Yazi, Chaofeng, Paleo, Swanni, Bishi, Bian, Fushi, Chiwen. And the spirit beast in front of him should be one of the 9 sons of the Yazi clan. But the word pseudo is added after the name and race, which proves that it may only contain its blood, not the real dragon clan, nor the real Yazi, but even so it should not be underestimated. Jiang Cheng immediately cheered up. Just when Jiang Cheng was nervous, I don't know if it felt Jiang Cheng's gaze. It actually slowly raised the huge dragon head and looked towards Jiang Cheng in the sky. For a while, the 4 eyes met. Jiang Cheng immediately rose into the air and increased the distance from the ground, until it rose to an altitude of more than 2,000 meters. Yazi slowly lowered its head. Who? Jiang Cheng exhaled fiercely, but he only felt a little strange in his heart. Logically speaking, a small city like Lincian shouldn't have a high-level spiritual beast of level 5. Another point is that in his past life memory, from the outbreak of the Doomsday on June 26th to the destruction of the Lincian base 3 years later, there has never been such a huge beast tide, and there has never been a level 5 spiritual beast. If it really appeared, it would be impossible for the Lincian base in the previous life to last so long with the highest combat power of level 2. Is it the butterfly effect after rebirth? Or is it related to the mysterious voice after the death of the Zhuobin Starman, saying, "The world will be destroyed and the gods will be revived"? Forget it. At this critical moment, there is no point in entanglement. Jiang Cheng shook his head and didn't want to entangle these things. Since he was reborn, no matter what difficulties he encountered, he would break through and build a solid human survival camp in this damn doomsday. Read it. Jiang Cheng regrouped and calculated the gap with the opponent in his heart. With his current strength, if he uses the sixth heavenly demon fist in a normal state, he will definitely be far from being able to defeat the opponent. Moreover, the sixth heavenly demon fist can only be used twice a day, so he must be cautious if he wants to use it, and it can only be used as his trump card. In addition, even if he does not use the sixth heavenly demon fist, but only uses the fifth heavenly demon fist, it will consume a lot of true essence. If he is in the spiritual opening state, and then uses the first 5 heavenly demon fists, he can raise the power attribute to more than 1 million, which is a feasible method. Let's talk about the spiritual explosion state. At present, it can increase by 860%. When combined with the 5th heavenly demon fist, it can reach a power attribute of more than 2 million, nearly 3 million, and can also fight 1 or 2. If combined with meditation, it is not impossible to win. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng calmed down. But at this moment, cry. A shrill eagle cry sounded not far away, followed by a whistling hurricane. Jiang Cheng quickly dodged. Soon, a strong airflow rushed past him. Wait until he stabilized his body and looked. Hiss. Jiang Cheng took another breath of cold air. He saw that just over 2,000 meters in front of him, a group of huge spiritual birds were flying over. It seemed that there were no less than 10,000 of them, a black mass, like the black Mazda lines painted on a blue curtain, covering the curtain completely. Calming his mind, Jiang Cheng took a closer look. There were white-headed night owls, phoenix-tailed Xuanyu, and gray-feathered night owls among them. Their strength was at least at the 2nd level. There was nothing to worry about for Jiang Cheng. The only thing that made Jiang Cheng serious was the giant bird at the front of the flock. The mouth is like an iron hook, with a golden downward hook. The eyes are round, and there is a golden ring inside, shining with red light, very sharp. It has brown feathers all over its body and is nearly 100 meters long. When its wings are spread out, it is nearly 300 meters long. The 2 claws were like the anchors of a giant black ship, glowing with a faint black light. The overall look was like an alien spaceship, which reminded Jiang Cheng of a magical bird described in the textbooks of his student days. There is a fish in the North Ming dynasty, and its name is Kuan. Kuan is so big that I don't know how many thousands of miles it has. It turns into a bird, and its name is Pong. I don't know how many thousands of miles it has on the back of a Pong. When it flies in anger, its wings are like hanging down. The clouds in the sky are birds. Although the spiritual bird in front of me is not as big as Kuanping, it can still be regarded as a smaller version of Kuanping. And it seemed like he had seen this bird before, etc. Could it be the one by the Yang River before? But its size is much larger than that of Yanghe. Jiang Cheng was shocked and said directly, Data eyes open. Name, red-eyed golden rock. Race, false Kuanping. Level, lower than 5th level. Wisdom, 98. Strength, 800,000. Agility, 2,500. Spirit, 800. Skills, rock speed, King Kong wings, star-shattering claws. Comprehensive combat strength, 803398. It turns out to be a 5th-level spiritual beast. It seems that our Shuguang base is really in big trouble this time. Jiang Cheng gave a wry smile and quickly lowered his cloud head, heading towards the dawn. In less than half a second, he landed back on the city wall. With a solemn look on his face, he said calmly to Father Yang, Old man, the spiritual beast is attacking this time. Among them, there is a 5th-level Yazan and a lower-level 5th-level red-eyed golden rock in the sky. This battle is not going to be easy, so let everyone cheer up. 5th-level spiritual beast. I have a biological mother. This is going to completely tear this old man and my old bones apart. There was bitterness on the face of Father Yang, who looked to be in his 30s or 40s. What are you afraid of? I can hold off those 2 5th-level spirit beasts. As for the others, I have to rely on you and everyone else. Jiang Cheng smiled. TCH, the old man can be regarded as a person who has died twice. How can he be afraid of life and death? Yang said angrily, and then said, I sigh. I am afraid that our guards will have to sacrifice themselves again in this battle. Sacrifice is necessary. As long as there is fighting, there will be sacrifices. But as their leader, we must keep the sacrifice to the minimum. Jiang Cheng said calmly. Then he thought to himself, Guang, how many energy points do I have left? Ding. Remaining energy points, 122,440,313. Is there more than 100 million? Jiang Cheng looked at it, gritted his teeth, and said directly, exchange it for 10,000 level 2 Doomsday Warriors. Do you want to spend 40 million energy points in exchange for 10,000 second-level Doomsday Warriors? The mechanical voice prompted. Consume. I would rather consume more energy points, but also try our best to preserve the vitality of the base. Ding. Exchange successful. Remaining energy points, 82 for 140, 313. The mechanical sound fell, and a dazzling white light flashed in the base. Immediately, a large number of second-level Doomsday robots walked out of the base, divided into two groups, and lined up towards the east and west base gates. For a time, Guang base, which originally seemed weak, gained strength. And next, Father Yang's face darkened, and he said, here he comes. Looking from outside the base city wall, one by one the spiritual beasts are lined up in a row 100 meters away from the front of Dawn Base, all staring at the people in Dawn Base with eager eyes. Among them, the huge monster with an ancient bronze sword in its mouth in the center of the beast tide is even more shocking, because around it, the other spiritual beasts are like cubs, giving people a strong feeling of oppression. Oh my God, what the hell is this? Qinbei, Luo Fan also frowned. This giant beast gave him a great mental oppression. Lin Yi, Lin Ro, and Li Qingwan were all prepared. At the same time, an eagle cry fell, and the sky suddenly darkened. Everyone looked up to the sky. When they saw what was clearly above, their scalps suddenly became numb. They saw a dense flock of birds in the sky, one of which was beyond their knowledge. This, his grandma, is a bit cruel. Zhao Tiniu swallowed hard, not daring to imagine how he would face such a big guy. Hungfeng narrowed his eyes slightly, clenched his hands, and was ready to go. This battle is related to the fate of the base. Seeing the army of spiritual beasts approaching, Jiang Cheng said loudly, everyone, I'm here to entangle this 5th-level spirit beast, and I'll leave the rest to you. Remember, your own life is the most important thing. After saying this, a handful appeared out of thin air in the palm of his hand. Tang Dao, who was all white, turned his head to Bai beside him and said, tangle this spiritual beast first, and then I will help you after I deal with the one in the sky. Can I understand that you are worried about my safety? Bai said boldly, smiling in front of everyone and not hiding his affection. It's up to you to interpret it. Jiang Cheng was used to Bai's teasing. He took out his clothes and battle armor and said to Lin Zhu, who was frowning beside him, this is a 3rd-level biological battle armor, made from the iron-clad dragon dolphin, has extremely high defense, and can also condense water columns to launch attacks, which fits well with your super water. After saying that, there was wind under my feet. Swish! He soared into the sky and headed straight for the red-eyed golden rock. Tisk, TSK, TSK. I really envy you for being able to get a gift from the master. I looked at Lin Ro and clicked her tongue twice, her hand squirming. In a blink of an eye, the left hand turned into a round shield, and the right hand turned into a spear. A little lower on your feet. Bang! A punch of sound barrier burst out from behind and rushed straight towards the 5th-level Yazen. And this time, seemingly seeing that humans had taken the initiative to attack, Yazen among the beasts took a deep breath. Moo! Waves of dragon roars sounded. Circles of sound waves were spit out from the bloody mouth, turning into shock waves, rolling up layers of sand and dust, and heading straight towards the people at Dawn Base like a tsunami. No, retreat to the city wall to defend. Father Yang felt the oncoming waves of sand and quickly retreated from the city wall. The other captains and members of the escort team also hurriedly pressed down to avoid the shock wave generated by the dragon's roar. Call. The hurricane passed over the city wall, roared over everyone's heads, and passed through the west city wall, flattening all the surrounding buildings to the ground. Only Bai, who faced the shock wave, immediately turned the shield in his left hand into a rectangle, thrust it hard towards the ground, knelt down on one knee to hold the shield. His long silver-white hair flowed back in the wind, and said with a smile on his lips, not bad, not bad. It is indeed a 5th-level spiritual beast, so it is interesting to hunt like this. Swish! The wind passed. Everyone returned to the city wall. The dragon's roar just now was like a charge call, and all the spirit beasts launched a charge after the dragon's roar fell. When Father Yang saw this, he shouted directly, "These beasts have already launched an attack on us. Come with me to fight." As soon as he finished speaking, Father Yang shouted, "Become a Buddha!" Zheng. The metal buzzed, and dazzling golden light bloomed all over Yang's body, and his figure began to rise at a terrifying speed. Not only that, his face was like a Buddha, without sadness or joy, and there were countless golden arms behind him, like the thousand-armed Guanyin. "War!" Father Yang shouted loudly, and his body of more than 5 meters jumped down from the city wall, holding the second-level Doomsday Tang sword in his hand, and rushed towards the wave of spiritual beasts. Behind him, although Lin Yu was missing a left leg, a group of icicles formed under his feet, dragging out a long ice mark as he slid. Lin Ro stepped onto the water and rose up, while Li Qingwan turned into a dazzling fire phoenix, roaring into the sky. Luo Fan is relatively simple. He is suspended in the air under the control of telekinesis. Except for these Dawn Guard captains, the rest of the guard members also rushed down the city wall and used their special powers. But rushing at the forefront of these people were more than 5,000 second-level Doomsday Warriors and more than 50 first-level Doomsday Warriors. They formed a metal army and turned into a sharp sword that penetrated into the center of the beast tide. At this moment, Shimen was not much better either. Although there were no 5th-level spirit beasts in the beast tide, at a glance, there were several 4th-level spirit beasts alone, and the number was not much less than that of the East Gate. "Brothers, let's charge!" July shouted, and the members guarding the Dawn and the Masked Day warriors all charged together. And above the sky, Jiang Cheng dragged the Tang sword and rushed towards the red-eyed golden rock at a very fast speed, until he was about 100 meters away, and shouted, "Triple Vajrabody!" Hard Qigong. The body suddenly swelled up with the surge of internal energy, and the muscles almost tore a fan. Under this body of muscles like ancient Greek statues, a layer of faint golden light flowed around the body surface. But just this was not enough. "Spirit explosion!" Jiang Cheng shouted again, and the body with golden light all over his body was immediately mixed with a faint red light, and a huge scorching airflow was released from his body, burning his clothes to ashes and blowing his hair upside down. After preparation, Jiang Cheng glanced at his own attributes. Strength 9,484.5 to 182,102.4. Agility 443.2 to 4,254.73. Spirit 760.7 to 7,302.72. That's enough. With the current triple diamond body strengthening my body, my spirit explosion state can last at least 10 minutes. Jiang Cheng said secretly, and began to secretly mobilize the true essence of Dantian to inject into the Tang sword. The third move of the 3 swords to destroy demons. Zheng. The 4th-level Doomsday Tang sword, which was like white marble, began to slowly extend its tip under the infusion of true essence. In almost half a second, it condensed into a long blade of more than 30 meters under the true essence. Jiang Cheng exerted force in his hand, and his right arm suddenly became muscular, and the giant blade slowly rose, stirring the surrounding wind and clouds, pointing directly to the sky, and then suddenly chopped off the head of the red-eyed golden rock. "Open it for me." Seeing a knife slashing at him, the red-eyed golden rock with golden red eyes showed a fierce look, opened its mouth and screamed sharply, and its claws were full of black light. Star Shatter Claw. He grabbed it straight towards Daomong. Moment. The black claws slapped on the white sword light, just grabbing it lightly. Crackling. The sword light was like broken glass, turning into white light spots and dispersing in the air. Jiang Cheng was stunned and looked in disbelief. It actually shattered the 3 demon-killing swords with 1 claw. It is worthy of being a 5th-level spiritual beast. As Jiang Cheng murmured, the pair of sharp claws quickly pushed closer after breaking through the sword light. Feeling the strong wind blowing against his face, Jiang Cheng went to full speed and quickly dodged backwards, only to be able to avoid it. And after this move, The spiritual birds behind the red-eyed golden rock all flapped their wings and screamed with mocking expressions on their faces, seemingly cheering that their king was better. After cheering, the red-eyed golden rock flew in front of the spiritual birds again, raised its head, and neighed. Suddenly, 6 fiery red spirit birds flew quickly from behind. Data eyes open. Name, Flaming Ibis. Race, Crested Ibis. Level 4 or above. Wisdom, 55. Strength, 160,000. Agility, 800. Spirit, 400. Skills, Wings of Fire, Feathers of Fire, Ashes of Fire. Comprehensive Combat Strength, 161,255. The strength of the other 5 is also almost the same as that of the Flaming Ibis, and their strength is at the level of the 4th level. Among the 6 flaming crested ibises, 1 flaming crested ibis was the first to bear the brunt. It spread its wings and countless feathers turned into flaming meteors, burning the sky red and shooting toward Jiang Cheng. Haha, you dare to be so arrogant even if you are just a 4th level person. Watch me kill you, Jiang Cheng sneered, flipping the Tang Dao in his hand, and a faint electric arc surrounded it. A flash of thunder. Swish! His body flashed and instantly turned into white lightning and went straight towards Huayu. Bang! Bang bang! Wherever the white lightning passed, the fire feathers collapsed in place, and the speed of the white lightning did not slow down, heading straight towards the flaming ibis. Gulong! The flame-crested ibis sensed the oncoming danger and was so frightened that he immediately wanted to turn around and flee. Unexpectedly, as soon as he turned around, the white lightning flashed directly from his neck. Puff! A blood arrow flew out from his neck. The flame-crested ibis shrieked and suddenly fell from the sky. When the remaining 5 flaming ibises saw this, they no longer came up individually, but swooped in all together. Their 5 long beaks opened, and gray sparks spewed out from their long beaks, covering Jiang Cheng's whole body. If you can't win, then fight in a group? Jiang Cheng narrowed his eyes. These beasts underestimate him. He raised the blade of the sword in front of him and shouted loudly. The golden body will not be broken. Moment. Dazzling golden light bloomed all over the body, and a thin layer of golden light shield protected Jiang Cheng, and the flames and ashes spitting on it were blocked without exception. 5 flames burned one after another for a minute, and the billowing black smoke almost enveloped a large area. These 5 flaming ibises all thought that the humans in front of them could no longer survive. Even their king, the red-eyed golden rock, thought that the humans in front of them would be burned to death, so they roared loudly. The 5 flaming ibises obeyed the command and dispersed the flames. The billowing black smoke also spread out in all directions after the flames stopped. At a glance, there was no one in the middle of the smoke. Seeing this, the red-eyed Jinping showed a human smile on his face. But the next moment, second form of the 3 demon-killing swords, subjugate the demon. Swish! A ray of white light split the black smoke and landed directly on the nearest flaming ibis. As expected, the flaming crested ibis was immediately split in half. The huge body of more than 50 meters shot out a large amount of blood, which turned into blood rain and sprinkled from the sky. The remaining 4 flaming ibises turned around in fear. His head flew back, fearing that he would die on the spot if he took 1 step slower. But Jiang Cheng couldn't let these guys escape. Tang Dao was raised again, and there was wind under his feet. The third form of the 3 swords to destroy demons. Puff, 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 puff. For more blood flowers exploded in the sky. In just 1 minute, all 6 flaming ibises on the 4th level were killed by Jiang Cheng. Shaking off the blood on the knife, Jiang Cheng pointed at the red-eyed Jinping and said loudly, "If you don't want to watch your men being killed by me one by one, you can do it yourself. They are not qualified to be my opponent yet." Listening to Jiang Cheng's provocation, the red-eyed Jinping's eyes gradually turned violet, and his wings bloomed with a huge black light. Wings of steel. Spreading its more than 300-meter-long wings, the 100-meter-long body turned into a black light and crashed towards Jiang Cheng. Seeing the other party approaching, Jiang Cheng put the 4th-level Tang Dao back into the space ring. He knew that the 3 demon-killing swords alone were not enough to fight against the 5th-level red-eyed golden rock in front of him. He spread his arms, made fists with both hands, and bulged his muscles. Until the opponent reached him, Jiang Cheng raised his fist and struck. Fourth heavenly demon fist. Between the electric light and flint, the black fist shadow shot out at the incoming black light. This punch has a force of more than 140,000 tons. The red-eyed Jinping looked at the black fist figure that hit him. He had no intention of retreating and directly bumped into it. Bang! A huge sound barrier exploded with a punch, turning into a shock wave that whipped up strong winds and blew in all directions. Wherever the strong wind passed, the spiritual bird behind him, whose strength was lower than the third level, became unstable and fell directly from the air. The person above the third level turned around and barely stabilized in the air. With one move, Jiang Cheng retreated 1,000 meters before he could stabilize his body. On the other hand, the red-eyed golden pung only retreated 100 meters before he could stabilize his body. As expected of a spirit beast below the 5th level, it takes strength to fight. Come again. Jiang Cheng shook his numb arms, climbed up again, and shouted, 5th layer heavenly demon fist. Bang! This time, a huge fist shadow condensed directly behind him and crashed into the red-eyed golden pung. The opponent was still unwilling to be outdone, flapped his wings a few times to stabilize his body, and then flapped his wings. The speed of the big rock. Bang! The strong airflow spread out, and the red-eyed golden pung disappeared instantly. If it weren't for Jiang Cheng's agility attribute reaching more than 4,000 under the increase of the spirit explosion, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to find the trajectory of this guy's movement. It should be said that its speed is indeed fast, so fast that no one below the same level of spirit beasts can resist it. Jiang Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly and tried his best to observe the movements in the air around him. Suddenly, a black light came from behind. Jiang Cheng noticed it immediately, turned around and glared, and a blue transparent, flying needle flew out directly from his forehead. Spiritual force flying needle. Whoosh! As the spiritual force flying needle shot out, the black light obviously slowed down, and the figure of the red-eyed golden pung in the air immediately appeared. Good opportunity. While the other party was in a trance, Jiang Cheng raised his palm, and at the same time, a giant palm phantom slowly rose from behind him. Great destruction palm. Raised his hand and waved his palm. The giant palm phantom broke through the clouds and fell towards the head of the red-eyed golden pung as Jiang Cheng waved his palm. Bang! A palm fell. Crack! It seemed that the sound of a skull exploding was heard. A streak of blood burst out from the red-eyed golden rock's head, and its eyes, which had been in a trance, came back to their senses because of its near-death experience. It uttered a wail, and then flapped its wings, flashing black light. Wanna run? Seeing that the other party was about to escape, Jiang Cheng immediately increased his speed to the extreme. Thunderbolt flashed. Although he did not have a Tang sword, he still turned into white lightning, and electric arcs appeared under his feet. In an instant, he caught up with the red-eyed golden rock, then stood on the back of its head and raised his fist to hit it. 5th heavenly demon fist. The shadow of the fist fell. The head of the red-eyed Jinping exploded into a ball of blood mist. Jiang Cheng stepped forward and kicked his body down. Mumble. Seeing that their king was killed, the remaining spiritual birds became furious and rushed over one after another, taking advantage of the overwhelming number of birds. Seeing the remaining tens of thousands of spirit birds attacking, Jiang Cheng was not afraid. He grabbed hold of the air with his right hand, and a snow-colored Tang Dao appeared in his palm. His left hand held a bottle of spiritual water and drank it in a big gulp. Feeling the true energy gradually recovering in his body, Jiang Cheng flicked the empty bottle and let the water stains slide down from the corner of his mouth. He said with fighting spirit, "Come on, let me fight to the fullest today." As Jiang Cheng killed the 5th-level red-eyed golden rock from above, and the huge body fell from the sky, causing the ground to shake repeatedly, everyone in dawn on the ground burst into cheers. Jiang Cheng's killing of level 5 was undoubtedly a huge encouragement to them. A mere 5th-level person was killed by our leader. For a moment, the members of the Dawn Guard shouted angrily at the captains, and there was no longer any fear in their eyes, but instead burned with flames. "Brothers, the leader has killed the 5th-level spiritual beast. We can't be left behind. Kill him. Chi Yu's whole body was boiling with flames, and she said excitedly, "Long live the leader, kill him." The team members immediately launched a charge. And at the east gate, Bai has already arrived in front of the 5th-level spiritual beast Yazui. She raised the 3-meter silver-white spear and approached Yazin step by step. At the same time, Yintao opened her mouth slightly and said with a smile, "Oh, Master is so fast, he doesn't wait for me at all." Having said this, he pointed his spear at Yazin and said, "Big guy, please die quickly, otherwise I will be very embarrassed." The words fell. The bare feet are a bit bare. There are huge cracks in the ground. The body turned into a stream of silver light and pierced towards Yazin. "Haha, you ignorant human beings still want to kill me?" Although Yahtzee's mouth did not open, a deep voice did indeed sound around him. Then, it opened its mouth. The bronze sword flew up from his mouth and floated in front of him. A loud shout, "Shanchuan sword!" Swish! Cyan lightning flashed around the giant bronze sword, and then the surrounding spiritual energy continued to gather towards the Shanchuan sword, until it condensed into a sword light that was more than 100 feet long, and was swung down by Yasui's thoughts with a momentum that shattered the world. Mountain sword. Not good. Bai watched the sword light of the ancient bronze sword fall, and the smile on his originally playful and beautiful face faded, turning into an extremely serious one. If this sword light is really allowed to fall, then the Dawn base members behind them and the base walls will suffer. He quickly stopped the attack, melted the spear, folded his hands, and turned into a giant shield of tens of meters, blocking the sword light and facing the sword light in one move. The next moment, zheng, metal buzzed. The Shanchuan sword fell on Bai's large metal shield, and the huge force forced Bai's leg behind the shield to bend, and he half knelt on the ground, and his knees smashed the cement on the ground. This beast's strength is so strong. Bai clenched his teeth and resisted with all his strength. It wasn't until his body sank another half-meter that the power of the Shanchuan sword was dissipated. The ancient bronze sword withdrew its light, flew around in an idling circle, and then floated again above Yazin's head. Looking at it again, there was a deep concave sword mark on the metal shield condensed by the hands, which almost broke the half-meter thick metal shield. Zila, feeling the big shield loosen, Bai stood up again. However, her knees and the top of the big shield were all exposed with metal color, and bursts of white smoke came out, but they healed immediately the moment she stood up. Reduction. Put away the big shield. Bai waved his palm, changed his previous playfulness, and said with a sneer on his pretty face, "I have to say, you just pissed me off." After saying that, he strode forward, and then the speed became faster and faster, and finally disappeared and appeared on top of Yazin's head instantly. His right hand squirmed and turned into a metal battle axe. The air vibrated and fell with a swish. At the moment when the giant axe was about to hit his head, Yazin suddenly dodged back, and the ancient bronze sword slashed down with the giant axe. Clank, clank. After several battles, sparks flew, but the two sides could not help each other and fell into a stalemate. And at the same time, East Gate Battlefield. The second-level Doomsday Warriors are like killing machines. All ordinary spirit beasts or first-level spirit beasts that rush in front of them can be killed with one strike. Only the spiritual beasts above the second level and the second-level Doomsday Warriors cannot win with one blow, can keep struggling with it. Except for the level 2 Doomsday Warrior. In the Dawnguard, Father Yang was the first to bear the brunt. He raised the second-level Doomsday Tang sword and slashed it down. Second form of the 3 demon-killing swords, subjugate the demon. The sword light fell, and a second-level medium spirit beast was split into 2 halves. Then another spirit beast came forward from behind. Father Yang didn't even look at it, and struck out behind him with one hand. Demon-suppressing fist. Zheng. Golden light bloomed, and the spirit beast was beaten and flew backwards. Just as Father Yang was shining, the other captains of the escort team were not to be outdone. Lin Yi used ice as his feet, like a god of ice. Where he was, the ground around him was covered with ice half a meter thick and 10 meters in diameter. Earth ice spike. With a single hand raised, the ice layer on the ground spread out in all directions, and countless ice spikes suddenly pierced out from the ice layer. If you are not careful, The spirit beast that stepped on it will be pierced and hung on the ice spikes. From a distance, the ice spikes are dotted with blood red, and countless spirit beast corpses are hanging, which has a kind of desolate beauty. Lin Ro is much more direct than Lin Yi. Water blade tornado. Swish. The water vapor within a radius of 3 kilometers was directly gathered together by Lin Ro, turning into a water tornado, which rotated rapidly like a meat grinder, and wherever it passed, broken limbs flew up. Li Qingwan is much gentler than Lin Ro. She spewed out a light golden flame with a temperature of thousands. Any spirit beast that was touched by it would be burned to charcoal before it could even scream. Luo Fan was even simpler. Repulsion. Double repulsion. Spiral telekinesis wave. With a wave of his hand, a spirit beast was taken away. Just when everyone was fighting fiercely. Roar. A giant tiger with black stripes and silver eyes jumped into the field and roared at everyone. At the same time, golden energy balls kept gathering in its mouth. Not good. Everyone disperse. Seeing this, Father Yang shouted hurriedly. Everyone dispersed one after another. Lin Ro was worried and said, "Father, what about you?" "Don't worry, the old man has a lot of ways." Father Yang smiled and turned his head to look at the tiger in front of him with boiling fighting spirit. Previously, he was beaten miserably by the silver mooing Tiger King. If it hadn't appeared in vain, he would probably have died. Now that his strength has increased and he is facing a silver mooing Tiger King again, how can he not be excited? Moreover, this silver mooing Tiger King is larger than the one he encountered before, with a full 15 meters long and a stronger momentum. "Come, let me see how powerful you are." Old Man Yang clenched his fists, crossed his arms, and shouted, "Hard Qigong." Bang! A golden airflow burst out from the old man's body, and his height, which was originally more than 5 meters, surged to 10 meters again. At first glance, he was more magnificent than the golden Buddha statue in the temple. And the next moment, bang! Tiger Roar Energy Cannon. The Silver Mu Tiger King finished charging, and a golden energy ball in his mouth dragged a long gully on the ground, rushing over. Just in time, Old Man Yang crossed his arms, letting the strong wind blow on his face, and shouted fearlessly, "The thousand-handed golden body of Buddha." Moment. 1,000 arms seemed to appear behind Father Yang, and they overlapped in front of him to form a large golden shield, wrapping him tightly. And the next second, the tiger's roaring energy cannon arrived instantly and hit the golden shield. For a moment, Father Yang's pressure doubled. The golden arms in front of him made a sizzling and melting sound under the high temperature of the tiger roar energy cannon. There was a burning pain in both arms, and his feet were dragged backward on the ground. "Make 2 long ravines." "Ha! Stop it, old man." Father Yang grinned widely, stepped forward with his right foot, and after retreating more than 30 meters, stabilized his body. He didn't care at all about the burning pain in his hands. On the contrary, he felt extremely happy. Compared to the last time when he felt powerless when faced with the roaring energy cannon, he was now able to block it. This change made him even more grateful for Jiang Cheng's gift. "Get out of my way." Stabilizing his body, Father Yang shouted loudly again, his countless arm muscles bulging high, and he pushed forward with force. Bang! The extremely destructive tiger roaring energy cannon forced Dad to push it back. Looking at the golden shield composed of thousands of hands, it also paid an extremely heavy price. The large shield was sunken downwards, and there was faint red-hot metal inside. "Disperse." Father Yang shouted softly again, and those thousands of hands disappeared out of thin air. Then he stared straight at the silver-eyed Tiger King, a third-level spiritual beast in front of him, and laughed. "Beast, use whatever means you have. Roar." Seeing that his move was blocked, the Silver Mu Tiger King looked up to the sky and let out a deafening roar. Then he looked at the human in front of him, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his body slowly crawled down to accumulate strength, and then he jumped up, with both claws carrying light golden light. "Well done." Father Yang was unafraid and full of fighting spirit. He murmured to himself, "Let me try the power of the martial arts given to me by Mr. Jiang. Bend your legs slightly, squat into a horse stance, make fists with your hands, and bend your arms to accumulate strength." At this moment, A dazzling dark light shone on the fist that was glowing with golden light. It looked like a Buddha or a demon, and it also looked like the angry glare of King Kong. First level of Heavenly Demon Fist. With a loud roar, Father Yang punched him and collided with the tiger's claws. As expected of the Silver Mu Tiger King at the third level, he is really strong and interesting. With just one punch, Yang's father felt his fist numb, and the force was crushed by the opponent in an instant. However, he did not feel angry. Instead, he laughed excitedly and punched up with his other arm. Second level Heavenly Demon Fist. Boom. This punch actually stopped the retreating trend and was on par with the claw strike of Silver Mu Tiger King. Father Yang immediately closed his fist and punched. 3 levels of Heavenly Demon Fist. Under this punch, Silver Mu Tiger King looked horrified, and Nuoda's body was directly hit and took a few steps back. When Father Yang saw this, he laughed loudly, pursued the victory, and raised his fist to hit again. 4th level Heavenly Demon Fist. In an instant, Nuoda's black fist shadow formed on the right side and hit him like a broken bamboo. Bang! This punch hit Silver Mu Tiger King directly on the left side of his face. Silver Mu Tiger King screamed and flew backwards. It's not over yet. Come again. Father Yang lowered his body and kicked hard with his feet. Bang! The ground beneath his feet cracked like a spider web, and he turned into a golden shadow and flew out, and instantly appeared in front of the Silver Mu Tiger King. He raised his fist and struck with all his strength. Beast, punch me. 5 levels of Heavenly Demon Fist. The giant black fist floated into the air again, and as the father waved his arm, he punched down, hitting the Silver Mu Tiger King's head. Bang! A circle of energy spread out. Silver Mo Tiger King let out a wail, and his huge body was smashed directly into the ground. The ground suddenly collapsed, gravel flew, and a depression with a diameter of 10 meters appeared in the center. Call! Father Yang stopped his momentum, breathed a long sigh of relief, and looked at the Silver Mu Tiger King in the pothole again. His silver eyes, which were as big as copper bells, turned up. Besides the broken bones on his head, there was also an inward depression the size of a fist. There was a hole in the hole, and the body was motionless, as if it had lost its vitality. Looking at the dead Silver Mu Tiger King in front of him, Father Yang did not show any sympathy. Instead, he directly drew out the second-level Doomsday Tang sword and stabbed it along his lower abdomen. After breaking through the tiger's skin, Father Yang pushed the handle of the knife with his arms and slit it. Tear. The belly of Silver Mu Tiger King was immediately opened, revealing a red crystal the size of a goose egg. After picking up the crystal and putting it into the space ring, Father Yang took out another bottle of spirit pond water to replenish his physical strength, and then drew his knife and rushed towards the group of spirit beasts. This battle has just begun. At a glance, surrounded by city walls, on top of the Dawn Doomsday base in the center, the energy bar of the first-level base charging cannon has been charged to 85%. The first level, second level, and third level anti-aircraft guns on the side fired wildly into the sky. There are also Doomsday rockets equipped on the city walls that are constantly firing rockets at the spiritual beasts at the front. However, a group of spirit beasts were bombarded and killed, but the spirit beasts behind them came immediately one after another and were shot again, wave after wave, as if they could never be killed. The corpses almost piled up into a hill, and the blood was even more. It dyed all the surrounding ground red, and the scene was so spectacular. At the same time, the spirit beast tide is at the center. There is a vacuum zone with a radius of 500 meters. Within the vacuum zone, bursts of gas explosions sounded in the air, but looking around, one could only feel the vibrations from the air and could not catch any traces. Until a bang. A silver-white figure appeared out of thin air in the air, then retreated and landed. Human, you are not my opponent with your strength. I advise you to surrender as soon as possible. The figure of Yizi, which was as big as a hill, stood in place, looking down at the silver figure in front of him with a condescending attitude, and said lightly with his eyes as big as lanterns. Haha, who will win or lose is still unknown, and we have to fight to the end to know. I sneered, and the light figure jumped up from the ground, put his palms together, and instantly turned into a silver giant, sword more than 10 meters long, slashing from top to bottom. Don't overestimate your own ability. Yazi glanced at the long sword coming over, and with a thought, the bronze sword of mountains and rivers suspended above his head immediately met it. Clang, clang. During the fight, the ear-piercing metal collision sounded one after another. However, as a level 5 Doomsday warrior who had merged with the fire of life, Bai's physical strength was much greater than that of ordinary carbon-based life. It can be said that as long as she wanted, her physical strength was unlimited. Haha, let's see if I am overestimating myself. Bai sneered. Using the mountain and river sword requires a lot of spiritual energy or mental power, and as a pure physical attack, it depends on how long this Jiaozi can last. On the other hand, Jiaozi looked at Bai, who collided with the bronze sword without losing the wind, and glanced at the spirit beasts that kept falling around him, his eyes flashing red, and fell into deep thought. And at this moment, above the sky, Jiang Cheng turned into a white lightning and kept shuttling among the spirit birds. Wherever he passed, several spirit birds would fall. In just 1 hour, with the blessing of anti-aircraft guns, the original tens of thousands of spirit birds were reduced to less than 10,000. Whoosh! After killing a second-level spirit bird, Jiang Cheng floated in the air. No, it's too slow to kill like this. I have to hurry up. This also proves the weakness of my martial arts. My one-on-one ability is okay, but my group attack is a little insufficient. But I can test the ability of the second-level creation. Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up when he thought of this. He immediately put the 4th-level Tang sword back into the space ring and raised it with one hand. Fire! Bang! The next moment, a flame rose in his palm, and this flame was different from the dim yellow flame at the first level before. The flame core was fiery red. Looking closely, the air near the outer flame of the flame was burned and distorted. Just one flame is not enough. Jiang Cheng's mind moved, and the second, third, and fourth flames appeared in an instant. Half a minute later, 100 flames were suspended around him, which was the maximum number of flames he could control so far. Looking at the group of spiritual birds in the air in front of him, Jiang Cheng smiled with fine beads of sweat on his forehead and said, "Let me see how powerful this flame is. Go." After the words fell, 100 flames flew out slowly as Jiang Cheng waved his right hand. The group of spiritual birds looked at the dense fist-sized red flames flying towards them with disdain on their faces. Just a firefly, what can they do? It's just a matter of one wing. Watching, a spiritual bird with a wingspan of 5 meters flew out from the group of spiritual birds, flapped its wings, flew directly in front of the flame, and flapped its wings at the flame. Whoosh! Instant! A strong wind blew out, blowing the flames to sway constantly. Seeing the change in the flames, the other spiritual birds all made a cackle, obviously mocking, and the spiritual bird as the initiator also laughed. But what it didn't notice was that although the flame was swaying, it did not go out in the strong wind. Instead, it slowly flew over when the spiritual bird was careless, and then hit the wings of the spiritual bird. Instant! Bang! The feathers of the spiritual bird were instantly ignited by the flames, and the flames spread all over its body at a very fast speed in the sky with the help of the wind. Quack! Burned by the flames, the spiritual bird screamed, then frantically flapped its wings, flipped in midair, turned around, and accelerated towards the flock of spiritual birds, trying to blow out the flames in this way. Unfortunately, it was too naive. Not only did it not blow out the flames, but it turned into a firebird and plunged into the flock of birds, setting its companions on fire one after another. So, a strange scene appeared. Flames continued to burst out in the flock of birds. In a short period of time, hundreds of spiritual birds were burned by the flames and fell from the clouds. Seeing this strange flame, the high-level spiritual bird with a slightly higher IQ immediately let out a long cry. Under this command, the other low-level spiritual birds immediately scattered and avoided the flames suspended in the air. Haha, do you think it's okay to avoid it like this? Beasts are still beasts after all. Jiang Cheng shook his head and laughed, raised his right hand slightly, and hooked his hand. Instantly, swish! The rest of the slowly floating flames suddenly accelerated and shot towards the surrounding flocks of birds. Bang, bang, bang. At one time, nearly 100 spirit birds were hit by the flames and then fell from the clouds. However, some high-level spirit birds grabbed the flames as soon as they got close to them. In an instant, the flames were scattered. Jiang Cheng sighed again and again. Although this flame has a strong group attack ability, it still doesn't have much effect against spirit birds above the second level. Just as he was playing, on the ground, with a thoughtful look on his face, Yizi looked at the flames passing in front of him, and suddenly his face was startled. He looked up at the sky in the direction where the flames fell, as if he thought of something, and his calm face turned angry. Damn humans, if this goes on, my spirit beast army will be slaughtered sooner or later. No, it can't go on like this. The highest combat power of this group of humans must be eliminated. Thinking in his heart, Yizi also put away the idea of playing with Bai. The red eyes flickered, staring at the white metal figure on the ground that was constantly killing spirit beasts, and the eyes suddenly widened. A circle of ripples flew out from in front of it, and then spread out in all directions. Dragon power. Wherever the ripples passed, the Doomsday Warriors who were fighting suddenly stagnated, and the spirit beasts fighting with them saw this, and took the opportunity to bite them. In a flash, hundreds of level 2 Doomsday Warriors were bitten into pieces by the spirit beasts. Even Bai, who was fighting with the bronze sword in the air, was slightly stagnant, but soon returned to normal. But it was only this short pause of less than a second, and the bronze ancient sword chopped down directly from her left arm. Puff! An arm was thrown high up, and then gradually faded in the air and turned into a metallic color. Feeling the empty left arm, Bai's beautiful face was annoyed, and she waved her hand to split the bronze sword that was attacking here, then dodged to catch the broken arm, and then sent it to the broken part of her left arm. It was amazing that the broken arm was just connected to the broken part, and the broken part immediately turned into liquid and reconnected. In the blink of an eye, the left arm was intact. Then, Bai stepped forward again and chopped directly at the head of Yizi. Unfortunately, he was blocked by the bronze sword just when he got there. On the other hand, Yizi did not even look at Bai who was attacking him, but instead looked at the fallen metal warrior in front of him and pondered slightly. No, it's not enough. There are still too many of these guys. Thinking of this, Yizi opened his eyes again. Dragon power was activated. A circle of ripples spread out, covering the entire battlefield at a very fast speed, and wherever it passed, the second-level Doomsday Warriors paused again. Not only the Doomsday Warriors, but also the members of the Dawn Guard who were slightly weaker in strength were dazzled. Be careful. With a warning, a man covered in metal appeared in front of Wang Man, which made her slightly stunned, and then she saw this man blasting a spirit beast to the ground. Then, this man supported her, but his eyes were alert to the surroundings, and he said without even looking, "Are you okay?" This made Wang Man stunned again. She knew this man, because in addition to going out to perform tasks, the members of the Dawn Guard usually guarded the gate of the base or patrolled in shifts in the base. What's more, this man joined the Dawn Guard at the same time as her, and before the hunting competition, this man also attracted her attention. However, although they knew each other, they had few intersections. Wang Man shook her head and said to Xin Fu, "Thank you. I'm fine. I just felt a little dizzy just now. Maybe because we fought for too long." Dizzy. Xin Fu quickly caught a key word. His eyebrows twisted into a shape, thought for a while, and said, "Maybe it's not because of the long battle." "What is the reason?" Wang Man said puzzledly. "It's not clear now, but it's definitely not because of the long battle, because I also had a short dizziness just now." Xin Fu said seriously, "Next, we may have to be careful." "Okay, but can you let go of my arm? I'm fine now," Wang Man reminded. "Sorry." Xin Fu was so busy that he let go of his hand, and then reminded, "The battlefield changes rapidly. You be careful." After that, he rushed out like escaping. Looking at Xin Fu, who was suddenly abandoned, Wang Man suddenly chuckled and laughed. Just now she clearly saw that Xin Fu's face was flushed when he turned around. He should be a little virgin. She looked at Xin Fu with interest and murmured, "He can be teased." After that, she gathered her strength and bowed, with her charming waist raised high and a long black tail on her buttocks standing up. Meow. She let out a cat cry and waved her claws towards a spirit beast. In addition to Shen Fu's side episode, Yang Yang and the captains of the escort team also noticed something was wrong. Like Shen Fu, They all felt that their body movements were stagnant, but it was not as severe as those of the first-order team members. What exactly is going on? Father Yang swung his knife and split open a charging spiritual beast, his brows furrowed. He secretly circulated the true energy in his body and found that there was nothing strange about his body. There's nothing wrong with your health. Could it be? Father Yang murmured. Looking around, he saw that the legion of doomsday warriors that was supposed to be victorious had fallen in large numbers, numbering in the thousands at least. No, this is very wrong. It must be some spiritual beast secretly causing trouble. Muttering to himself, Father Yang didn't understand the reason, but this strange thing was enough to make him alert. So he said to the micro-communicator, "Attention all captains, if there is dizziness or movement blockage, report it immediately." Dizziness? I just got dizzy. July's voice immediately sounded in the headset. Me too. I showed up too. I showed up twice. The other captains immediately reported their situations. Father Yang frowned and said, "It seems that this is not an exception. Captain, are you too?" Chi couldn't help but ask. "Well, I also had symptoms of dizziness just now." Father Yang nodded, and then immediately said, "You should be careful next time. It is best to stay together and have someone to take care of you." After saying that, Father Yang immediately contacted Jiang Cheng. "Boy Jiang, there is trouble. All team members are suffering from dizziness, and a large number of second-level doomsday warriors have been damaged. It should be the ability of some kind of spiritual beast." Jiang Cheng, who was currently fighting in the sky, frowned and couldn't help but ask, "Is it temporary or continuous?" "Temporary. It happened twice in a row." Yang said, "Well, I understand. Just hold on for a moment. Once I finish off the guy in the sky, I'll come back with help immediately." After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, he lowered his head and looked at the ground. If, as the old man said, a large number of second-level doomsday warriors were destroyed, especially on the East Gate battlefield, almost all the first-level doomsday warriors on the East Gate battlefield were destroyed, which made Jiang Cheng's face darken. It seems to be a mental attack. Otherwise, it would be impossible for such a large number of doomsday soldiers to be damaged. Thinking about it, Jiang Cheng looked up at the thousands of spirit birds left in the sky. His eyes became sharp, and he murmured, "It seems that we have to deal with you as soon as possible." After saying that, he shouted softly, "Linkai!" Bang! A violent breath was released from his body, and the surface of his skin turned red. A large amount of white steam rose from the surface of his skin, and the air around him was distorted. Then, he raised his right arm, and the shadow of a palm gradually condensed in the sky above him, and the cloud tides surged around the palm. Soon, the phantom of the palm was condensed. The right arm waved down. Great destruction palm. Bang! 100-meter giant palm fell from a high altitude and locked onto a group of spiritual birds in front of him. As if feeling the power of the great destruction palm, all the spiritual birds in the sky looked panicked and wanted to escape. But with the chi machine locked by the great destruction palm, how could it be possible to escape easily? In the blink of an eye, the great destruction palm fell and slapped hundreds of spiritual birds. For a time, the number of spiritual birds decreased visibly, and nearly one-third of the real energy in Jiang Cheng's dantian was consumed. This was only after he was promoted to xiantian, which reduced a lot of consumption. Feeling that less than one-half of his true energy was left in his dantian, Jiang Cheng couldn't laugh or cry. This move really consumes a lot of money. But the current situation is urgent, and there is no need to worry about what is consumed or not. Not to mention that after the innate, the world will automatically pour in spiritual energy to replenish it. However, Jiang Cheng felt that this speed was too slow, so he directly took out a mysterious jade pill from the space ring and swallowed it in his mouth. He also took out 2 bottles of spirit pond water and drank it in large gulps. Just a few minutes. Under the automatic operation of Shan Yuan Gong, Xuan Yu Dan and Ling Shui were immediately transformed into true energy, filling the dantian again. Feeling the abundant real energy in his body, Jiang Cheng smiled and continued to raise his hand. Great destruction palm. At the same time, ground. Within the base, due to the influence of Long Wei, many survivors fell into coma. Even Zhang Yi could not stand steadily. With the operation of Xinyuan Gong in her body, She immediately stabilized her body and then said to the microcommunicator, Jiang Cheng, there are a lot of unexplained dizziness symptoms in the base, and it is suspected that they are suffering from some kind of mental attack. Well, I already understand the situation. Please stabilize the order of the survivors in the base. This may be the ability of a certain spiritual beast. I'm still investigating, so don't worry about it for the time being. Jiang Cheng's voice rang out from the contact. Okay, Zhang Ye nodded, and then said to Zhou Sheng, who was still in a daze beside him, Captain Zhou, you are temporarily responsible for the order of the survivors. I have to leave for a few minutes beforehand. No problem, Commander, Zhou Sheng responded. Zhang Ye nodded, and then ran quickly towards the base. Such large-scale dizziness symptoms, I wonder if her daughter in the base was affected. At this time, inside the base, Gu Tuanshuan stood on the balcony, looking at the people in Shuguang who were fighting fiercely outside, holding their little hands together and praying silently. Bless Uncle Tuanshuan to defeat the nasty monster. The words just fell. A woman's anxious voice came immediately. Tuan 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 tuan. Mother! Gu Tuanshuan turned his head and shouted after hearing the sound. Within sight, a woman rushed over, held her in her arms and touched her again and again. Tuan tuan, tell your mother, are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Gu Tuanshuan's big eyes flashed with confusion and he said, Mom, Tuanshuan is not feeling uncomfortable. Do you feel dizzy? Don't lie to your mother. Zhang Ye said seriously, holding Tuanshuan's shoulders with both hands. Gu Tuanshuan shook his head. Only then did Zhang Ye feel relieved. It seems that Dawn Base can block this spiritual attack. Thinking of this, Zhang Ye told Tuan Tuan seriously, remember, you cannot leave the base until your mother and uncles and aunts come back. Tuanshuan understands. Gu Tuanshuan said obediently, my family is so well behaved. Zhang Ye rubbed her daughter's head and then hurried downstairs, seeing a big question mark on Gu Tuanshuan's face. What's wrong with Mom? Do you miss your uncle? Recently, my mother keeps chanting my uncle's name at night, making everyone unable to sleep. Gu Tuanshuan looked at Zhang Ye, who left in a hurry, and rubbed his worried little head. At the same time, outside the base, Yazin glanced around and looked at the half-killed second-level Doomsday Warriors, showing a satisfied look. But the number of remaining second-level Doomsday Warriors is still huge, and most of them have to be reduced. Of course, there are also this group of human warriors. Then it opened its eyes again. Long way. A circle of ripples rippled out from in front of his eyes, and the main target was directed at the Dawn Guards in the East Gate Theater. Watching the opponent's skills activate, Bai's face showed chills while he was fighting the Shanchuan bronze sword, and he gritted his teeth. Damn it! The ripples swept forward at an extremely terrifying speed. Wherever they passed, the second-level Doomsday Warriors trembled and their movements immediately stiffened. He was about to rush to the East Gate. Get out of my way! Bai yelled angrily, swung the ancient bronze sword of mountains and rivers away with a sword, turned around, and quickly headed towards the East Gate of Dawn Base. But it was already too late. Just then, suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the East Gate Dawn Guards and let out a loud shout. Psychic Flying Sword. A blue, transparent flying sword invisible to the naked eye shot out from his forehead and flew towards the ripples. Buzz. At the moment of impact, an invisible pattern rippled in the air. Everyone, including all the spirit beasts on the battlefield, showed pain on their faces, and even those with less strength were bleeding directly from their 7 orifices. This mental power flying sword is really useless. Jiang Cheng rubbed his tingling temples and looked helplessly at the battlefield in front of him. In any case, he had finally caught up. While speaking, a large number of dead birds fell from the sky. Spirit returned. Jiang Cheng gave another soft drink, and the surrounding spiritual energy poured into his body from all around like a storm. For a moment, Jiang Cheng felt a coolness in his brain, and the tingling sensation just now disappeared without a trace. After regaining his condition, Jiang Cheng looked at Bai, who was coming over, and said with a smile, How strong is this Yazin? Snort. Like a little girl, Bai Wan turned her face to the side and snorted. I clearly agreed that the 5th-level spiritual beast who was going to kill the sky would come over and help me. Haha, didn't I come here to help you? Jiang Cheng laughed. He did talk about helping before, but because there were a lot of 4th-level spiritual beasts in the sky and they posed a big threat to the base, He simply killed them all. After saying that, Jiang Cheng's eyes widened. He raised the 4th level Tang Dao in his hand and said in a deep voice, "Okay, no more nonsense, get ready." Snort. After listening to Jiang Cheng's words, Bai lightly snorted and stopped pursuing it. He turned around and looked at Yazin, who was 1 kilometer behind him, and said seriously, "This guy's combat power is very strong, and his strength is at least the 5th level. Especially if you want to pay attention to the bronze sword hanging on its head. It has high toughness and is controlled by thoughts. It can absorb the surrounding spiritual energy and turn it into a 100-meter giant sword. Well, I understand. Leave this ancient bronze sword to me to deal with. You can find an opportunity to make a surprise attack. No problem." The two finished talking. "I went first." Jiang Cheng dropped a sentence. Linkat. With a bang, a stream of air exploded all over the body, turning into an afterimage and shooting out. Almost in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the ancient bronze sword of mountains and rivers, raised the 4th level Tang sword, and shouted, "The 3rd sword of the 3 demon-destroying swords. The 2nd form, defeat the devil." In an instant, the Tang Dao condensed a blade of tens of meters and slashed horizontally at the ancient bronze sword. A mere human being. There was no wave in Gu Jing's eyes, and he controlled the Shanchuan sword to greet him. Zheng. The swords collided, and the sound of metal clanging rippled out. For a moment, Jiang Cheng felt his wrist go numb and his body flew backwards. Boom. He dragged a dent into the ground 100 meters away, and his body was in a backward posture, falling upside down on the ground. His body was broken in many places, and his hands and feet were irregularly twisted. But soon, the hands and feet that had been twisted into weird angles began to automatically rotate and reset, and the other fractures in the body also began to heal automatically. Less than 10 seconds. The injury that had just been considered a serious injury healed immediately. That's so much strength. If it had been anyone else, they would have died. Bah! Jiang Cheng sighed, straightened his waist, and pulled it out of the pit. He stood firm, spit out the gravel in his mouth, patted the dust on his body, raised the blade up again, and shouted, "Hard Qigong." Bang bang. The muscles all over his body expanded rapidly as if they were trembling, and in an instant, he transformed into a strong man over 2 meters tall. But it's not over yet. Jiang Cheng shouted again, "Triple Vajrabody." Immediately, true energy filled his body, and the skin on his body glowed with a faint golden glow. His physical strength instantly increased threefold. He continued to shout, "Spiritual explosion." Bang! The scorching air waves were released from the body, and his body surface began to emit a large amount of white steam, and the skin around him also turned pink. If you look closely, you can see that the surface of the skin is constantly cracking, and extremely fine blood is flowing out. However, it quickly healed under the recovery of the 2nd-order superspeed regeneration. This way, the power should be enough. Feeling the surging power in his body, Jiang Cheng grinned and muttered to himself, then raised the Tang Dao again and shouted loudly, "The 3rd form of the 3 swords to destroy demons, destroy demons." Crack! The moment he finished speaking, a circle of white electric arc wrapped around the blade of the 4th-order Tang Dao, and the true energy in Jiang Cheng's dantian continued to pour into the Tang Dao like a torrential river. Bang! The Tang Dao blade emitted white light, and the tip began to extend. 10 meters. 20 meters. 50 meters. 60 meters. 68 meters. It extended to a full 68 meters before Tang Dao stopped. Jiang Cheng dragged Tang Dao forward and took a big step forward. Boom! The ground was dented and cracked, and stones were spattered around. A bolt of white lightning immediately struck towards the Shanchuan bronze sword. Come again. Oh! Seeing Jiang Cheng rushing over, Yazi's pupils shrank slightly, and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. It didn't expect that this human was so powerful. Unfortunately, this alone couldn't stop it. Yazi stared at Jiang Cheng, who was rushing over, and his mind moved. The Shanchuan bronze sword rose up as he thought. Cut! Yazi said inwardly, and the Shanchuan sword slashed at the white lightning. Come on! Jiang Cheng looked at the Shanchuan bronze sword slashing at him, not afraid at all. He attached the handle of the Tang sword with his left hand, twisted his waist, and dragged the 68-meter fourth-level Tang sword and slashed it diagonally. Bang! In an instant, sparks burst. The air waves released by the collision of the swords rushed in all directions. Swish! Suddenly, the strong wind was lifted, and the surrounding buildings kept collapsing. There was also a tree as thick as a person, which was blown up by the roots. The wind blew for 10 seconds before it stopped. Looking around, the Shanchuan bronze sword was swept away, while Jiang Cheng stood there intact. With this knife, he had a slight advantage. Is this the strength of a fifth-level spiritual beast? It is much stronger than that big bird. Jiang Cheng rubbed his numb wrist. To be honest, the impact force of this move was nearly 70,000 tons, which made his bones ache. Moreover, such a powerful move only swept the bronze ancient sword away, and there was no trace left on the sword body, which was enough to show the toughness of the ancient sword and the terrifying strength of this Jiaozi. Human, your move just now was good, but if you want to defeat me with such strength, it is far from enough. Jiaozi smiled with a pair of lantern-sized eyes half closed, and said, but the move you used to sweep away my dragon power was good before. Really? Jiang Cheng didn't believe it. With a thought, he temporarily put the level 4 Tang sword into the space ring, then stepped out, squatted in a horse stance, and bent his arms slightly. The biceps on his arms bulged high, and the blue veins were like a giant dragon coiling on them. His chest muscles were also towering. He said loudly, then how about you try my trick? Fourth Heavenly Demon Fist. The black light continued to gather on Jiang Cheng's right fist, and a huge black fist shadow condensed beside Jiang Cheng. Huh. As Jiang Cheng threw a punch, the giant fist shadow immediately blasted out, pointing directly at the Shanchuan ancient bronze sword. This human, looking at the giant fist shadow flying over, Jiaozi finally showed a serious look on his face, but laughed. Interesting, really interesting. In this case, let's try the power of your punch. Jiaozi moved his mind, controlled the Shanchuan sword, and shouted, Shanchuan sword. After the words fell, the ancient bronze sword suddenly burst into a green light, and the surrounding spiritual energy turned into a hurricane and gathered towards the sword. In a flash, 100-foot sword light condensed. Fall, Yazi said lightly. The bronze sword slashed down with the force of splitting the sky. Seeing the sword approaching, Jiang Cheng felt his blood boiling and his fighting spirit surged. Good mountain and river sword, disperse. With a loud shout, the giant fist shadow crashed into it. In midair, a giant sword slashed on a huge black fist, and the two were deadlocked. Jiang Cheng, who had raised his fist, had a red face and resisted the attack of the mountain and river sword. What a great strength! Jiang Cheng gritted his teeth, and the true energy in his dantian surged towards the giant fist shadow. On the other hand, Yazi, it was also uncomfortable. On a huge dragon head, the facial features were distorted, and it looked extremely hideous. Looking at Yazi, who was also in pain, Jiang Cheng lowered his voice to the micro-communication device and said, Bai, take advantage of now. Understood. After Bai's voice fell, he condensed a huge sword with his hands again, went around behind Yazi, and stabbed directly. The next moment, Yazi only felt a pain in his back, and his vision was dazed. It let out a loud roar. Despicable human. Damn it. Roar. The Shanchuan sword, which was originally deadlocked, suddenly exploded, and Jiang Cheng was shocked by the huge force and retreated dozens of steps before he stabilized his body. And Yazi's side. The body that was originally motionless like a small mountain suddenly raised its claws, and a green light flashed on its claws, and turned around and slapped Bai behind him. Seeing this, Bai quickly drew his sword and fled. Swish! Yazi's claw hit nothing, but a wound of more than 20 centimeters long was left on its back, and green blood gushed out of the wound. Although this wound of more than 20 centimeters was nothing to his 100-meter body, it angered it, and it was even more annoyed that it didn't hit anyone with its claw. Turning around, staring at Jiang Cheng, his eyes red, he said, Human, you actually hurt me. I have to say you completely angered me. The voice was loud and spread to every corner of the battlefield. Then his eyes flashed red, and his voice was extremely cold. Have you ever heard of Yazi's revenge? The words fell. The bronze ancient sword suspended above his head slowly floated in front of him, and he shouted again, "Mountain and river sword." This time, the light of the bronze ancient sword was much more dazzling than before, and the sword body was surrounded by green lightning, and the green light condensed, and the sword body began to surge. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters, 800, 900. The sword light seemed to be poking a hole in the sky. Finally, the sword light stopped after it surged to about 1 kilometer. Looking at the sword light rising into the sky, even Jiang Cheng felt the threat. Not good. Thinking that it was not good, Jiang Cheng no longer hid his trump card. He bent his arm slightly and roared, "Six-fold heavenly demon fist." Instantly, the black light illuminated the entire battlefield. Behind Jiang Cheng, a fist shadow as big as a football field condensed. "Go!" A roar. Zhao Zi also shouted, "Despicable human! Go to hell!" Mountain and river sword cut. The bronze ancient sword swung and cut the clouds directly, like a divine sword from the sky, splitting the entire earth in half. For a moment, all the people and spirit beasts on the battlefield were shocked by the huge movement and stopped fighting, all looking up at the magnificent sword. Is this the power of a fifth-level spirit beast? On the battlefield, Father Yang looked at the falling sword and rarely showed a look of despair like a gnat trying to shake a tree. Lin Yi and Lin Ro, brother and sister, also stared at this shocking sword in a daze. Zheng Ping and Yang Rui, who were watching the battle on the city wall, also stared at the sword in a daze. Yang Rui murmured, "Grandma, can we really win?" Zheng Ping came back to her senses, looked at Father Yang, who was covered in blood on the battlefield, and sighed. We can only choose to believe them. On the battlefield in the west area, Shi Yue and others watched the swords slowly fall, and the scene of the destruction of the Chudu base came to their minds. Are they going to be displaced again this time? Can humans really defeat these monsters? Look, something is flying towards that sword. Lu Ziyun suddenly reminded. Yuan Ningling and the others looked immediately. They saw a fist-shaped black shadow in the sky rushing towards the green sword light. In a moment, that fist hit the green sword light fiercely. For a moment, the world trembled, as if the world was about to collapse the next moment. All the people at Dawn Base looked at the shadows standing in the sky, praying constantly in their hearts. Ha! A punch and a sword hit each other, and the howling wind kept blowing away the clouds in the sky, revealing the blue sky. On the ground, there were weeds, trees, and even the giant trees surrounding Lincian City. The dead vines shrank. The scene of destruction lasted for more than a minute, but to everyone, it seemed like a century had passed. For the first time, they felt that time was so long. Even within this short period of time, ordinary survivors have expressed their feelings to their surviving family members, hoping that they will have no regrets after death. Only Gu Tuanshuan, the little Lolita on the balcony, had extremely determined eyes. "Uncle will definitely win," he said seriously while holding his fleshy fists. At this time, high in the sky, after all, the fist shadow was better, and the cyan sword light began to dissipate, turning into faint cyan light spots and dispersing in the air. Although most of the shadow of the giant fist was offset, the remaining force flew towards Yazin and hit him hard. Instantly, the 100-meter body was smashed and rolled several times, and the surrounding spirit beasts that had no time to avoid were accidentally crushed into pulp. So dangerous. Jiang Cheng watched the sword light being dispersed and breathed a sigh of relief. If the sword light were allowed to fall, most of the survivors in the outer base behind him would be killed or injured. But it was blocked anyway. What followed was a wave of fatigue, which almost made his body unsteady and fall to the ground. Seeing this, Bai rushed to his side to support him and said with interest, "You won't be weak. Bar, how can I be vain and you are vain? Remember back then I was known as the invincible young man. 13 men in one night?" Jiang Cheng said angrily. Although the base is indeed surrounded by beautiful women, it doesn't mean that he can act recklessly without a watch, or that he hasn't worried about it yet. In less than 2 months, high-level spiritual beasts and zombies appeared one after another. Every time he thought that Dawn Base would be stable for a period of time, a crisis of destruction would occur, which gave him an extremely strong sense of crisis. This is a pressure and a sense of responsibility for him. In the past, when the base was just bound, he could survive alone without caring about the lives of others. But now that he is the leader of 500,000 survivors, he needs to consider the lives of more than 5,000 people. Moreover, once certain seeds are planted, it is like opening a Pandora's box that cannot be contained. Really or not? I said enthusiastically, placing his little hand on Jiang Cheng's chest dishonestly. Okay, stop making trouble. Jiang Cheng opened Bai's hand, took out a few bottles of spiritual water and a mysterious jade pill from the space ring, and drank it. After feeling that the true energy in the Dantian had recovered a little, he looked in the direction of Yazin and said with great seriousness, "The battle may have just begun." The words just fell. Boom. Dusty. Yazin, who had just fallen to the ground, turned over and pushed himself up. The dent on its side was nearly 1/2 meter. If you look closely, it looked like an enlarged version of the mark of a fist. It was obvious that a lot of ribs were broken. Its bloody mouth opened wide, and a mouthful of blood spurted out, spreading a large area on the ground, and bubbling with white foam. He roared angrily in the direction of Jiang Cheng. "Despicable human being, you actually hurt my body like this. I will make you pay the price." As soon as he finished speaking, Yazui's eyes flashed red, and he shouted, "Yazui will retaliate." Instantly, its body released a powerful force, and even the charging spirit beasts were so frightened that they all fell to the ground. "It's coming," Jiang Cheng said in a deep voice to Bai. "I will resist its mountain sword for a while, and you can find an opportunity to give it a fatal blow." "Understood." Bai showed a rare serious expression. "Okay, just follow the plan," Jiang Cheng said, then looked at the tall Yazin in front of him, his eyes showing determination. He took a deep breath and said calmly, "3-layer Vajra body, open. Hard Qigong start. Spiritual explosion, open." After the 3 strongest moves were superimposed, Jiang Cheng's body expanded again, releasing an extremely horrifying aura. Not enough, far from enough. Jiang Cheng shook his head secretly, felt his body, and shouted again, "Meditation." As soon as he finished speaking, a majestic and shocking force was released from his body, turning into a hurricane and flying in all directions, and the billowing air around him was mixed with a trace of blood red. At this moment, there was a trace of pain on Jiang Cheng's face. If you look closely, you will find that the surface of his skin is cracking twice as fast as before. A large amount of blood overflows from the broken capillaries and is burned by the surface of the body. The air flow evaporates instantly. For a moment, the surrounding spirit beasts looked at Jiang Cheng with fear in their eyes. Ahem. Jiang Cheng coughed twice and smiled bitterly in his heart. Sure enough, after all the skills were added together, his body still couldn't bear it. In his current state, he estimated that he could hold on for a minute at most. 1 minute is enough. Jiang Cheng secretly muttered and stepped with 1 foot. Bang! The ground beneath his feet spread like a spider web, extending for more than 10 meters before stopping. With his legs slightly bent, Jiang Cheng turned sideways and withdrew his fist, while his true energy continued to condense towards his fist at a terrifying speed. Looking back at Yazoo, it felt the power of Jiang Cheng and showed determination, shouting, "Human, let's decide the outcome with 1 move." Dragon Roar Mountain Sword. The deafening sound resounded throughout Linxian City. The ancient mountain bronze sword slowly floated above Yazui's head. The green lightning on the sword was like a flexible snake surrounding it. The aura within a radius of 5 kilometers turned into a storm, gathering towards the sword body. Under the gathering of spiritual energy, the sword's body shone brightly and instantly condensed into a 1,000-meter green lightsaber, breaking through the clouds that had finally gathered together in the sky again. The sword slowly fell, parallel to the ground, suspended above Yazin's head, and the sword tip pointed directly in the direction of Jiang Cheng. Roar! The dragon's head opened wide and roared. In an instant, a tornado formed above the sword energy of the mountains and rivers. The next second, it turned into a stream of light and disappeared in place. At this moment, Jiang Cheng had also finished accumulating his strength, and the shadow of the giant fist behind him appeared at his side. The fist seemed to tear apart the space and punched out. 6th level Heavenly Demon Fist. The next moment, the black fist shadow and the cyan giant sword collided together. A brilliant light bloomed in the sky. Time seems to have frozen. Everyone stared blankly at this shocking blow. Soon, in the center of the collision, the black fist shadow directly interrupted the bronze giant sword, and circles of shock waves spread across the sky. Instantly, call. There were strong winds from all directions, and the clouds within a radius of 20 kilometers were completely blown away. Jiang Cheng, who was at the center of the explosion, put one foot on the ground and clenched his teeth, holding on to the aftermath of the attack. Yaja was not so lucky. As the ancient bronze sword was interrupted, blood spurted from its mouth, and its huge body flew backwards. At the same time, a white figure turned into a giant sword more than 10 meters long and was inserted directly from the top of the head. Looking at this scene, Jiang Cheng showed a look of relief and murmured, "I finally won." However, the words just fell. Wow. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, and the meditative state that could have been maintained for a minute was dissipated. The momentum of his whole body also collapsed instantly. For a moment, Jiang Cheng returned to his normal state, and at first glance, his face was pale, his breath was weak, and blood kept pouring out from his body. The recovery power of super-speed regeneration has been reduced by at least half. This is what I am. Jiang Cheng only felt that his body was extremely weak, and his vision was even more blurry. He wanted to steady himself, but he had no strength at all. His body became unstable, and he fell backwards. Jiang Cheng. Upon seeing this, Lu Xinru inside the base wall immediately jumped out and ran towards Jiang Cheng. Bai, who had just killed Yezhan, saw Jiang Cheng fall and immediately rushed over. But Bai quickly stepped forward and caught Jiang Cheng. Lu Xinru came one step behind, looked at Bai, and said directly, "We still need you in this war. Leave him to me." Bai hesitated for a moment and handed Jiang Cheng over to Lu Xinru. "Thank you." Taking Jiang Cheng, Lu Xinru ran directly to the base. Bai was a little dazed looking at Lu Xinru's back. Next, the defeat of Yizi seemed to have released a signal, and the spirit beasts turned around and retreated. Seeing this, Father Yang led all the soldiers of the Shuguang base to chase. In a fierce battle, the Shuguang base won a great victory, killing more than tens of thousands of spirit beasts. This beast tide that almost exterminated Lin Xian also faded away. 2 days later, August 25th, Jiang Cheng sat in the gym listening to Zhang Ye's report. This time, we killed a total of 1/5 level middle spirit beast, 1/5 level lower spirit beast, 34th level upper spirit beasts, 66 4th level middle spirit beasts, 105 4th level lower spirit beasts, 303 3rd level upper spirit beasts, 741 3rd level middle spirit beasts, 2,214 3rd level lower spirit beasts, 5,431 2nd level upper spirit beasts, 10,330 2nd level middle spirit beasts, 23,030 1st level upper spirit beasts, 43,004 1st level middle spirit beasts, 50,021 1st level lower spirit beasts, 109,878 exotic beasts, and 602,122 ordinary spirit beasts. The base lost 8,300 second-level Doomsday Warriors. All first-level Doomsday Warriors were destroyed, 8 guards were sacrificed, 21 were seriously injured, and the remaining members were all slightly injured. None of the survivors were injured. The facilities inside the base are intact. Zhang Ye read them one by one. Jiang Cheng's face was also heavy. He didn't expect that 8 guards would be killed or injured, but with such a huge beast tide, this kind of casualties is the best result. After thinking for a while, Jiang Cheng said, "Each family of the deceased guards can receive free food for life and a set of board houses as a reward. Their children who want to join the Dawn Guard after they turn 14 years old can be admitted first." "I know." Zhang Ye nodded and took note. Jiang Cheng continued, "As for all the participants, I will hold a commendation meeting at the base in 3 days to commend them, and the rewards will be distributed at that time." "Yes." Zhang Ye nodded. Next, Jiang Cheng said, "Sister Ye, do you have any ideas about the spirit beast meat?" All these spirit beasts added up, his warehouse and the warehouse of Tianan base are far from enough. "We can make them into jerky. The only problem is that there may not be enough people to dissect the spirit beasts." Zhang thought for a while and said, "This is easy to do. Just tell me how many people you need." Jiang Cheng said, "If it's just dissection, a second-level Doomsday Warrior is enough. If it's a level 2 Doomsday Warrior, 5,000 will be enough." Okay. Watching Zhang leave, Jiang Cheng said directly, "Exchange for 5,000 level 2 Doomsday Warriors for me." Ding. "Do you want to consume 20 million energy points to exchange for 5,000 level 2 Doomsday Warriors?" The system said. "Exchange," Jiang Cheng said without hesitation. "With the current crystal stones, there is no need to worry about the energy points for the time being." Ding. "Consume 2,000 W energy points. Exchange successful." As the system voice fell, a white light lit up, and countless silver bracelets piled up into a small hill in front of Jiang Cheng. Looking at the silver bracelets, Jiang Cheng said, "Go. You will temporarily obey Zhang Ye's orders from now on." "Yes, master." The voice sounded out of thin air. I saw the silver bracelets on the ground condense into human figures and walk out of the gym. Looking at the level 2 Doomsday Warriors who left, Jiang Cheng lowered his head and fell into deep thought. At present, the total number of survivors in Tiannan Subbase and Shuguang Base has reached 5,469. And according to the system prompt, as long as the number of people in the subbase reaches 500, the next subbase can be activated. Thinking about it, Jiang Cheng asked, "System, can I activate the next subbase?" The number of people in Tiannan Subbase has reached 2,316. The subbase is activated. Please choose the city where the base is located. The system prompted. Except Tiannan, the 4 cities closest to Linxian are Huangshan, Shtian, Jiangcheng, and Hancheng. If it is Hancheng, it is too close to Chudu. The strength of that artificial warrior number 44 may have reached a terrifying level. It is best not to provoke it for the time being. After thinking about it, Jiang Cheng finally chose. "Let's go with Shtian." Ding, "The subbase is activated. Please name it." The mechanical voice said. Jiang Cheng said, "Just call it Ishida." Naming successful, Ishida base activated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Level 1 subbase, Level 1 training room, Level 1 spirit pool, Level 1 storage space, Level 1 cultivation room, Level 1 hibernation chamber, Level 1 medical room, teleportation array, subbase command room, 1. Member room, quantity, 3. Do you want to consume 1 million energy points to activate the equipment? Activate, Jiang Cheng said without hesitation. Consume 1 million energy points. Activation successful. Please select the base owner as soon as possible. The mechanical sound disappeared quickly. Listening to the system's prompt sound, Jiang Cheng's mind moved slightly. If it is Jiangcheng base, Li Feng may be a good candidate. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng directly said to the micro-communicator, "Captain Li Feng, come to the gym." "Yes, leader." Li Feng's reply soon rang out in the communication device. A few minutes later, Li Feng appeared in the gym. Just like the introduction to Luo Fan before, Jiang Cheng gave Li Feng a general introduction to the facilities of the SHTNZ base. "Linxian is now under our overall control, and I don't think it will cause any big waves. What do you think about the SHTNZ base now?" Jiang Cheng asked with a smile. Li Feng thought about it and said a little embarrassedly, "I don't have any problem with the issue of being the base owner, but my strength." Now, Li Feng's strength is still at the first level, while Luo Fan, the owner of Tiannan base, has reached the level of the lower third level. In contrast, Li Feng is a little ashamed. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "Don't worry about the strength problem, Brother Feng. After the injection of the second-level awakening potion I gave you before, it will slowly reach the second level within a month, and then the configuration of the SHTN base. I will arrange 100 second-level Doomsday Warriors to obey your command. Besides, I trust Brother Feng to do things." "Okay. Thanks to the leader for looking up to me. I will do this, base owner, but can you send Lao Wang to me? I have been working with this old guy for a long time, and I am familiar with him." Li Feng thought for a while and said, "No problem. I will leave the matter of SHTN base to Brother Feng, and I will take office after the commendation meeting in 2 days." Jiang Cheng patted Li Feng on the shoulder and granted Li Feng the authority of SHTN subbase. The SHTN base was established. Everything is developing in full swing. August 26th. With the efforts of all the survivors and doomsday warriors in Shuguang Base and Tian'an Sub-Base, all the spirit beasts were slaughtered and cut into strips. August 27th. After the beast meat was smoked and roasted, Jiang Cheng set up a large drying yard at Yanghe School and arranged 200 second-level doomsday warriors to guard it. Early in the morning of August 28th, whether it was the Tian'an Base, the Shuguang Base, or the Ishida Base, all the survivors gathered in front of the mission hall of the Shuguang Outer Base. It was called the Mission Hall, but it was actually a small board house built behind the main base. However, everyone was excited to see a temporary wooden platform built in front of them. Jiang Cheng sat in the center of the platform, and the captains of the Shuguang Base sat in 2 rows on the side. The rest of the Shuguang team members stood upright in several rows, and everyone was excited. And more than 5,000 survivors were whispering to each other under the stage, and the scene was very lively. Another commendation meeting is held. I wonder what the leader will reward this time. I really envy those people in the guard team. I must join the Shuguang guard team in the future. While everyone was discussing, on the stage, Zhang Ye gestured to the students around him. Zhou Sheng immediately stood in front of the stage and said loudly, "Silence." After the voice fell, the survivors in the audience immediately fell silent. Everyone cast their eyes towards the stage. Zhou Sheng continued, "Today is the second commendation meeting of my Dawn base. This commendation is to commend the warriors who fought bravely in the Beast Tide and the survivors who made contributions to the base." Speaking of this, he turned around and said, "Now, please invite the leader of our Dawn base, Mr. Jiang Cheng, the undefeated god of war in our hearts, to speak." After the words fell, the survivors below the base cheered, "Leader, god of war! Leader, god of war! Leader, god of war!" Listening to the cheers of the crowd, Jiang Cheng stood up with a smile on his face and pressed his palms. In an instant, everyone immediately quieted down. Jiang Cheng glanced at the survivors standing on the stage and the captain and members of the Dawn Guard who were smiling on both sides, and a sense of pride rose in his heart. In just 2 months, he built a base with more survivors than the Linxian base in his previous life, and he had countless first-level and second-level awakeners under his command, and there was also Luo Fan, a third-level awakener. Moreover, under his command, the survivors were able to rely on their own labor to eat and wear warm clothes, and their faces were filled with happy smiles, which ignited greater expectations for him in this doomsday. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Cheng slowly said, "Everyone, do you still remember the day when the doomsday came?" As soon as this was said, everyone was puzzled. However, a young man immediately raised his hand and said loudly, "Leader, I remember it was June 26th. I also remember it was June 26th. Yes, that day." "Very good." Jiang Cheng nodded, and then continued. "On June 26th, the world underwent unimaginable changes. Zombies appeared, spirit beasts awakened, and disasters followed one after another. In just 3 days, the population of our Linxian alone has dropped from more than 1 million to less than 10,000. Listening to Jiang Cheng's speech, everyone lowered their heads in silence, with red eyes and sad faces. However, we survived in the end. Now, our Dawn has the ability to fight zombies and spiritual beasts. This is a huge leap. And yesterday, we even successfully killed 2 5th-level beast kings. Maybe everyone has not. I don't understand what the 5th level means." When Jiang Cheng said this, he glanced at the confused eyes in the audience, smiled slightly, and explained, "Nowadays, the strength of zombies in the world is divided into the following levels. The first are ordinary zombies that have not entered the level. Their strength is about 100 to 200 kilograms, and their moving speed is 3 meters per second. The second is the mutant zombies, which have a strength of 300 to 500 kilograms and a moving speed of 14 meters per second. Seconds. Then there are first-level zombies, such as the first-level Crusher, with a strength of 4,000 kilograms and a moving speed of 42 meters per second. 4,000 pounds. As soon as this number came out, the survivors who didn't know much about the zombies' strength looked shocked. How could they not know the meaning of 4,000 pounds? The strength of the Siberian tiger that has been tested by humans is only about 1,500 to 2,000 kilograms, nearly 1 ton, and the strength of a first-level zombie is actually twice that of a Siberian tiger. There is also the moving speed. What is the concept of 42 meters per second? This is equivalent to 151 kilometers per hour, which is equivalent to a speeding car. Humans are almost certain to die if they encounter them. Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Jiang Cheng smiled and continued. Let me talk about the second-level zombies. The strength of the second-level zombies is 40,000 kilograms, which is 20 tons, and the speed reaches 70 to 105 meters per second, which is equivalent to a car. High-speed trains running on the track, and even top-level second-level death killers, can move at a speed of 422 meters per second. This speed has exceeded the speed of sound. So if you encounter a third-level zombie, the power is 40 W-pounds, 200 tons, with a speed of 600 meters per second, nearly twice the speed of sound. The fourth-level zombie has a strength of 400 W-kilograms, 2,000 tons. The speed reaches 1,400 meters per second, which is more than 4 times the speed of sound. The fifth-level zombie, ordinary, the force is 2 W-tons, and the speed is 2,000 meters per second. At this point, a survivor suddenly interrupted and raised his hand. Chief, please tell me, how powerful are the 2 fifth-level spiritual beasts you killed? As soon as these words came out, the other survivors also started to cheer. Yes, let's talk to the leader. Let's open our eyes. Listening, Jiang Cheng smiled and said, Okay, then I will tell you briefly. At this time, everyone worked hard to raise their heads and listen carefully. Jiang Cheng said, Yesterday, I killed a flying spiritual beast named Red-Eyed Golden Rock. Its strength reached the 5th level, with a power of 4 W-tons and a speed of 17,500 meters per second. As soon as he finished speaking, all the survivors in the audience took a deep breath. Hiss, what is the concept of 4 W-tons of power? They can't imagine it, but they can have a rough definition of the speed of 17,500 meters per second. The original equatorial circumference of Blue Star is 40,075.02 kilometers, but at the speed of this red-eyed golden rock, it only takes 2,290 seconds, or almost 38 minutes, to fly around Blue Star. The fastest known aircraft in the world has a speed of Mach 3.35, which translates into nearly 10 hours of orbiting the Blue Star at 4,062 kilometers per hour. This is a terrifying statistic. As for their leader being able to kill such a perverted spiritual beast, they couldn't even imagine the extent of his strength. Even the captains of the Dawn Guard sitting next to them were also shocked by the number reported by Jiang Cheng. They never doubted that Jiang Cheng's data was false, and even thought that Jiang Cheng was being deliberately modest, and that the actual number would only be greater than what was reported. Thinking of this, the captains of the Dawn Guard looked at Jiang Cheng with eyes filled with respect. Needless to say, the rest of the Dawn Guard members looked at Jiang Cheng as if they were looking up to gods. Chief, what about the other end? Yes, Chief, you haven't said anything yet. Someone else shouted. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, The other one is named Yasu, which has the same name as the 9 dragons in ancient mythology, but it is not actually the real Yasu. Its strength has reached the 5th level, with a power of 5 W-tons and a speed of 14,000 meters per second. It actually has 50,000 tons of power. Father Yang, who was participating in the battle, was surprised by the number reported by Jiang Cheng. No wonder when he faced this spiritual beast on the battlefield, he just felt like he was floating. Okay, let's not mention these for now. What I want to tell you is that we, Dawn, have enough strength to face any challenges in the future, and we also have enough resources to ensure everyone's future food supply. In the future, we will not only protect Dawn Team, you guys. When Jiang Cheng said this, he pointed at the survivors in the audience and said, As long as you work hard and contribute your own strength to the base, you can also become awakened ones and gain extraordinary power. And by that time, everyone in my Dawn base will be like a dragon. As soon as the words fell, the survivors in the audience became excited. In particular, a young man of medium build in the crowd, his face almost flushed, shouted excitedly to the survivor who was pulling him beside him. Did you hear that? The leader said that we can all become awakened ones. The excited person was none other than Wu Weilin. I heard it. The companion next to him said helplessly. After Wu Weilin finished speaking, He raised his hands and cheered. Long live the leader! Seemingly infected by Wu Weiling's voice, the people nearby also shouted. Long live the leader! 1 passed to 10, 10 to 100, like a spark of fire. The hope in everyone's heart was ignited, and they all cheered and shouted. Long live the leader! Long live the leader! Jiang Cheng pressed his palms, cleared his throat, and said, Okay, that's enough chatting about spirit beasts. It's time to get down to business today, which is the heroes who have defended our homeland in this beast wave. We now start honoring them. For now, as the leader of Dawn, I announce that the second Dawn Commendation Conference has officially begun. Bang, 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 bang. The audience burst into applause. After a while, everyone fell silent. Jiang Cheng said, Now I would like to invite Director Zhang Ye, Director of Internal and External Affairs of our Shuguang base, to conduct the award ceremony. Bang, bang, bang. Amid a burst of applause, Zhang Ye stood up with a smile, then circulated her internal energy and said loudly, In this beast wave, our Shuguang base has a total of 56 combatants and more than 10,000 combat machines, but facing despite the millions of beasts, we are still weak. In this battle, 8 of our Dawn Guards died. They are Su Xiao, Li Min, Bai Kong, Zhou Changsheng, Zhao Jiangwo, Wang Hongbin, Sun Xiaoli, and Fu Zinan. Once again, let us mourn for these heroes who sacrificed their lives for the base. After the words fell, everyone observed a moment of silence, either taking off their hats and paying attention or raising their hands to salute. There are various ways. Everyone expresses their highest respect for these heroes. 1 minute later, the ceremony is over. Zhang Ye said loudly. The survivors raised their heads again, but their eyes were filled with tears, and some were sobbing softly. The families of the victims were already crying. Zhang Ye looked at these people and her nose was sore, but this commendation meeting was very important, and as the award presenter, she still needed to be strong. He continued, Mr. Jiang Cheng, the leader of our Dawn base, decided to build a Dawn Hero Monument for those who died in this beast tide battle to commemorate their heroic deeds forever. At the same time, the following awards will be given to their heroic families. They will receive free food from our Dawn base for life, and their children who want to join the Dawn Guard after they turn 14 years old can be given priority admission. They will also be rewarded with a boardroom, 2 level 1 gene enhancement potions, 1 level 1 ancient virus gene potion, 1 level 1 agility potion, a level 1 doomsday tang sword, and 5 kilograms of level 1 spirit beast meat as a reward. Please invite the family representatives to come on stage to receive the awards. After the words fell, 3 family members came on stage one after another. One of them was a woman in her early 30s. She looked like the wife of the victim. She looked a little haggard. Her hair was gray, her eyes were red and swollen from crying, and there were many large and small patches on her long dress that was already full of stains. The other one was a middle-aged woman in her 50s. She was in a similar state to the woman in her 30s next to her, and she also had large and small patches on her body. The remaining one was a dark and thin little boy about 12 or 13 years old. Unlike the other 2 women, his young face was mature beyond his age, and his eyes were full of strength. The remaining 5 victims did not have their families on stage. Looking at these 3 scattered people, everyone was a little silent, because this meant that the other 5 sacrificed soldiers had no families. Their families were either separated in this doomsday or had passed away. Among these 2 reasons, everyone believed the latter more, but hoped it was the former. Family representative, do you have anything to say? Zhang Ye said softly to the woman in her early 30s among the 3. The woman sobbed and nodded, looking at the survivors in the audience and said, I am Zhao Jiangwo's wife Luo Qing. We were college classmates. We got married after graduation. We have decent jobs and have a son and a daughter. We should have been a happy family, but things did not go as we wished. Luo Qing talked a lot, but everyone listened tirelessly, because this was not only Luo Qing's life, but also the lives of most of them in the audience. Originally, they should have had an ordinary life and worked hard for ordinary happiness, but the arrival of the end of the world changed everything. He spoke for about 5 minutes. Luo Qing paused and said excitedly, I want to tell my children that your father is a hero. He sacrificed for everyone in Shuguang. When you grow up, you must join the Shuguang Guard. inherit your father's spirit, and contribute your strength to Shuguang. I'm done. Luo Qing vented his emotions, smiled at Zhang Ye beside him, and then walked off the stage slowly. Zhang Ye looked at Luo Qing's thin back as he walked off the stage, and felt inexplicably sad. Coming back to her senses, Zhang Ye looked at the next person and said, "Do you have anything to say?" "I don't have anything to say. I just hope that this chaotic world can end soon," the middle-aged woman said simply, and walked off tremblingly. It was the last little boy's turn. Zhang Ye said with a gentle look, "Little boy, do you have anything to say?" The little boy seemed a little shy about Zhang Ye's question, but he still mustered up the courage to say loudly, "My name is Mu Feng, and my mother's son Xiaoli is the best. I will be 14 next year, and I want to join the Shuguang Guard and become a hero like my mother." After that, he ran down, and everyone laughed. Some of them shouted, "Mu Feng, you can do it." Someone else shouted, "Then you are in big trouble. Uncle will compete with you next year." But everyone was kind. Seeing the award ceremony enter its climax, Zhang Ye said loudly, "Now, let's start the second item, commending the combat heroes who bravely killed the enemy in this battle. The specials are Chun Beixian, Hengfeng, Guopeng." Zhang Ye read out the names of the combatants one by one, until the last one was finished. After a pause, he continued, "In the fight against the beast tide, Chun Beixian and Guopeng performed particularly well. The rewards are as follows. Chun Beixian. The reward is a second-level awakening potion, a third-level gene enhancement potion, an agility potion, a second-level doomsday tang sword, 10 kilograms of first-level spirit beast meat, a set of chi-absorbing method, and 3 small huandan. Now please invite Chun Beixian to the stage to receive the award." When Chun Beixian heard Zhang Ye read out his name, he was stunned for a moment. It was Hengfeng who pushed him and said in a low voice, "Beixian, General Manager Zhang asked you to go on stage." "Ah." Chun Beixian reacted and looked at Hengfeng a little at a loss. He asked suspiciously, "Brother Feng, did you really call me?" Hengfeng said with envy, "How can it be false? Go up quickly, this is what you deserve." "Yeah." Chun Beixian nodded vigorously, and then ran up with excitement on his face. Looking at Chun Beixian's back as he ran onto the stage, Hengfeng had some guesses in his mind. Perhaps it was because Chun Beixian had fought without regard for his life during the last beast tide, and Captain Yang was a core figure in the base and was valued by the leader. Thinking of this, Hengfeng sighed softly. It should be this guy. At the same time, Chun Beixian ran up to the stage, bowed to Zhang Ye, Jiang Cheng, and the captains, and then said excitedly, "Brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts, rest assured, as long as I, Chun Beixian, am here, I will fight to the death to protect your safety." After that, at Zhang Ye's request, Chun Beixian injected the drug on the spot. Everyone in the audience stared at this scene. After a while, a strong momentum emanated from Chun Beixian. Jiang Cheng looked at it. His heart moved slightly, and his eyes flickered. Name Chun Beixian. Gender, male. Age, 21. Level, lower level 2. Wisdom, 50. Strength, 350. Agility, 52. Spirit, 50. Virus resistance, 1. When it reaches 1, it can be immune to the first-level mutant and ordinary zombie viruses below. Superpower, second-level infinite enhancement, awakening degree 0%. Comprehensive combat power, 502. Not bad. It seems that the stronger the basic ability, the stronger the strength will be after the promotion to the second-level awakener. Jiang Cheng said secretly. At this time, Chun Beixian was already confused by the changes in his body. What am I doing?" Feeling the power surging in his body, he was so excited that he couldn't speak. Jiang Cheng behind him smiled and reminded, "Congratulations, Chun Beixian, you have been promoted to a second-level awakener." Second level. Hearing these 2 words, a huge surprise surged from his chest, and Chun Beixian hurriedly said, "Leader, have I really become a second-level awakener?" "Absolutely true." Jiang Cheng smiled, and then looked at the remaining second-level awakening potion in Chun Beixian's hand and said, "However, the second-level awakening potion is no longer of much use to you now. You now have 2 choices. One is to deal with the second-level awakening potion yourself, and the other is to choose one from these items." As he said, he took out a third-level gene enhancement potion and a silver bracelet from the space ring, and continued. This is a third-level gene enhancement potion, which can help you improve the awakening degree of the second-level superpower. And this bracelet is a first-level Doomsday Warrior, which can be changed at will, which is equivalent to you having a loyal combat robot. After the introduction, Jiang Cheng looked at Chun Beixian with a smile. Chief, in fact, no matter which one. Chun Beixian was very tempted, but after thinking carefully, he decided. Chief, I choose the first-level Doomsday Warrior. Thinking about the scene of the group of Doomsday Warriors fighting on the battlefield before, he felt it was very cool, and choosing the first-level Doomsday Warrior was equivalent to having a guarantee. A good choice. Jiang Cheng smiled and handed over the silver bracelet in his hand. After waiting for the other party to take it, he patted Chun Beixian on the shoulder and said, Work hard. I believe in you. Yes, Chief. Chun Beixian immediately bowed excitedly and then walked away happily. Throughout the process, the survivors and guards in the audience showed envy. After returning to his post, Hungfeng next to him soon enviously said, Not bad, Beixian, your strength has improved. Hee, Brother Feng, you can do it too. Chun Beixian touched the back of his head unkindly, and Hungfeng patted Chun Beixian's shoulder and sighed in his heart. At this time, Zhang Ye on the stage shouted again, Please invite Guopeng to the stage to receive the award. When the voice fell, Guopeng, who was standing guard, was stunned. Me? Other comrades who had come from Linxian base before hurriedly said, Why are you still standing there? Go up quickly, Laogua. You are the pride of our old Linxian base. Okay. Guopeng was cheered by his comrades, and his eyes were determined. He hurriedly trotted up. When he passed by Wang Chong and Li Feng on the way, both of them showed appreciation. Wang Chong laughed and said, You kid, you really bring honor to us. It's all because of your good teaching, Captain. Guopeng bowed to Wang Chong and Li Feng respectively. Li Feng laughed and scolded. Okay, you kid, hurry up and get on stage to receive the award. Yes. Guopeng saluted, then trotted up to the stage. When he got on stage, Zhang Ye read out, Guopeng, the reward is 1 level 2 awakening potion, 2 level 2 gene enhancement potions, 1 agility potion, 1 level 2 doomsday tang sword, 10 caddies of first level spirit beast meat, 1 set of chi absorption method, 1 set of board house, and 3 small huandan. This is a special reward. After that, he looked at Guopeng and said, Congratulations. Thank you, Chief Zhang Ye. Guopeng saluted Zhang Ye. This is what you deserve. Zhang Ye smiled. Next, Guopeng, under Jiang Cheng's instructions, injected the potions one by one except the level 2 awakening potion. At the same time, Jiang Cheng stared at Guopeng and watched the changes in his data. Name Guopeng. Gender, male. Age, 22. Level, first level. Wisdom, 15. Strength, 31. Agility, 15. Spirit, 15. Virus resistance, 1. When it reaches 1, it can be immune to first-level mutants and ordinary zombie viruses below. Superpower, first-level electromagnetic induction, awakening degree 60%. Comprehensive combat power, 76. Looking at Guopeng's information, Jiang Cheng shook his head secretly. Compared with the original guards of the Shuguang base, the soldiers who came from Linxian are still far behind. But this is not a problem for him. As long as they continue to contribute to Shuguang, he will not hesitate to reward potions. Thinking about it, Jiang Cheng said, Okay, now you can inject the second-level awakening potion, but there is one thing you need to pay attention to. After this potion is injected, the awakening will be completed within a month. During this period, you need to strengthen your training to lay a foundation for your body. In this way, you will be stronger when you are promoted to a second-level awakener. Yes, leader. Guopeng saluted excitedly. Jiang Cheng blinked and smiled. I still prefer to hear you call me a master. Okay, keep working hard. Yes. Guopeng replied seriously, and then trotted off the stage. Looking at Guopeng's back as he stepped off the stage, Jiang Cheng sighed slightly in his heart. Next, Zhang Ye continued in a loud voice. The other members of the Dawn Guard also performed well in this battle. Rewards: 1 level 3 gene enhancement potion, 1 set of chi absorbing method, 10 kilograms of mutant spirit beast meat, and 1 small pill. These rewards can be collected at the mission hall after the commendation meeting. Although the rewards were not as generous as those of Guopeng and Chun Beixian, the other guards were not jealous at all. After all, they saw how desperate Guopeng and Chun Beixian were. Now, the third item is to commend the captain of the Dawn Guard who made contributions in the Beast Tide this time. Zhang Yi said loudly. In fact, this was a special arrangement by Jiang Cheng. In the Dawn base, the captains of the guards are generally treated the same. Jiang Cheng will treat them equally if there is a newly cracked potion. After all, these people are the middle force of the base. In this battle, the captains performed bravely and fought to the death to protect the city wall. The base leader, Mr. Jiang Cheng, decided to reward them with 2 first-level gene enhancement potions, 2 second-level gene enhancement potions, 2 third-level gene enhancement potions, 3 small Huandan pills, 3 Ziyuden pills, a second-level Tang sword, a Xianyuan gong, a magic-killing 3-sword martial art, a second-level Doomsday Warrior, and 3 first-level recovery potions. The rewards will be collected in the main base after the commendation meeting. Hearing this, the captains of the Dawn base were also excited. You know, among these items, although some were already given to them by Jiang Cheng, there are still some that they just learned about, which means that their strength can be further improved. How can this not be exciting? The fourth item is to commend the base stability maintenance personnel who worked outstandingly during the Beast Tide. They are Zhou Sheng, Wang Xiaolong, and Yi Siwen. Zhang Yi paused here, and then continued. According to the decision of the leader, Zhou Sheng is awarded the position of captain of the first team of the base security team. Wang Xiaolong is awarded the position of captain of the second team of the base security team. Yi Siwen is awarded the position of captain of the third team of the base security team. Rewards: 1 first-level gene enhancement potion, 2 second-level gene enhancement potions, a set of Qi absorbing method, 1 set of Vajra fist martial arts, 3 small Huandan, 1 pound of first-level spirit beast meat, a second-level Doomsday Tang sword, a first-level Doomsday Warrior, a first-level recovery potion, and a first-level agility potion. Special commendation. As Zhang Yi read out the items one by one, Zhou Sheng, Wang Xiaolong, and Yi Siwen looked at each other and could see the surprise in each other's eyes. It has been nearly 2 months since they entered the Dawn base. Their lives have changed drastically compared to the past. Their own strength has also changed from being powerless to being awakened people who can fight first-level zombies with bare hands. All these are given by the leader, and they firmly believe that as long as they follow Jiang Cheng's steps, they will get more and more in the future. Listening to the commendation of Chief Zhang Yi, the 3 of them were all sighing in their hearts. The rewards will be given at the end of the commendation meeting. You can collect them in the main base. After commending some survivors, Jiang Cheng made the final speech. Members of the base, I will not repeat more. Anyone who has made contributions to Dawn will be rewarded by me, and anyone who has contributed to Dawn will be treated well. At the end of the meeting, I am announcing a new news. 1 week later, the Dawn Guard and Dawn Security Team will expand new members again. At that time, the assessment matters can be consulted in the mission hall. Once admitted, the treatment will be preferential. The meeting is over. Jiang Cheng said the last sentence and left directly. But his words were like a bomb dropped into the water, causing a large splash. Oh my God, doesn't that mean I have a chance to join the Dawn Guard? I thought it was only held once a year. I must join the guard this time, or at least the security team. While everyone was discussing heatedly, Wu Weilin's eyes lit up, and he stood there muttering, My chance has come. Ishida Base, located in a community called Kangjiyuan. The buildings here are not high. Most of them are 6 stories. Because they were built in the 1980s, and because of the floods, the paint on the exterior walls has basically fallen off, revealing mottled and somewhat blackened walls. The entrance to the community is sealed by an iron gate more than 3 meters high. The iron gate is wrapped with iron wires, and the gaps in the iron gate are covered tightly with wooden boards, making it difficult to see the specific appearance inside. And outside the iron fence door, there are wild grasses growing on all sides and nourished by spiritual energy. They grow to more than 2 meters high, forming a natural barrier. This door is perfectly covered, and at this time, inside the iron gate, a pair of small eyes were looking outside through the gap in the iron door. Everywhere he looked, There were overgrown weeds, completely blocking his field of vision. Suddenly, the small eyes showed a look of dissatisfaction. These weeds grow so deep, and no one pulls them out. It's really annoying. The little boy muttered to himself with a hint of dissatisfaction. Just saying. Suddenly, a joking voice sounded from behind. Tianlin, are you waiting for your brother again? Listening to the voice, Yi Tianlin turned his head and saw standing behind him a middle-aged man with dark skin, short eyebrows, and a strong body standing behind him. Looking at the man, Yi Tianlin said disappointedly, Uncle He, my brother has been gone for almost 20 days. Why don't you think he has come back yet? Are you in trouble? Uncle He's original name is Liu He. He was not a search and rescue team member of Ishida sent by Chidu. He only joined Ishida base later. However, he is also a veteran. He is honest and capable, friendly to others. He is also a patrolman of the base, so he is closely related to the base. Everyone gets along well. Occasionally, he would go out to hunt some game and bring it back to Yi Tianlin. After going back and forth, the two of them became familiar with each other. Uncle He smiled with cracked yellow teeth and said, Who did you listen to? Yi Tianlin said truthfully, I heard what Uncle Ma and the others said. Old Ma, you're such a long-mouthed guy. Uncle He frowned and cursed, then grinned and said, Don't listen to their nonsense. How can your brother be in trouble if he is so strong? Then you said why my brother hasn't come back yet? Yi Tianlin asked. Uncle He was speechless for a moment, thought for a while, and said, Think about it. Our SHTian is more than 400 kilometers away from Chidu. Even by driving, it takes 5 or 6 hours. After the flood, the road was blocked again. It goes around, and it might take a whole day to go there. Besides, Chidu's affairs are very troublesome, and it's possible that he might even stay there for a month. So you just stay at the base and wait for your brother to come back. Don't run around. Be careful of zombies eating you. Do you understand? Oh. Yi Tianlin put his little face together and agreed reluctantly. Uncle He looked distressed, walked over and rubbed the head of the kid in front of him, and said, Okay, don't be sad. Uncle He brought back some good things yesterday and planned to eat them secretly. You are lucky today. It's easier for you. Really? What is it? When Yi Tianlin thought of eating, his big black eyes immediately lit up, and he looked at Uncle He with a bright light. The secret, you can find out if you go and see it with Uncle He. Uncle He smiled mysteriously. Yi Tianlin was completely unhappy and immediately said cheerfully, Uncle He, hurry up. Okay. While the two were chatting happily, suddenly, boom, 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 there was a rapid knock on the door. Uncle He frowned. He immediately put his index finger in front of his mouth and made a hissing gesture towards Yi Tianlin. Then he took out an axe stuck in the waistband of his back, walked carefully to the iron door, and passed through the crack in the door. Look outside. Looking outside through the gap in the iron door, Liu He saw 2 human men in black combat uniforms standing outside the door. One of them had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and the other was a little shrewd. His behavior did not look like he was infected by zombies, so he said loudly, Who are you? What are you doing at my Ishida base? After saying that, he lowered his voice and said to Yi Tianlin, Go and ask Uncle Ma and the others to come over. When Yi Tianlin heard this, he immediately ran towards a residential building. When Yi Tianlin ran away, a voice came from outside. Brother, we are also from Ishida base. Can you open the door and chat? You? Ishida base? Huh. Liu He sneered and said, You are Ishida base. Then what am I? No, brother, you misunderstood. We have built a new base in SHTian. We are here to discuss something with you. It was Li Feng and Wang Chang who came to assist who spoke. Liu He refused directly. You go back. Our Ishida base has nothing to discuss with you. After saying these words, Li Feng frowned, and Wang Chang beside him said to Li Feng, Old Li, why are you talking nonsense to him? Can't we just kick the door down and it's over? As soon as these words came out, Liu He immediately became nervous, and without caring about anything else, he shouted directly inside. Brothers, someone wants to fight with us. Listening to the commotion inside, Li Feng's face fell, and he immediately scolded Wang Chang. Kick for what? Are we bandits? You were a soldier before. It's my fault. It'll be a big deal next time. Wang Chang curled his lips and said, Listening, Li Feng glared at Wang Chong fiercely, then turned around and immediately explained to the inside. Brother, don't worry, my brother just said a joke. Don't take it to heart. We really have something to discuss with your boss. Discuss your mother. I've already said, go back to where you came from. There's nothing to discuss with you in my base. Lu He cursed, and at the same time, someone from the residential building behind him ran over. Hearing this, Li Feng was silent. Wang Chong looked at him with a smile and said, Old Li, look at this. Li Feng took a deep breath, and under Wang Chong's shocked eyes, he raised his leg and kicked the iron gate. Instantly, the gate flew backwards as if it was hit by a car. Wang Chong was stunned and said to Li Feng, Old Li, didn't you say we are not bandits? Li Feng glared at Wang Chong fiercely, making him shrink his head, then turned his head and looked forward and said, Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. I am also doing this for their own good. After saying that, he waved his hand and said, Let's go and meet them. After saying that, the two strode inside. Seeing that his door was kicked open, Lu He immediately showed alert, holding the axe, staring at the two strangers in front of him, and slowly moved back. About 4 or 5 seconds, all the people in the Ishida base arrived and stood in a row with Lu He, all staring at Li Feng and Wang Chong unkindly. For a moment, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Is there anyone who can make the decision? Come out and say something. Li Feng glanced around at the people in the Ishida base who surrounded them and spoke calmly. Some of these people carried sickles and some carried hoes, but most of them still carried iron bars. It can be said that they really put things to use. After finishing speaking, several people at the Ishida base looked at each other. Finally, there was a person wearing camouflage uniforms, with a Chinese character face and strong muscles. Judging from the calluses on the index finger of his hand, he knew that he was probably from the army. The man looked at Li Feng and said, I am the deputy captain of Ishida base. What do you want to say? From Chudu Search and Rescue Team? Li Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at the man and asked. The man frowned and said, Regiment 204. When Li Feng heard this, he suddenly smiled and said, I am the 369th Regiment of the 103rd Special Forces Brigade. After listening to Li Feng's words, the man relaxed a little, but he was still wary. What proof do you have? This. Li Feng was speechless for a moment. When Jiang Cheng went to rescue him, many items were lost. He had no way to prove himself. After thinking about it, he felt helpless and said, I have no choice, but... Just when Li Feng was about to continue speaking, Wang Chong had already lost his patience and said directly, Old Li, why are you telling him so much? When this base is integrated, he will understand everything. With that, he said to the leading man, Boy, anyway, we are the Lincian search and rescue team sent by Chudu. He is the captain and I am the deputy team. But now the Chudu base has been destroyed, and if you are really the Ishida base, yes, you should know Yi Tianxin. You know our leaf team? When the man heard the words Yi Tianxin from Wang Chong's mouth, he was instantly moved. Yi Tianlin in the crowd heard that Wang Chong knew his brother and quickly shouted, How is my brother now? Saying that, he was about to rush out. Fortunately, Lu He had quick eyes and quick hands. He grabbed Yi Tianlin's arm and then lowered his voice and said, My little ancestor, you still haven't figured out whether you are an enemy or a friend. If you go up rashly now, what if the other party catches you? But he said he knew my brother. Yi Tianlin said unwillingly, Okay, let's see what your Uncle Ma says first. Lu He said helplessly, and Yi Tianlin calmed down. Wang Chong looked at Yi Tianlin with a gloomy expression and said, The Chudu base was destroyed half a month ago. Your brother was at the center of the explosion. I guess. Wang Chong didn't say the rest, but anyone with a discerning eye could hear it. The leader, the man named Uncle Ma, had a flash of sadness in his eyes and immediately cursed. You fart. Our captain is so strong. How could something happen? Strong? The second level eye of time is indeed very strong, but can it withstand a nuclear explosion? Wang Chong smiled bitterly and continued. Besides, there is a 4th level zombie in that zombie army. If it weren't for our leader, Chu the capital base will only die faster. You are talking nonsense. My brother must still be alive. My brother is still alive. Yi Tianlin burst into tears after listening to Wang Chong's words. Liu He pulled his arm, but his little face cursed sadly. I didn't say that your brother must have died, but there were very few people who survived the explosion, Wang Chong said with a hint of helplessness on his face, and then continued. Okay, let's get to the point. We are here this time. I hope you can join our Ishida base, clear out the remaining forces in Ishida City, and rebuild Ishida. I hope you can consider it. Then what if we don't consider it? Uncle Ma, the leader, said calmly. Wang Chong was slightly startled, looked at each other with Li Feng, and then said with a smile, Of course it's through force. Then you can try it now. As Uncle Ma spoke, he shouted loudly. Transform into a beast, golden crab. The moment he finished speaking, Uncle Ma's whole body turned red, like a halal crab that had just come out of the pot. His body also began to swell, reaching a full height of about 3 meters. His arms also began to become thicker, and his palms became a pair of half-meters long. The crab claws, with dragon patterns printed on them, lay horizontally in front of the body, and 8 long red spiked legs grew out from under the body. Overall, it looked like an enlarged version of a crab. After the transformation was completed, a pair of black eyes poked out from the crab's head, staring at Li Feng and the two from a high position, and said, If you want to use force against our Ishida base, then ask my golden dragon pliers if you agree. As he spoke, he waved a pair of huge crab claws, making a whirring sound in the air, looking very powerful. Awaken one, or the first level. Wang Chong was stunned for a moment, then looked at it critically, and finally laughed, and said, Not bad, not bad. It looks quite mighty. After speaking, he showed his white teeth and said, May I ask if you are the only awakened person in your base? I am enough to deal with you. Uncle Ma said coldly. Yeah. Wang Chong laughed, looked at Li Feng, and said, Old Li, this man looks down on us. Li Feng smiled and said, Then show them your real skills a little bit. Okay. The two of them sang in harmony like a double act. Then Wang Chong shouted, Beast transformation, subgod species, 3-headed dog of hell. Ouch! He raised his head and roared loudly. Wang Chong's body began to swell, and his mouth began to extend forward, turning into a huge silver-white canine tooth exposed, and a pair of silver-eyed dog heads. Not only that, a dog head also grew on both sides of his shoulders, and soon, a 3-headed hell dog with a length of 15 meters, a shoulder height of 6 meters, a silver fur, and a big fluffy tail appeared in front of everyone. Instantly, an invisible pressure spread from the 3 heads of hell transformed by Wang Chong. Are you a second-level awakener? Uncle Ma showed a solemn look on his face. Obviously, since Yi Tianxin left, he was the only awakener left in their SHTian base, and as the deputy captain, he would not let his people swallow the zombie crystal unless it was a one-time event, which led to the birth of no more awakeners in the SHTian base. As a first-level awakener, he knew the horror of the second-level awakener. At least he had seen it with his own eyes from Yi Tianxin. Why are you scared? You still have a chance to surrender now. Wang Chong laughed with his fangs bared. Haha, the people in my SHTian base are not yet to the point of being greedy for life and afraid of death. Uncle Ma said with a determined face. Really? Li Feng on the side couldn't bear it anymore, bent down and touched the ground with both hands. Instantly, his hands turned into cement stones, and the petrification spread along his arms to his body. After a while, his whole body was assimilated into cement. After the transformation was completed, Li Feng slowly stood up, raised his left hand, and whispered, Stone shield. Instantly, his left hand squirmed and turned into a cement stone shield 1 meter long and half a meter wide. Then he raised his right hand as well, and a 2-meter cement spear appeared in his hand. This was a new skill he gained after being promoted to the second level. He could change his body into any form under the premise of assimilating matter. Another second-level awakener, Uncle Ma said in a lost voice. He actually saw 2 second-level awakeners in a row in one day. When did it become so easy to be promoted to a second-level awakener? Before he could recover from his surprise, Li Feng shouted again. All first-level Doomsday Warriors listen to orders and prepare for battle. Yes, Master Li Ji. A mechanical voice sounded. Outside the wall behind the Ishida base, a group of first-level Doomsday Warriors walked in from the gate and stood in 4 rows behind Li Feng. A rough count showed that there were at least 80 of them, and he kept the remaining 20 to guard the base. Li Feng looked at Uncle Ma, the deputy captain of the Ishida base, again and smiled. Each of these robots has the strength of a first-level awakener. With the addition of the two of us, there are now 2 second-level awakeners and 80 first-level awakeners. You can reconsider now. After listening to Li Feng's words, Uncle Ma was silent this time. If it was just 1 second-level awakener, he could still delay time and buy time for his brothers behind him to evacuate. But with 2 second-level awakeners, he felt that he could at least protect Yi Tianlin and live up to the captain's trust by fighting to the death with his brothers. But the other side was 2 second-level awakeners plus 80 first-level awakeners. Not to mention delaying time. Uncle Ma felt that at least if the other side took action, more than 500 people in their base could be killed within a minute. Thinking of this, Uncle Ma's pair of mighty crab claws fell to the ground with a bang, and then his body began to shrink violently, changing back to the form of a normal person, with a look of loss on his face. We are willing to surrender to the Ishida base. At this point, Uncle Ma pleaded again. I only ask you not to be too harsh on the brothers after you incorporate our Ishida base. If possible, I am willing to use my old life in exchange. As he said, he knelt on the ground with a plop, and then knocked his head heavily. Yi Tianlin, Lu Hei and others on the side watched and shouted, Old Ma, what are you doing? Uncle Ma, don't kneel to these bad guys. Even if I die, I must fight to the end. Yi Tianlin cried. The rest of the people also followed suit, and the crowd was furious. But Old Ma shouted, Enough. It's time. Staying alive is more important than anything else. As long as you can survive, it's worth sacrificing my life. After the words fell, everyone was silent. Yes, there is hope as long as you are alive, and living is more important than anything else. Seeing this scene, Li Feng and Wang Chong were shocked. This is a little different from what they imagined. No, wait. This makes it seem like they're the kind of villains who attack other people's bases everywhere. The two looked at each other and just felt a little funny. So, Li Feng said with a smile, We are just for recruitment, not enslavement. What's more, the reorganization of the SHTON base is also to establish a stable and orderly living environment suitable for our survivors to survive. Are you serious? Uncle Ma trembled. Of course, I guarantee it with the honor of a soldier. Li Feng said seriously. Uncle Ma looked at Li Feng's sincere eyes and was also infected for a while. After thinking for a while, he said, Then I. Before Uncle Ma finished speaking, a voice suddenly sounded. Wait. Li Feng frowned when he heard it. Wang Chong shouted angrily, Who is talking? Everyone in the SHTON base was also confused. They looked at each other and saw the doubts in each other's eyes. The next moment, the voice sounded again. I never thought that I had been away for more than half a month, and the Ishida base had already fallen into such a state. Hearing this voice, Yi Tianlin's little face suddenly showed excitement, and he said in surprise, It's my brother is back. Captain, Uncle Ma and the survivors of the Ishida base all looked in the direction of the voice curiously. Wang Chong and Li Feng also turned their heads to look outside the gate. In everyone's sight, a disheveled, unshaven, bearded young man wearing glasses was standing outside the gate, but one of his lenses was completely broken, and his eyes could not be seen clearly, while the other intact lens reflected a confident smile, and his clothes were also tattered, which formed an extremely strong contrast with his own temperament. But Yi Tianlin still recognized him at a glance. He broke away from Lu Hei's hand and ran towards the young man like a little rabbit, then hugged the young man's legs and said coquettishly, Brother, you are back. He. Yi Tianxin rubbed his brother's head lovingly and said with a smile, Did you listen to the uncles in the base? He. Yi Tianlin touched the back of his head a little embarrassedly. Yi Tianxin smiled knowingly at his brother's appearance, but it was not suitable to express his feelings of missing his family at the moment. Thinking of it, Yi Tianxin's handsome and evil eyes flashed fiercely, raised his head, and said with a handsome and evil smile, Brother Wang Chong, I haven't seen you for many days. You are Yi Tianxin, you are not dead. Wang Chong also recognized Yi Tianxin's appearance at this time and said in surprise. Yi Tianxin smiled and said, Thanks to my brothers, they are all waiting for me to go home. I dare not die outside. But Brother Wang, why did you come to my SHTON base? Facing Yi Tianxin's gaze, Wang Chong felt a little embarrassed for some reason. He turned sideways and lowered his voice to Li Feng, saying, "Old Li, it's like this. Didn't the Chudu base summon all?" After some explanation, Li Feng also understood roughly, nodded and said, "Don't worry, leave this to me." So he said to Yi Tianxin, "Brother Yi, it's like this. We are ordered by Chief Jiang Cheng to unify SHTON in order to establish a stable and orderly living environment. Conflict is not what we want to see. So that's it. Since it's a misunderstanding, if you two brothers have nothing else to do, please leave." Yi has rushed back to SHTON from Chudu. He is tired all the way and needs to rest well. After resting another day, Yi will host you and invite you two to come for tea and chat. Okay? Yi Tianxin said with a smile. The meaning of driving them away is very obvious. Anyone with a discerning eye can hear it. Li Feng frowned slightly and said, "I mean, can we discuss this matter?" Yi Tianxin refused without waiting for Li Feng to finish. "I'm sorry. Ishida didn't join your idea. We are living well and safely now. We don't need the protection of outsiders. Captain Yi, can you?" Li Feng was still unwilling to give up. He looked at Yi Tianxin and prepared to continue explaining, but unexpectedly saw a flash of red light. Suddenly a face appeared in front of him, less than 10 centimeters away from him. Yi Tianxin smiled evilly. "Captain Li, Yi has already said it very clearly. I don't want to repeat it a second time. Captain Li, don't you understand?" Li Feng was silent for a while. A few seconds later, Li Feng said, "I understand. Let's leave now." A wise choice. Yi Tianxin smiled, took Yi Tianlin's hand, and said gently, "Let's go home." After saying that, he shouted to the people in Ishida, "Ma Jian, close the door and send us away." "Yes, Captain." Ma Jian stood up quickly, not even bothering to brush off the dust on his knees, and made a gesture of invitation to Li Feng and Wang Chong, saying, "You too, please." "Old Li Wei." Wang Chong looked at Li Feng in confusion, but saw Li Feng simply said, "Let's go." Although he didn't understand why Li Feng insisted on leaving, Wang Chong still trotted after him. 1 kilometer after walking out of the Ishida base, Wang Chong finally couldn't help but ask, "Old Li, why do we have to leave?" Li Feng stopped and stared at Wang Chong seriously, saying, "This man is very powerful. If I hadn't retreated just now, all of us would have been killed there. We must report the situation here to the leader now and ask for support from the main base." Wang Chong said in disbelief, "No way. We are at least level 2, and we are carrying 80 level 1 doomsday robots. He can't leave us behind, right?" "No, he just stared at me, and I didn't even see how he got to me. I'm afraid I can't survive a single move under his hands. His strength is very likely to be above level 3, Li Feng said, and he remembered the look Yi Tianxin had given him before, and he felt a chill on his back for no reason. It's so scary. Then he has to report to the leader as soon as possible. Wang Chong said hurriedly, "Well, there's no time to lose." Li Feng nodded vigorously, and the two of them sped up and ran towards the sub-base. At the same time, Ishida base. Yi Tianxin pulled Yi Tianlin to Ma Jian, glanced at him, then raised his head, left a word, and walked directly into the building. "Ma Jian, Lu Hei, you guys come here." After saying that, Ma Jian was slightly stunned, looked at Lu Hei and the others, and then everyone was stunned, and then ordered a few survivors to repair the base gate, and the remaining base captains followed Yi Tianxin. The meeting room of SHTON base was originally the chess and card room of Kangjiyuan community. The indoor area looked very spacious, about twice the size of an ordinary high school classroom. Yi Tianxin sat on the bench in the center of the meeting room, without even having time to trim his hair and beard or change his clothes, and just stared at the 7 or 8 men in front of him. Being stared at by their boss like this, Lu Hei, Ma Jian, and others lowered their heads nervously and dared not speak. After all, if their boss came back later, SHTON base would not be saved. The atmosphere in the room was dull for more than a minute. Yi Tianxin was the first to speak. "Tell me, what happened in the base during my absence? Also tell me about the current supplies in the base and the number of survivors." Listening, Ma Jian, as the person in charge after Yi Tianxin left, spoke directly. "Captain, the current supply reserves of the base can feed our people for a month without any problem. The number of people is 573. Except for the boss. I am the only awakener at present. But a lot of things have happened in the base recently. On August 15th, when Sandy led people to search for supplies, we encountered the guys from fucking base. We had a fight with them, but no one died. One of the brothers was seriously injured and 12 were slightly injured. Later, on the night of August 15th, Lu fucking came to attack once, but I beat him back. I went there. August 18th. Fucking base and Chunshui base came to trouble us. We had a fight. 10 of our survivors died and 12 of the other side died. August 23rd, 2 more bases in SHTian came to trouble us, and we beat them back. I guess it was Lu fucking and 2 Chunshui who spread the news that you were not there. Then there was today's incident. They seemed to say that they were from SHTianZ base and were ordered by the leader. However, the other side was too strong. I could only. Ma Jin secretly glanced at Yi Tianxin and said with great guilt, I can only embarrass you, Captain. Well, is that all? Ma Jin's matter sounded simple, but each one was a matter of life and death for the base. Yi Tianxin didn't take it seriously and said calmly, that's all. Ma Jin nodded. Listening, Yi Tianxin nodded and said, I don't blame you for what happened today, but you have to remember one thing. People who are in my SHTian base must have backbone and must not let anyone look down on them, even if the other party puts a knife on their neck. And from today on, as long as I am here, such things are not allowed to happen again, understand? Understood. Ma Jian responded quickly. He knew the strength of his boss. Just now, he showed his skills outside and scared away more than 80 people on the other side. It can be seen that his strength is strong, and his style of doing things on weekdays is also decisive. Now, even if he has 100 courage, he will definitely not dare to kneel down and surrender again. Very good. Yi Tianxin nodded, then took out 4 crystal-clear finger-sized marble-like stones from his pocket and said, I also know that what happened today is because the other party is stronger than us, so I don't blame you. Here are 4 awakening crystals. Lu Hei, you guys share them. Captain, what is this? Lu Hei asked puzzled. Yi Tianxin's mouth curled up slightly, and he smiled. You will know after taking it. On the other side, Li Feng and Wang Chong rushed back to the base. After leaving all the first-level Doomsday Warriors and second-level Doomsday Warriors to guard the base, the 2 of them were directly teleported back to the Dawn base through the portal. As soon as he came out of the portal, Li Feng said directly to the micro-communicator, Leader, where are you now? I have something to report. After the words fell, a voice came from the headset. Wait in the gym first. I will come in 10 minutes. Yes. At the same time, Linxian City, suburbs of Dongqing District, an electronics factory. Jiang Cheng hung up the communicator and then slashed at a second-level Death Reaper in front of him. Puff! Suddenly, a huge head flew up, and the huge body fell down with a bang. After shaking off the blood on the blade and glancing at the ground full of zombies, Jiang Cheng said directly to Meow Pass and Aaron beside him, Eat. Eat as many of these zombie crystals as you can, and collect the rest for me. Meow. Meow Pass called happily, and then opened his mouth, and a black hole with a diameter of 2 meters formed in front of it. In an instant, hundreds of zombies in front of it, including their bodies and crystals, were absorbed by it. Then, Meow Pass jumped to the other side and used the swallowing skill again. Aaron saw that Meow Pass absorbed so roughly, and immediately became anxious. With a loud cry, he pounced on a second-level zombie, reached into the other's head with one hand, and then pulled hard. Blinked. A finger-sized green crystal was grabbed out by it. He couldn't wait to throw it into his mouth, and then continued to grab the next head. Just like that 5 minutes later, 1 beast and 1 corpse were all saturated. Jiang Cheng took a quick look and found that in addition to the level, the attributes of Meow Pass and Aaron had greatly improved, and the energy saturation was also displayed behind the name column. That is to say, the amount of zombies that can be absorbed every day is fixed, and it is possible to evolve again after it is completely digested or saturated several times. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng waved his hand, and more than 100 level 2 Doomsday Warriors flew out of the space ring. Directly. Take out the crystals in the brains of these zombies, and when you are done, just return to the base. Yes, Master. 100 level 2 Doomsday Warriors responded. Jiang Cheng called out to Aaron and Meow Pass, and the 3 of them ran straight to the base. In almost half a minute, the 3 of them appeared in the base. After giving instructions, Jiang Cheng went straight to the base gym. Pushing the door open, Li Feng and Wang Chang were sitting cross-legged in the middle of the room. Seeing Jiang Cheng coming, Li Feng immediately stood up and said seriously, "We are in trouble about the Yashida base. Sit down and tell me in detail." Jiang Cheng sat directly on the floor, bowed in a relatively comfortable posture, and said directly to Li Feng, "Okay." Li Feng immediately sat down again, and then said seriously, "It's like this. When Wang Chang and I were about to incorporate the Yashida base, we met Yi Tianxin, who had just returned." Yi Tianxin. Jiang Cheng frowned slightly. He had some impression of this person. He had met him in Chudu before and was severely punished by him, but this guy didn't die. He was lucky. After thinking for a while, he smiled and said, "I know. It's the guy with the eye of time stopping. Did you fight?" Li Feng shook his head and said, "No. I just looked at him, and then I felt my mind was empty. When I reacted, he had already appeared in front of me, but he didn't attack me, just warned me. I felt that I was not a match for him, so I took Lao Wang and retreated. I remember I sent you 100 level 2 Doomsday Warriors and 100 level 1 Doomsday Warriors. Aren't they still opponents of the opponent?" Jiang Cheng said with a smile. "The opponent's strength is indeed very strange, but 100 level 2 Doomsday Warriors are not necessarily opponents of the opponent." Li Feng shook his head and said, "When we went there, we only brought 80 level 1 Doomsday Warriors, and I think even if all level 2 Doomsday Warriors were sent out, we would not be opponents of the opponent." "Is that so?" Jiang Cheng thought for a while and said, "I'll let Luo Fan accompany you tomorrow. How about it?" "Okay." Li Feng hesitated for a moment and nodded in agreement. To be honest, based on Luo Fan's words alone, he couldn't help but feel a little worried, but it was also possible that his worries were unnecessary. After all, Lao Luo seemed to have reached the 3rd level on the 23rd. Maybe it would work. Thinking of this, Li Feng felt much calmer. Until Li Feng and Wang Chang left, Jiang Cheng sighed. At present, Shuguang is in a period of rapid development. The number of awakened people will increase greatly, and the things encountered will inevitably increase greatly. It is impossible for him to do everything himself. Otherwise, the existence of the base owner will lose its meaning. However, for particularly difficult awakened people, it is another matter, but these are just exceptions. I hope Luo Fan can take down Yi Tianxin this time." Jiang Cheng smiled. To be honest, he was also looking forward to what kind of scene it would be when the two people who had fought each other met again. Apart from these, Jiang Cheng went downstairs and entered the energy conversion room. The harvest from the beast tide and the collection of zombie crystals by the hunting team during this period, as well as a batch of his own hunting, are still stored in the space ring. I don't know how many energy points can be obtained by throwing them into the conversion furnace. He is a little looking forward to it. Pour all the zombie crystals collected after the 23rd and the spirit stones below the 1st level and below. The next moment, energy points plus 102, 129, 1800. A number popped up. Soon, a mechanical sound rang out. Remaining energy points, 1,081,291,800. Looking at this string of numbers, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but take a breath. A full 1 billion energy points. In this case, it's a good opportunity to see what items have been refreshed in the base mall. Some time ago, the items in the base mall were not satisfactory to him, so he only spent more than 2 million energy points in bits and pieces, and today happened to be the time for refreshing. "Open the base mall," Jiang Cheng said. Ding. The base mall is open. Product column. Level 1 small world, 50 million energy points, 10,000 acres of land, which can continuously generate spiritual energy. Level 4 awakening potion, 5 million energy points. Quantity, 1. After injection, the first awakening is a level 2 awakener, and it will be automatically promoted to level 4 within 1 month. Level 6 supernatural treasure box, 500 million energy points. After opening, use the supernatural inheritance crystal to randomly obtain a growth supernatural power. Level 5 Doomsday Battleship, 20 billion energy points, has aerospace capabilities, can achieve time and space jumps, superluminal flight, comes with 10,000 acres of spiritual space, crops can be planted, fully automatic operation system, comes with any daily necessities, comes with scientific research and medical weapons, etc. Comes with the main ship gun, a level 1 star destroyer. Can destroy a moon-sized star with a charging time of 1 hour. Comes with 8 level 1 shipborne guns. Comes with a magnetic field shield. Can defend against a full-strength attack from a level 8 Awakener. Level 6 Shanchuan Bronze Sword. 50 million energy points. Pseudo-Divine Beast Jiaozi item. Automatically obtains skill after use. Jiaozi will definitely take revenge. Cannot be used in combination with other skills except the skills of Shanchuan's sword. Physical attributes will increase by 20 times after use. Shanchuan's sword, after use. Strength attribute will increase by 5 times. Its own strength is the same level as the level 6 Doomsday Tang sword. Level 1 Gravity Chamber, 1 million energy points. After entering training, physical strength can be improved. Level 1 Lower Universe Manual, 100 billion energy points. The first Universe Humanities and Technology Map Encyclopedia. Sold at a discount. Level 1 Life Liquid, 100 million energy points. Recommended to take after level 5. The effect is unknown. Stand-in Scarecrow, 100 million energy points. Can resist devastating attacks for the user once. Refresh time, 47 hours, 43 minutes, and 25 seconds. Looking at the items in the base mall, Jiang Cheng was almost in a daze. What are these things? And the prices are outrageous one by one. The level 5 Doomsday Battleship is understandable, but this so-called level 1 Life Liquid doesn't even have 2 functions explained. As for the first lower-level Universe Manual, 100 billion energy points are only sold at a discount. Jiang Cheng felt that his worldview was broken for the first time. Glancing at the items, Jiang Cheng thought about it and gritted his teeth and said, "I don't believe this." As he said that, his consciousness entered the space ring and calculated the conversion rate of these crystals according to the conversion furnace. The final result made him a little depressed. Even if all the crystals obtained in the last Beast Tide were invested, they could only convert more than 10 billion energy points. In other words, he could only look at the first lower-level Universe Manual and the martial arts Doomsday Battleship. Forget it, just pretend I didn't see it. Sighing, Jiang Cheng said directly. Except for the level 5 Doomsday Battleship and the first lower-level Universe Manual, clear the product column? Ding. The first lower-level Universe Manual is a precious item. Please choose carefully. The system reminded rarely. It would be fine if he didn't mention this. Jiang Cheng got angry as soon as he heard it and cursed. I have to be able to afford it, right? Ding. The host can consume 1 million energy points to use the retention function. This function can retain items for 1 year. After using it, the commodity column will automatically occupy 1 grid and only refresh 8 items. Do you want to use it? The system reminded. There is such a function? Jiang Cheng was surprised and then fell into deep thought. This so-called first-level Universe Manual actually reminded the system so carefully and all along. Even if the best items were refreshed, the system never reminded, which shows that this manual is indeed extremely precious. And 1 million energy points are not too much for him. After thinking about it, he said, "Okay, consume 1 million energy points to use the retention function." Ding, consumption is successful. The item has been retained successfully. Ding, do you want to spend 860 million to buy items? The system prompted. Jiang Cheng said directly, "Buy." Ding, the purchase is successful. The items will be distributed within 2 meters of the host. Please check it. Remaining energy points, 2, 74, 29, 1800 points. The system voice fell, and a white light flashed in front of Jiang Cheng's eyes. Soon, a pair of items appeared in front of Jiang Cheng. The first item was a green box the size of a Rubik's Cube. Jiang Cheng held it in his hand, and soon, information about this item came up. Item, Level 1 Small World. Introduction, it has 10,000 acres of land, including forests, rivers, grasslands, and other landforms, which is equivalent to a pocket version of Blue Star. Because the world level is low, it only contains simple world rules and does not contain any life materials other than plants. Instructions for use. Just drop blood to recognize the owner. Looking through the introduction, Jiang Cheng also understood the general idea. To put it bluntly, there are no birds, beasts, insects, fish, and other creatures, but there is an environment that can use creatures to survive. Huh. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up. In this way, the food problem for everyone was solved, because according to the previous calculation, more than 4,000 acres of land were needed to meet the survival needs of everyone. Now with 10,000 acres of land, it is not a problem to feed more than 10,000 people. According to the method described above, drip a drop of blood on the green box. As the blood fell on the green box, it soon disappeared, and Jiang Cheng felt that he had a little more connection with this green box. He hurriedly put it into the space ring, and Jiang Cheng looked at the next item. The second item is a blood-red potion contained in a transparent glass syringe. The color is much darker than the third level and second level, and something can be vaguely observed as if it is slowly moving inside. After picking it up, Jiang Cheng hesitated for a moment and then put the potion away. His long-term cultivation experience tells him that before a breakthrough, the deeper the foundation is, the stronger the attributes will be after the breakthrough. For example, for a second-level awakener, the passing line for the strength attribute that needs to be reached is 350 points. However, Jiang Cheng broke through the 350-point strength attribute at the first level early. When he breaks through the second level, his attributes will increase by 5 to 10 times. His current awakening level is level 2, but in fact his strength attribute has reached level 3. This is the substantial benefit brought by laying the foundation. Then, Jiang Cheng looked at the third item. It's a golden wooden box, about the size of a makeup box. According to the information, it's a level 6 superpower treasure box. 6th level superpower. I wonder what it can be unleashed. Looking at the treasure chest, Jiang Cheng opened it directly. Soon, a pale golden crystal lay quietly in the box. Jiang Cheng grabbed it in his hand. The crystal immediately melts in the palm of your hand and then quickly penetrates into your body. All of a sudden, a stream of information came flooding in. Feeling the information in his mind, Jiang Cheng felt a huge surprise in his heart. Power. Time stands still. Introduction. You can stop time within a 1-meter radius of yourself, and the still time corresponds to your own strength. At the first level, it can be paused for 0.01 seconds. At the first level, it can be paused for 0.02 seconds. And at the first level, it can be paused for 0.03 seconds. After breaking through the second level, the range can be increased to 10 meters. At the second level, it can be paused for 0.1 seconds. And at the second level, it can be paused for 0.2 seconds. The second level can be paused by 0.3, and so on. Although the time pause seems extremely short, based on his current strength, even 0.01 seconds is enough to distinguish the winner. This is definitely a winning trump card. Should I say it or not? It's a level 6 treasure chest, and what comes out of it is a cow. After sighing, Jiang Cheng continued to look at the fourth item. This is a bronze sword with a simple shape. There are mountains and rivers engraved on the sword body. It is 1.4 meters long. It is different from ancient bronze swords. The hilt is a statue of Yaju, the dragon's head is slightly open, and the sword blade comes from the dragon's mouth. When it is spit out from inside, it is quite powerful. The moment he held the bronze sword, information about how to recognize his master immediately came to his mind. Is it necessary to shed blood to recognize the master? Jiang Cheng looked at the blade of the sword, immediately pinched his finger, squeezed out a drop of blood, and dripped it on. After the blood fell, the finger healed instantly. As the blood drips in, Jiang Cheng only felt that there were 2 more skills in his mind. One was the vengeance of the enemy, and the other was the sword of mountains and rivers. The moment the 2 skills came up, Jiang Cheng felt that a 500-meter-long beast with a bronze ancient sword appeared in front of his eyes. Compared with the one he encountered before, Jiang Cheng had a more arrogant aura. As the phantom of the giant beast appeared, Jiang Cheng saw his eyes flashing with golden light, and the ancient bronze sword in his mouth burst into cyan light, piercing the sky. The lightsaber fell slowly, splitting the earth in half. Is this the true power of the Shanchuan sword? Jiang Cheng stayed where he was, carefully appreciating the artistic conception of the mountain sword. Almost an hour later, Jiang Cheng's eyes suddenly opened, and there was a fierce meaning in his eyes. The mountain and river sword is indeed extraordinary, but it is a pity that it cannot be used in combination with other skills. Otherwise, it will be combined with the spirit explosion. When combined with the mountain and river sword, It can be easily killed even at the 6th level. It is a pity. Jiang Cheng sighed and immediately calmed down. He also understood that such a heaven-defying move must have great limitations. Continue to look at the 5th item. It is a yellow metal door similar to that of a spiritual practice cabin. Jiang Cheng picked up the door and placed it directly on the wall in the corner of the gym according to the instructions. The next second, a mechanical sound sounded. Ding! The 1st level gravity chamber has been successfully integrated. Explanation. The 1st level gravity chamber can increase gravity by up to 10 levels. Training in it can strengthen the body and increase physical strength by up to 10 times. Good. Jiang Cheng nodded and looked at the 6th item. It was a glass test tube filled with a bright green liquid. Holding the test tube, a stream of information surged up. Item, Level 1 Life Liquid. Introduction. It can improve the level of life and deepen the understanding of nature. It is recommended to take it after the 5th level. The introduction is also vague. Jiang Cheng curled his lips, and although he was a little speechless, he still followed the prompts and put it into the space ring. Then look at the last item. It is a palm-sized scarecrow with 2 red strings tied around its wrists. After mastering its use, Jiang Cheng removed a red thread and tied it to his right wrist, while the remaining scarecrow was stored in the space ring. After doing this, another prompt sounded. Are there any free draws? Free draw. Jiang Cheng clicked on the lottery page and saw that it showed number of free 1st level draws, 31. Number of free 2nd level draws, 4. Free 3rd level draws, 1. Nowadays, free draws for levels 1, 2, and 3 are of little use to him, so he will save his money for later. Thinking about it, Jiang Cheng said directly, go ahead and do the paid lottery. Give me 10 consecutive draws first. He wanted to see if he could draw anything good. Ding! Consume 1 million energy points and win the lottery. Congratulations to the host for getting the level 3 fire lizard armor. Keep up the good work. Again. Next, there were 8 more calls for keep up the good work until the end. Congratulations to the host for getting the level 5 martial arts. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. I did draw a good skill. Jiang Cheng directly fused the martial arts inheritance crystal, and in an instant, the content about the martial arts flooded into his mind. Martial arts. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. Introduction. You can transform your true essence into 10,000 swords to kill the opponent. This skill is a group attack skill. After actual combat, the destructive power can be increased tenfold. After absorbing the martial arts, Jiang Cheng looked at the introduction of the level 3 fire lizard armor. The whole body is red, and the armor is thick, about 2 centimeters, which can defend against the attacks of the 3rd level awakeners, spirit beasts, or zombies. It can release a flame shield and also release flames, which has a certain lethality to the 3rd level awakeners. Since it is a fire attribute item, it is suitable for July. After exiting the lottery page, Jiang Cheng sent a message to Luo Fan, asking him to go to the SH-Tianzi base to assist Li Feng and Wang Chang in conquering the SH-Tianzi base. In order to prevent accidents, Jiang Cheng ordered Bai to follow him, but he was not allowed to take action unless the lives of Li Feng and others were endangered. After doing this, Jiang Cheng went upstairs and walked towards the cultivation room. After all, the food problem was urgent, and he needed to try whether this small world could grow rice seeds from Blue Star. Enter the breeding room. A puff of air mixed with cow dung hit his face, causing Jiang Cheng to cover his nose, and then went directly into the farm to check the situation. According to the limit on the number of poultry raised on the farm, he now owns 5 cows, 95 chickens, and 100 carps. At a glance, these calves were grazing leisurely in the pasture, and some simply laid down on the grass to enjoy the warm sunshine. On the other side of the poultry farm, 100 chickens were running happily in a fence on an acre of land. There was also a pond, which was a full acre in size, but there were only 100 carp, so the movement was not as cheerful as in the poultry farm. In addition to this is his farmland. Basically, the rice grown is mature. There are also some fruits and vegetables that are basically taken care of by the 1st level farming robots. They are full of fruits and have a good harvest. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng began to wonder. If a farming robot is put into a 1st level small world, he wonders if it can detect whether the soil in the small world is suitable for planting. So he said loudly, Farming robot, come here. Master, do you have any instructions? The farming robot was very fast and arrived in front of it in the blink of an eye. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "Follow me." As soon as the words fell, both of them disappeared out of thin air. When they appeared again, they were already in a vast expanse of land. At this time, it happened to be daytime in the small world. The temperature is about 26 degrees. The sunshine is very soft, and the grass underfoot is also very soft. Occasionally, a cool breeze mixed with the fragrance of green grass blows, making people feel relaxed and happy. There is oxygen, which is similar to ordinary blue stars, and the temperature is also very suitable. Jiang Cheng murmured, and then asked to the first-level farming robot, "If we plant crops here, can we survive?" The first-level farming robot listened, squatted down, and dug out a handful of soil from the ground. The soil was black and soft, and then crushed it between his fingers and said, "Master, the soil here is very fertile, very suitable for growing rice and wheat, and other cash crops. Okay, since it can be planted, you can harvest all the crops in the cultivation room in the past few days and plant them, and I will arrange for you to come over to cultivate them." Jiang Cheng said happily, "No problem, master." The first-level farming robot replied, "Okay, let's go out." With a thought from Jiang Cheng, the two of them appeared in the breeding room again. According to Jiang Cheng's conjecture, this first-level small world has 10,000 acres of land, and 5,000 acres is definitely enough for growing food. Then, first-level construction robots can be arranged to build farmhouses, poultry farms, pastures, etc., so that, come on, he can send the cows that cannot be raised in the breeding room into the small world. The only trouble is the lack of care. As for this problem, he is not in a hurry for the time being. He can search among the survivors or purchase corresponding items from the base mall, etc. It seems that the first-level scientific research room of the base also has a cracking function. As long as the first-level farming robot is cracked, it will be fine. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng immediately said, "Open the first-level scientific research room and crack the first-level farming robot." Ding! "Do you want to spend 10,000 energy points to crack it?" the system prompted. "Crack," Jiang Cheng said directly. Cracking, remaining time, 9 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Next, he just needs to wait patiently. At the same time, base portal. Then a white light curtain lit up. A tall young man with a ponytail walked out of the light curtain. It was Luo Fan, who had been summoned to come over for support. Luo Fan walked out of the teleportation array, then went directly downstairs towards the rest area. And at this moment, on the sofa in the sitting area, Li Feng and Wang Chong are discussing how to incorporate the Ishida base. It's really a bad start. If we fail to conquer Ishida base, neither of us will be ashamed to hang out in Dawn, Wang Chong said with a sad face. Li Feng also smiled bitterly and said, "You think, with the addition of base master Luo this time, can we take down Yi Tianxin?" Wang Chong analyzed, "I'm fed up with it. Last time in Chudu, Yi Tianxin defeated Lao Luo. Although Lao Luo has reached the 3rd level this time, judging from the strength Yi Tianxin showed today, he will definitely reach the 3rd level." The 3rd level. 3rd level versus 3rd level, it's hard to say. "Oh, Captain Wang doesn't trust me so much." While they were talking, a voice suddenly came from behind. When Wang Chong heard this, he knew that the real master was here. He turned around and said with a sad face, "Lao Luo, you are finally here." Luo Fan looked at Wang Chong with a half-smile and said, "Didn't someone just say that I am not Yi Tianxin's opponent?" Wang Chong quickly explained, "Lao Luo, I'm really not trying to scare you. When Lao Li and I went to collect the SH Tian base today, you didn't know that Yi Tianxin suddenly appeared in front of us, and we didn't even see him clearly. Action, if this really happens, Lao Li and I will have to explain where we are." Really, Luo Fan rarely became serious. He was actually a little dissatisfied with Yi Tianxin. If it weren't for the opponent's weird eye of time-stopping and real swords and guns, Luo Fan believed that the opponent would not be his opponent. But now the trouble lies in those eyes, and from what Wang Chong said, this guy's strength seems to be one step closer. So he frowned and said, "Tell me carefully." Wang Chong stood up with a smile and took Luo Fan's arm and said, "Let's talk while walking." "Okay." Luo Fan nodded. Just as the three of them were about to leave, Another cold voice sounded. The leader has ordered me to go with you. The three turned around and found a woman with long silver hair. The woman had a beautiful face. They also knew her. She was the fierce person who fought against the 5th-level Beast King on the day of the Beast Tide. Wang Chong did not dare to be careless and continued to smile. Then I will trouble Captain Bai. Yes. With that, the four of them went upstairs together. Passing through the light curtain of the portal, they soon arrived at the SH-Tianzi base. Luo Fan glanced around and found that the structure was the same as his Tainanzi base. Even the decoration style and layout were the same. As soon as the few people entered the base, a sweet and innocent voice rang out. Brotherly Feng, Brother Wang Chong, you are back. While speaking, a 7 or 8-year-old little lowly phantom ran happily to Li Feng and said happily, but when she saw Luo Fan and Bai next to Li Feng, her eyes were immediately full of curiosity and asked, Brotherly Feng, who are they? Old Li has taste. Luo Fan showed an intriguing smile. Li Feng explained awkwardly, I don't know. After the leader authorized it, this lowly phantom appeared. Come on, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about business first. Wang Chong saw this and tried to smooth things over. Li Feng also said immediately, Yes, business is important. So he said to the little lowly, Ishida, play the floor plan of the Ishida base. Okay, Brotherly Feng. The little lowly said innocently. Suddenly, a floor plan of the Ishida base appeared on the wall of the Ishida polar region. Li Feng pointed to the floor plan and said, This is the map that Lao Wang and I observed after going to the Ishida base. Let me give you a brief introduction. At the same time, meeting room of the Ishida base. A series of roars sounded in the meeting room. Am I awakened? Lu He looked at the black hair on his arms and said with disbelief, I seem to have awakened too. The man standing next to Lu He, Zhong Niu, who was also one of the team leaders of Ishida base, looked at his squirming hands that turned into mercury with a shocked face. The other two people also woke up one after another. One can transform into a diamond ape, and the other can awaken and transform into a mechanical cannon. Okay, it's just an awakening. Don't get too excited. Let's get ready to deal with the current troubles. Just when the four of them were immersed in joy, Yi Tianxin suddenly spoke. The four people, including Ma Jian, looked over in confusion. Yi Tianxin said extremely calmly, This group of people came here today to discuss the recruitment matter. I guess they won't just give up. They might attack at night, so we must be fully prepared. Ma Jian said in confusion, Captain, it's impossible. These people were frightened by you when they left. How could they come here asking for trouble, unless they don't want to live anymore? Yi Tianxin pushed up the frames of his glasses and said with a smile, Old Ma, I think you have stayed in Ishida for too long and have forgotten your fighting style. Listening, Ma Jian and the others immediately turned serious. Yes, with their fighting style, how could they be scared away by a mere threat? So Ma Jiandao, Captain, let's not delay. I will arrange for people to prepare defenses first. Yi Tianxin shook his head and said, No, from now on, we just wait outside for these people to arrive. No need to create a few traps? Ma Jian raised his eyebrows. Yi Tianxin said amusedly, Do you think these traps can trap the awakened ones? 2. By the way, there is one more thing I forgot to mention. Chuda base has been destroyed. Ishida base will be your home from now on. We must be prepared for a long-term battle. After the words fell, everyone was silent for a while after being shocked. And inside the Ishidako base. This is the entire SH-Tian base, surrounded by 2.5-meter-high walls with barbed wire reinforcements. There are traces of excavations at the foot of these walls, so I suspect there should be a mechanism underground. The gate to the east is the gate they often use for entry and exit. It takes about 20 kilometers from our sub-base to Ishida base. Li Feng explained bit by bit, and then said, Then there is the manpower situation of Ishida base. When Lao Wang and I went to discuss it, there was only one awakened person on the other side, whose strength was about level 1. Later, with the return of Yi Tianxin, Lao Wang and I were forced back, which means that there are 2 awakened ones in Ishida base, and the strength of Yi Tianxin, who forced Lao Wang and me back, was at least level 3. This is the information we have so far. Then our sub-base currently has 100 level 2 Doomsday Warriors and 100 level 1 Doomsday Warriors, which is more than enough to start a war with Ishida base. Hearing this, Luo Fan smiled and said, "In other words, we have only one actual goal, and that is Yi Tianxin. As long as we defeat him, all problems will be solved." "You can say that," Li Feng said. "It's not too late. Let's set off now." Luo Fan didn't even think about it. "What are you going to do?" "Nature is to solve the fundamental problem." August 31st, 9 p.m. Li Feng left 21st level Doomsday Warriors and 22nd level Doomsday Warriors to guard the home, and took out all the remaining 1st level and 2nd level Doomsday Warriors. The group of people rushed towards the Ishida base. However, after traveling 20 kilometers at the speed of a few people, they arrived at the gate of Ishida base in less than 5 minutes. "This is it." Li Feng pointed to the large iron doorway covered by weeds in front of him. "Is this right here?" Luo Fan nodded, strode forward, then slowly took off and grabbed the big iron door with one hand. In an instant, the iron door was suspended in the air and was twisting and deforming in the air, making a harsh sound. In the blink of an eye, the huge iron door turned into a ball of scrap metal the size of a fist and fell to the ground. The sound was not loud, but it brought the two sluggish guards back to their senses. Then they looked at the crowd of people in the dark outside the door with horrified expressions, as well as the ruthless man suspended in the sky who destroyed their iron door. They immediately turned around and faced inside. Shouted, "Quick!" informed the captain. "The gang is back again during the day." As soon as the shouts ended, a voice sounded from the base. "The captain is here, why? Are you panicking?" As soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared in the center of the door. The visitor stared at Li Feng and others with a calm expression and said calmly, "Did Captain Li Feng forget what I said during the day?" The sound was not loud, but it made people feel a chill in their backs. Before Li Feng could speak, Luo Fan spoke first. "Yi Tianxin, it is said that those who understand current affairs are heroes. Being recruited by our base is not a bad thing for your Ishida base. I asked you why you dare to come. It turns out you have found help." Yi Tianxin glanced at Luo Fan in the sky and said sarcastically, "It's a pity that it was my men who were defeated. It seems that only the fists can speak." Luo Fan frowned and said coldly. Yi Tianxin's eyes flickered. "That's exactly what I meant." Both sides started to fight, and Li Feng saw this and quickly arranged for everyone to retreat to avoid being affected. And inside the Ishida base, Yi Tianlin looked at his brother who went to fight alone and said worriedly, "Uncle Ma, Uncle He, can my brother beat them?" Lu He laughed. "What? Don't you have confidence in your brother?" Ma Jian said confidently, "Don't worry, our captain is invincible." While speaking, in the field, Luo Fan raised one hand and said to Yi Tianxin lightly, "Today is different from the past. Today I will avenge my previous shame." As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted softly, "Repulsion!" In the palm of his hand, a circle of invisible ripples rippled out as Luo Fan's voice fell. Wherever the ripples passed, they turned into hurricanes, uprooting the weeds and shrubs on the ground like a dead tree and rotten wood, and crashed towards Yi Tianxin. "My strength has improved a bit, but it's too slow." Facing the repulsive force that came over, Yi Tianxin looked normal, stepped lightly, and immediately disappeared on the spot. With a loud bang, a huge pit about 3 meters deep was immediately blasted out at the place where Yi Tianxin had just stood, which frightened everyone in Shtian and made them gasp. What kind of destructive power can make a big hole in the ground? Lu He and others looked at Ma Jian on the side. As the only awakener in the previous base besides Yi Tianxin, Ma Jian was also an unfathomable image in their hearts. Looking at everyone's eyes, Ma Jian said helplessly, "Why are you looking at me? I definitely can't do it. I can only dig a pit of more than 20 centimeters on the ground." More than 20 centimeters? Listening to Ma Jian's words, everyone was shocked by Luo Fan's strength again. And here at the Shtianzi base, Li Feng exclaimed, as expected of the base owner who leads one side, "Lao Luo's strength is really strong." Wang Chong also sighed. "If we had entered the dawn one step earlier, we might have the strength of Lao Luo." Apart from the two of them, Bai standing on the side had a cold face and remained silent. In her opinion, this battle had just begun. At this time, Luo Fan looked at the empty ground. His face darkened, and he said, Come out. I know you won't be hit like this. While speaking, he was also amazed at Yi Tianxin's strength. He originally thought that after he was promoted to the 3rd level, Yi Tianxin was far from his opponent, but now it seems that this guy's strength has also improved a lot. It seems that he has to go all out next. You saw it. Yi Tianxin's voice rippled around the deserted area, and then a figure appeared in Luo Fan's sight again. He stared directly at Luo Fan and said jokingly, I didn't expect you to break through the 3rd level. I really underestimated you back then. Stop talking nonsense and make a move. Luo Fan said calmly, and at the same time, he grabbed it with one hand, and a black Tang Dao appeared in his palm. Is it the same trick as before? Yi Tianxin raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Luo Fan with his eyes, red light flickering slightly. Not good. Looking at the red light, Luo Fan secretly thought something was wrong. He was defeated by this move at the beginning, but now he used the same trick again. He quickly closed his eyes and held the Tang Dao horizontally in front of him. At the same time, his mental power spread towards the surroundings. In an instant, the scenery 100 meters around him was in his mind. The image appears quickly, whether it was trees and weeds, people standing around, or even a speck of dust on the ground. They all appeared clearly in his mind. Seeing Luo Fan's response, Yi Tianxin was stunned and frowned. His whole strength comes entirely from these eyes. Only by looking at someone can the power of the eyes be activated. Now that the other person closes his eyes, it will undoubtedly prevent him from using his power. It's been discovered. Yi Tianxin sighed, then relaxed his brows and smiled again. So what if the power of the eyes cannot be activated? If he only relied on these eyes, he would not be able to develop the Ishida base to more than 500 people with just 2 awakened people. Stomp your left foot against the ground. Bang! The ground was cracked. He instantly dodged in front of Luo Fan and whipped his leg sideways. Coming! Feeling a strong wind hitting his temple, Luo Fan immediately raised his arm. Bang! There was an explosion of anger. Luo Fan felt his arms go numb, and his body flew straight away, landing on the ground and sliding for a long distance before regaining his balance. What a strength! Luo Fan secretly thought to himself, and quickly mobilized the energy in his dantian to repair the injury on his arm. But the next second, the strong wind struck again, this time facing his eyes. Damn it! Luo Fan immediately crossed his arms in front of his face. In an instant, a punch hit his arms directly, making him take a few steps back, and Yi Tianxin's attack followed closely. For a time, Luo Fan was left passively beaten. What's going on? Why didn't Lao Luo take action? Li Feng couldn't help frowning as he watched Luo Fan being beaten. Wang Chong shook his head and said, I guess it's probably because of the other party's ability. Ability? Li Feng asked confused. Wang Chong explained, Yi Tianxin's ability is the Eye of Time Stopping. When the leader led the team to Chudu before, Lao Luo fought against this guy. Guess what happened? Li Feng guessed. Lao Luo lost. Wang Chong smiled bitterly and said, If you lose, you will still be defeated by the opponent with one move. So strong. Li Feng was shocked. In his eyes, Luo Fan is definitely the strongest person in Shuguang base besides Jiang Cheng. How could such a big boss lose with just one move? Wang Chong nodded and said, The reason is that those eyes can freeze the other person's time as long as they look into each other's eyes, making them unable to move. No wonder Lao Luo closed his eyes. Li Feng also understood Luo Fan's behavior at this time, but he still couldn't help but said, But it's not a solution to be beaten passively all the time. There must be a solution. Wang Chong shook his head and remained silent. He is a second-level person, and he only heard about the Eye of Time stopping from the leader. As for the solution, if he had it, he wouldn't have asked Luo Fan to come for support. Bai Zhe, who was listening to the conversation between the two, smiled lightly and said nothing. At this time in the field, aren't you going to fight back? If you continue, you will lose. Yi Tianxin taunted while punching. Luo Fan blocked it silently and said nothing. Looking at the image of mental power in his mind, Yi Tianxin punched at an extremely fast speed. He could hardly see the opponent's punch path clearly and could only see phantoms. This is also because telekinesis requires the reflection of mental telekinesis, which is somewhat similar to the detection method of sonar. On the other hand, the eyes are optical imaging, and the speed is far beyond the speed of telekinesis. As a result, he can only rely on prejudgment and reaction to images presented by perception and telekinesis. Since you don't fight back, I won't be polite. Yi Tianxin sneered and jumped up with a first-level Superman punch. During the swing, Wang Chong and others could only see a phantom at such high speed and directly hit a sonic boom in the air. Boom. Punch out. Luo Fan's left arm made a clicking sound, which seemed to be the sound of cracking bones, and under the huge impact, his body flew backward 50 meters, smashing several big trees in succession before he stopped. Seeing this, Wang Chong said anxiously, "No, if this keeps up, Lao Luo will lose." Then he turned to Bai, who was standing watching the battle, and said, "Team Bai, Lao Luo is about to die, can you?" Without even looking at Wang Chong, he looked straight ahead and said one word, "Look." Okay. Wang Chong had no choice but to shut up. Even the big boss Bai is not in a hurry. He is just in a blind hurry. At this time, after Luo Fan stabilized his body, his arms were shaking and his face was as heavy as water. The blow just now cracked the bones in his arm. If it continues like this, he will definitely be defeated. So he simply opened his eyes, then took out a recovery potion from the space ring and poured it into his mouth. As the medicine entered his stomach, his left arm was instantly wrapped by a warm current, and the broken bones also itched. Feeling his arm recovering, Luo Fan threw away the glass test tube, dragged the Tang sword in his hand, and shouted, "The first move of the 3 swords to kill demons." He didn't believe it. As long as he exerted his speed to the extreme, Yi Tianxin's eyes would never catch him. Bang! The internal energy began to be continuously injected into the blade, and the black Tang sword suddenly glowed brightly. One foot stepped. Whoosh! The whole person turned into a residual image, dragging the sword straight to Yi Tianxin. "Can't you help but open your eyes?" Yi Tianxin sneered, without dodging or avoiding, but just standing there, waiting for Luo Fan to come. "Go to hell." In the blink of an eye, Luo Fan appeared in front of him, roared, and the Tang sword in Luo Fan's hand chopped his face. When the Tang sword was only 1 centimeter away from his face, Yi Tianxin's mouth curled up and his eyes flashed red. Now, time stops. Instantly, an invisible wave spread from the eyes. Luo Fan only stared at the other person's eyes for a second, and his whole brain went blank as if it had crashed. It seemed like a second had passed, and it seemed like a long time had passed. When his brain was fully awake, Luo Fan only felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen, and his back was also shaken, and he groaned. His body fell into a deep pit without knowing when. Looking up, a pair of fingers were inserted directly into his eyes, and a voice sounded at the same time. "These 2 eyes are appetizers." Not good. Seeing the fingers approaching, Luo Fan felt bad and was about to raise his hand to block them. But when he raised his head, a red light flashed in his sight. The next second, his brain went blank again. Lao Luo is in danger. Wang Chong was anxious and was about to rush forward, but before he could move, a strong wind rushed past him. The next second, snap! Yi Tianxin's hand that was inserted into Luo Fan was pinched by a slender white hand. "Dare to ruin my good deeds." Feeling that his hand could not move forward, Yi Tianxin's handsome face suddenly twisted, and he immediately punched the owner of this hand. But the next moment, he felt a pain in his lower abdomen, and the whole person flew backwards. With a bang, the wall of the base behind him collapsed. At the same time, Luo Fan's vision immediately became clear. He stared at the silver-white long-haired figure who was blocking him and holding his Tang sword with one hand in surprise. He couldn't help but ask, "Who was I just now? Leave it to me." When Bai Qingling's voice fell, Luo Fan knew that he had just lost. He reluctantly put away the internal energy on the Tang sword and said weakly, "Captain Bai, thank you for your help." After that, Luo Fan silently put away the sword and walked to Wang Chong's side. Seeing this, Wang Chong patted Luo Fan on the shoulder and said worriedly, "Old Luo, are you not injured?" Luo Fan forced a smile and said, "Not bad." Wang Chong comforted him, "Leave everything to Captain Bai. We can just finish it, and in Shuguang we are getting stronger all the time, and one day we will be able to surpass the opponent." Luo Fan nodded silently, and at this time, Bai stared at the collapsed wall and said calmly, "Surrender. You still have a way out." "Haha, surrender?" A voice came from the ruins, and a figure stood up immediately, regardless of the dust on his body. Yi Tianxin pushed the frame of his glasses. His eyes flashed with dangerous light, and sneered. "Since the end of the world 2 months ago, I have seen several bases rise and fall. Among these fallen bases, there is one thing in common. Their survivors are either enslaved or killed directly. If I surrender, will the people in my SHTon base have a good end?" "Brother," Yi Tianlin shouted worriedly. "Captain," Liu He shouted with emotion. "We swear to live and die with the captain." Ma Jian suddenly raised his fist and shouted. The other survivors of the SHTon base were also infected by the emotions of several people, and they shouted, "Swear to live and die with the captain. I will never surrender even if I die. Asshole, get out of our home. If you want to destroy our SHTon base, step over my old Wang's body." Everyone roared. Looking at the people in Ishida, Wang Chong wanted to explain, but Li Feng raised his hand to stop him. He looked at Wang Chong and shook his head, indicating that he should not speak for the time being. Wang Chong was a little puzzled, but swallowed his words. The few people looked at Bai in the field again. Bai looked at Yi Tianxin expressionlessly, as if he didn't care about what Ishida said at all, and said coldly, "Stubborn." The words fell. With a swish, the ground cracked, and the figure disappeared from the spot. When it appeared again, it was in front of Yi Tianxin, and raised his fist and punched the other party in the face. Bang! Under Bai's speed, Yi Tianxin had no time to react. His face was distorted, and the whole person turned several times in the air and then rolled on the ground. What a strong strength! The moment he fell to the ground, Yi Tianxin's pupils shrank sharply, but he didn't dare to stay on the ground for a long time. He quickly got up and shouted in the direction of Bai. "Time stops." As he spoke, his eyes flashed red. As expected, Bai suddenly attacked, and his silver eyes met Yi Tianxin's red pupils, and his body could not help but stagnate. "Haha, I finally fixed it." Yi Tianxin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a crazy and twisted smile appeared on his face. He stared straight at Bai's silver pupils, hooked his arm, and turned into a shadow and rushed towards Bai, and raised his palm and stabbed 2 fingers directly into Bai's eyes. "Your eyes, Yi Tianxin, have received them." "No, Captain Bai has been hit," Wang Chong exclaimed. Li Feng also showed an anxious look. Only Luo Fan looked at Bai's state thoughtfully. Yi Tianxin arrived in front of Bai in the blink of an eye, and a pair of fingers were extremely fast, piercing the air and piercing Bai's eyes. Just when he was about to stab, Bai's unchanging iceberg face had a slightly raised corner of his mouth, and one hand quickly reached out, pinched Yi Tianxin's 2 fingers, and then twisted it hard. Crack! The 2 fingers immediately twisted strangely in one direction. "Oh!" Yi Tianxin screamed as his fingers were broken, then stared at Bai with disbelief while enduring the severe pain. "Why? Why can you move? You've obviously been hit." Bai's calm eyes flashed with a hint of disdain, and he said, "A trifle." After that, he pinched Yi Tianxin's broken finger and twisted it again. There was a tearing sound. The powerful force actually pulled Yi Tianxin's broken finger off with the flesh. Instantly, blood flowed out from the broken finger. Yi Tianxin covered his fingers and screamed, My finger! How dare you!" "Noisy!" Bai Xiu frowned slightly, stepped forward with his left foot, dived forward in the air, raised his right hand, and turned it into a spear that pierced Yi Tianxin's chest. Seeing that blood was about to splash on the spot, Yi Tianxin showed a look of fear on his face. For the first time, he felt what fear was, and for the first time, he felt that death was so close to him. The brain started to work at high speed instantly. "No, I can't die here. I still have Tianlin. If I die, Tianlin will have a miserable end." In his anxiety and panic, Yi Tianxin suddenly thought of a red fruit he found when he left Chudu. This fruit was growing on a giant tree 100 meters high at the time. There were 2 powerful spirit beasts fighting each other under the giant tree, so he took a look and hid. Later, the 2 spirit beasts fought each other and both were injured. He took the opportunity to steal the red fruit. On the way back to SHTon, he kept the fruit close to his body, ready to study it carefully when he returned to SHTon. Now it seems that there is no time for him to study it. According to speculation, these 2 spirit beasts fought for a fruit. This fruit must be extraordinary. No matter. Yi Tianxin didn't care about anything else. He took out a handful of fruit from his arms and stuffed it into his mouth. At the same time, his eyes continued to flash red light, and he shouted, "Time stops." The ability was activated, and Bai's movements paused for a short time. Yi Tianxin took the opportunity to roll over and narrowly avoided the attack. Then he got up, chewed the fruit in his mouth a few times, and then swallowed it. The moment the fruit entered his stomach, Yi Tianxin felt as if his body was on fire. His body was about to burn, and his skin was red, like a boiled crab, and blood was almost overflowing from his pores. Hot. So hot. His body was burned, and Yi Tianxin was in pain all over. He screamed loudly like a madman, and his hands were randomly tearing at his clothes. Tear. Under the power of his third-level awakener, his clothes were torn apart like paper, revealing his skinny upper body. But he still felt it was not enough. He reached out to take off his pants again. Looking at this weird scene, Bai raised his arm that turned into a spear with a cold look, stepped forward, and stabbed at Yi Tianxin again. "Uncle He, how is my brother? Go and save him." Yi Tianlin looked at Yi Tianxin's painful expression and shouted anxiously. Ma Jian, Lu He, and the other awakened people looked at each other and rushed towards Bai. "You itch, don't touch my captain." Although Ma Jian and Lu He were fast, they couldn't be faster than Bai at the 5th level. Without even a glance, Bai continued to stab Yi Tianxin. At the moment when it was about to be stabbed, Yi Tianxin's eyes suddenly burst into flames, and he roared, "Time stops." Moment. A circle of huge red ripples rippled out from his eyes, and Bai's entire body was frozen directly in the air, along with Ma Jian, Lu He, and others who were rushing over, as well as Li Feng and Wang Chong who were standing aside to watch the battle. Everyone else was also sluggish. Even the evening breeze and the weeds blown by the wind kept the swaying posture of the previous moment. For a moment, it seemed as if the entire time had stood still, but it was only half a second. Poof! A mouthful of reverse blood spurted out from Yi Tianxin's mouth, and 2 lines of bloody tears flowed from his eyes. His vision went dark, and he fell straight backwards. In this moment, Shiro and the people around him were back to normal again. Everyone looked at Yi Tianxin, who was lying motionless on the ground, and were stunned, but someone quickly reacted. Wang Chong shouted excitedly, "Brothers, charge! Yi Tianxin has been defeated. Follow me to take the Ishida base." After the shouting ended, Wang Chong let out a beast's roar, and his whole body immediately transformed into a snow-white, 3-headed hell dog. Li Feng also touched the 2nd-level Tang Dao blade Jiang Cheng gave him at his waist early, and his body quickly transformed towards the material of the 2nd-level Tang Dao. Luo Fan was more direct. He raised his body in the air and grabbed Ma Jian and others in the air. Ma Jian suddenly felt his breathing stagnant, and Lu He and others covered their necks and raised their feet in the air. With the help of Luo Fan, Wang Chong and Li Feng led the 2nd-level Doomsday Warriors to control the survivors of Ishida Base in less than a minute. While Wang Chong and Li Feng were controlling the crowd, Bai frowned and stared at Yi Tianxin, who was lying on the ground not knowing whether he was alive or dead. The move just now was so weird. She felt that she was frozen the moment she made the move, and her body's perception of the outside world completely disappeared, and even the flame of the fire of life stopped. Is it about the ability to time? No matter what, he has lost the ability to move. Let's take him back first and let the owner decide whether to kill him or not. When Bai thought of Jiang Cheng, his iceberg eyes melted instantly. He walked forward quickly, lifted Yi Tianxin's body directly, then stepped a little, dropped a word, and disappeared into the night sky. "I'll leave this to you. I'll take this guy back first." The lingering sound lingered. When Wang Chong and others came to their senses, Bai had disappeared. However, looking at the controlled Ishida people, they breathed a sigh of relief. In any case, they finally captured the Ishida base. On the other hand, several people at Ishida base looked sad. Team leader, "Despicable guy, let me die. If you can, let me go. I'll challenge you to a duel." Looking at these people, Wang Chong curled his lips and looked at Li Feng and said, "Old Li, what are you going to do with these tough guys? Take it back first and then talk about it." And the other side, Bai was speeding under the night sky. In a few seconds, Bai had arrived at the entrance of the sub-base. After verifying his identity, he entered Dawn directly through the portal. At this time, Jiang Cheng was inspecting the base. Suddenly, a white figure appeared in front of his sight, and this person was carrying a man who was covered in blood and didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Jiang Cheng was stunned for a moment, and then immediately said, "Come to the gym with me." Bai nodded. The two disappeared instantly. The patrolling members of the Dawn Guard looked at the two people who suddenly disappeared and couldn't help but comment. "Captain Bai seems to be carrying someone in his hand. You're not dressed yet. It's a pity that you are too thin and don't have much meat." Only because they are not much different from caterpillars. Just when everyone's expressions were gradually moving in a strange direction, a loud shout came. "What are you talking about? Hurry up and patrol for me." After hearing the sound, several team members immediately shut up, then quickly stood in a line and honestly began patrolling the outer base. At the same time, inside the gym, Jiang Cheng frowned and looked at the naked man in Bai's hand and couldn't help but ask, "Bai, what are you doing?" The captain of Ishida Base has a very special ability. It seems to be related to the stasis of time, so I brought him back to you. Bai Jiamei looked at Jiang Cheng and said, "Captain of Ishida Base? Could it be?" Jiang Cheng quickly stepped forward and turned the man lying on the gym floor over. Although the man's face was covered with blood, he still recognized him. Sure enough, it was him. He probed the other person's neck again and found that there was still a pulse. He opened the other person's eyelids and found that the other person's eyes were red. There was a flame burning in the pupils, and his whole body was red. He was in a very strange state. So he secretly said, "Open the eyes of Data." Name, Yi Tianxin, weak, promoting. Race, human race. Level 3 or above. Wisdom 30. Power, 13,000. Agility, 200. Spirit 150. Superpower, Level 3, Eye of Time Stop, under alienation. Comprehensive combat power, 13380. Promotion? Alienation? Is this guy about to be promoted to level 4? Jiang Cheng looked at Yi Tianxin's condition and asked Bai strangely, "What happened to him?" "I don't know. When I was about to kill him, he swallowed a red fruit, and that's what happened." Bai helplessly explained. He also talked about some things about Ishida Base. Red fruit. Jiang Cheng frowned. No matter what, this guy was about to be promoted to the 4th level, and he was in a hostile state. He couldn't just leave it alone, but killing him now would not be conducive to conquering the Ishida Base, so he said, "In this case, you take this person to the backyard and control him first, and then notify me when he wakes up tomorrow." One more thing to remember is that this guy is about to break through the 4th level, so you have to be careful. 4th level. Bai Yi was a little surprised, and thinking of Yi Tianxin's troublesome abilities, he couldn't help but said, "Why don't we just kill him?" "Kill for what?" "Keep an eye on me. Also, it's indecent for him to wear underwear," Jiang Cheng said angrily and walked directly into the room. Looking at Jiang Cheng leaving, and then at Yi Tianxin who was naked on the ground, a bold idea suddenly came to Bai's mind. Hey. September 1st, 6:30 in the morning. Jiang Cheng finished his training early, and then he couldn't wait to take out a bottle of spiritual water from the space ring and drank it in a big gulp. As the spirit water descends into the abdomen, Jiang Cheng perked up, and at the same time a powerful aura emanated from his body, but he quickly took it back. Jiang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief and clenched his fists. Jiang Cheng was very satisfied with the current situation. System, check my information. Host, Jiang Cheng. Gender, male. Age 23. Level, innate 3rd level, those awakened below the 3rd level. Spirit, 3.0, special 8.6. Normal state can increase combat power by 300%. Special burst of spiritual attributes can increase by 860%. Wisdom 580.5. Power, 50,392.5. Agility, 1,389.6. Spirit 1747.4. Virus resistance, 6.0, can be immune to level 5 mutants and ordinary zombie viruses below. Power, 3rd level creation, awakening degree, 0%. 2nd level super speed regeneration, awakening degree, 3%. 1st level time stasis, 0%. Skills, hard qigong, meditation, Erdi Jin, swimming, advanced, Doomsday Walk, Fighting, Special Level, Thunderbolt Flash, Level 2 Sword Skills, Spiritual Return, Indestructible Golden Body, Demon Destroying 3 Swords, Corpse Control, Diving, Advanced, Great Destruction Palm, Spiritual Impact, Triple Vajra Body, 6th Heavenly Demon Fist, Spiritual Flying Needle, Spiritual Flying Sword. Time stops. Thousands of swords return to the sect. Yaju must repay. Mountains and Rivers Sword. Skill, Triple Vajra Body. Gong Method, Naki Method, Xianyuan Gong, 12 levels, Shangyuan Gong. Accessories, Lonely Warrior, Pendant. Pet Beasts, Meowth, Phoenix Tail, and Xuanyu King, not hatched. Comprehensive Combat Strength, 54110. Finally broke through the 3rd level. Jiang Cheng looked at his information with satisfaction. Now his strength attribute had reached 50,000. When facing Yazui again, he was confident that he could solve it using only the 3rd level Heavenly Demon Fist in the Spirit Explosion state. However, now that he has the Shanchuan Sword, he doesn't even need to activate the Spiritual Explosion. He only needs to activate the state of Yazen's Retribution, and in conjunction with the Shanchuan Sword, he can defeat Yazen. In other words, with his current strength, he can almost walk sideways in the 5th level. As for the 6th level, Jiang Cheng thought for a while and decided to forget it. Doesn't he enjoy being alive? No matter what, the breakthrough is definitely a happy event for him. As for what's next, after thinking about Chudu, Jiang Cheng suppressed the idea of exploring it for the time being. Now is the time for Shuguang Base to develop. He will not consider exploring until the base's food problem is completely solved. And now, there are several surrounding cities waiting for him to conquer. While he was deep in thought, a voice sounded in the headset. Master, he's awake. I'll be right over. Jiang Cheng exited the gym and walked directly downstairs. Before he entered the backyard, he heard scoldings. Let me go if you can. What did you do to my brother? It's best not to let me leave alive. Otherwise, I will definitely be at odds with you, Dawn. Shut up. Snap. A crisp slap sounded. Then came the continuous scolding. Smelly woman, let me go if you can. What's the point of slapping me in the mouth? Hearing this, Jiang Cheng's mouth twitched. Yi Tianxin seemed so polite at first, but he didn't expect that he would be so unrestrained when he cursed people after being caught. So he walked over and said, Don't worry, your brother should have been settled by Captain Li now. The sound fell, and the backyard became surprisingly quiet. Several captains who were surrounding stood aside and made way for them. Yi Tianxin stared at Jiang Cheng, who was walking among the crowd. He took a deep breath and said, I didn't expect it was you. What did you do to my brother? What's wrong? If you want to kill or chop you, come to me alone. Even if you ask the people at Ishida Base to obey you, I can do it, but I only have one request, which is to let my brother go. I've already said that your brother is fine now. Jiang Cheng said helplessly. Regarding his words, Yi Tianxin looked full of disbelief. Before seeing a living person, do you think I will believe your words? Naturally, there was a little thought behind his words, but Jiang Cheng quickly saw through it and said playfully, Are you trying to provoke me? You can understand it that way. Yi Tianxin said bravely. He didn't expect that his mind would be seen through so quickly. However, with Jiang Cheng's current wisdom value of 580 points, as long as he thought about it for a moment, many problems would be solved. Can figure it out. Wisdom also plays a big role in understanding martial arts. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, Forget it. I thought you were a smart person, but you disappointed me. So I'll just tell you. Shuguang, Ishida Base, must have incorporated it, and we will also accept the survivors of your base one by one. Of course, this is only for those who are willing to be included in our base. As for those who are unwilling to join, want to resist, or are fighting for something, be careful, I will clean it up. Of course, it must include your subordinates. I will not leave time bombs around. I especially believe in the words of a senior. Do not trust people who are suspicious of you, and do not trust people who are employed. You don't have to believe me. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong murderous intent burst out from Jiang Cheng's body, covering Yi Tianxin's entire body. Yi Tianxin's body trembled suddenly, and he felt that the scenery in front of him suddenly changed. He felt like he was in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with scarlet everywhere. He even vaguely saw a man with his head tilted and bleeding from all his orifices in the stone mountain. Young head, Tianlin, Yi Tianxin yelled uncontrollably, and then his eyes immediately returned to clarity, but cold sweat broke out on his back. His face became extremely pale, his chest heaved violently, and he was breathing heavily. You have a minute to think about it now. Yi Tianxin raised his head and met Jiang Cheng's indifferent eyes, which were like looking at a dead person. For a moment, he was afraid. When facing Shangbai before, it was a physical fear of death, but he was able to overcome it. But facing Jiang Cheng, he felt fear from the inside out. It was a psychological fear, because of his wrong choices will most likely lead to the demise of Tianlin and Ma Jian. After almost 10 seconds, Yi Tianxin said dejectedly, I surrender. I am willing to accept the incorporation. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Cheng showed a bright smile, which made Yi Tianxin think that the indifferent look in his eyes just now was not that of Jiang Cheng. Okay, let's untie our new members of Dawn. Xinru, take him to the operating room for treatment. Sister Ya, prepare some food for him. Jiang Cheng gave orders one after another. Yi Tianxin felt as if he was in a dream. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether this was heaven or hell. The speed of this change of expression caught him off guard. Under Jiang Cheng's order, Bai immediately untied him, and Jiang Cheng stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. From now on, you are a member of our Dawn base, and don't worry, in our Dawn, you and your brothers will receive treatment you never expected before. Of course, the premise is that you sincerely join us. These words were like a devil's whisper, causing his body to freeze in place as if he had received an electric shock, but then a laugh brought him back to reality. Ha ha ha, I was just joking with you. Jiang Cheng laughed and patted his shoulder, then left without saying anything. Someone will tell you the rules here in a moment. Hearing these words and looking at Jiang Cheng's leaving figure, Yi Tianxin froze on the spot again. After dealing with Yi Tianxin's matter, Jiang Cheng went upstairs again and said to the communicator, Captain Li, how is the situation at Ishidatsu base? Most of them are willing to join us, except for a few hardcore people. Li Feng replied truthfully. Jiang Cheng nodded and said, then leave them alone for now. I will send people over to deal with them later. You deal with these survivors first. Yes, leader, Li Feng responded. After hanging up the contactor, a mechanical sound sounded in Jiang Cheng's mind again. Ding. The number of survivors in the Ishida sub-base is sufficient. Please host to choose the location of the next sub-base. It seems that Li Feng has indeed surrendered these survivors. As for the next sub-base, Jiang Cheng thought for a moment and said, Seoul. Hansheng is sandwiched between Linxian and Chudu. With Hansheng as the next base, when the time is right, he can gradually regain Chudu. Ding. Please host name the sub-base. Just Seoul, Jiang Cheng said. After naming, do you want to spend 1 million energy points to activate the device? Consumption. The equipment is activated. Please host to choose a base master for guarding as soon as possible. The system prompts and disappears immediately. Is this the new base master again? Jiang Cheng thought for a while. There are currently 11 captains left in his Dawn base, and most of them are at the second level. As for the suitable candidates, Miao Feng is a good candidate, but his strength is a bit low. According to Lin Yi, the injury to his left leg has not been healed yet, so his combat strength will inevitably be greatly reduced. Being alone is a good choice. It's you. So Jiang Cheng said to the communicator. In July, come to the gym. At the same time, Dawn Peripheral Base. In July, he was having a casual conversation with a survivor girl. I think back then, when the Chu capital was in chaos, I, the leader, killed 7 in and 7 out of an army of millions of zombies. Even the third-level zombies were burned by my flames and screamed. What? You don't believe it? Let me summon a small fireball for you. Facing the girl's disbelieving gaze, Chiyue raised her hand and snapped her fingers. Suddenly, a ball of flame the size of a fist rose up. But the next second, the sound coming from the headset made him stunned, and then the fireball in his hand was blown out by a gust of wind because he lost control. The girl who looked at it looked suspicious. After reacting, Chiyue waved her hand apologetically towards the girl and lowered her voice. Sister, wait until my brother is done with his work, and I will tell you about my heroic rescue of your Captain Lin Yi from the Beast Tide. After saying that, he muttered to himself and then trotted towards the gym. Chief, I'm here. Chi trotted open the gym door, then stood up straight and reported. Jiang Cheng looked at Chi and asked, Are you flirting with girls again? Listening to Chi, a flash of panic flashed in his eyes, but he still bit the bullet and said seriously, Chief, this is impossible. As a former soldier and now the captain of the Dawn Guard, I protect the safety of the base all the time. How can I have time to pick up girls? Listening, Jiang Cheng did not refute, but turned his back and said, Does that girl have big breasts? Is her butt perky? Is it hers or Lu Ziyun's? Isn't this nonsense? How can Lu Ziyun's flat chest and flat ass compare to my girl Xiao Chui? Chi opened his mouth to say, but as soon as he finished speaking, his face suddenly changed. He looked up and found Jiang Cheng looking at him in amusement. Looking at himself, he immediately hurriedly explained, Chief, you listened to my explanation, what I am. Jiang Cheng waved his hand and said, Stop talking, I understand. As a man who doesn't have any sexual hobbies yet. After all, you are also human beings, and you will have your own partners in the future. As the leader, I have no objection to your dating partners, or even polygamy. As long as you have the ability, you can marry as many as you want. It is also for the purpose of giving birth to offspring in the future. Contribute to the population of the base. Really? Leader, you won't scold me? Chi asked suspiciously. Jiang Cheng smiled and scolded. Isn't this nonsense? We are all men, and I love what you love. I remember when I was in college, I was also the student in our department, and there were so many girls around me. At this point, he sighed. It's a pity that I can only drink one gourdful of weak water, but... At this point, Jiang Cheng looked sad and stopped immediately. It's a pity that he made a mistake and chose someone like that. Later, everyone around him was killed by that, each one by one. Now, Ah Fu, Dad, and Qingwan have all been found, leaving only one little dog missing. Jiang Cheng vaguely remembered that Go Hua seemed to be from Seoul, so he asked Chi to go and look for him this time. Seeing Jiang Cheng's sudden stop, Chi said coquettishly, Have you been deceived by a woman about your feelings, your body, and your money? You're the only one who understands. Jiang Cheng said angrily. Chi grinned and said proudly, Chief, don't look down on me. I can't count the number of girls I've dated with both hands. What kind of thunder girl, Ellie Jinnah? As he was counting down the 7 months, Jiang Cheng rolled his eyes and said, Is there another perverted dad named Kozo? Are these paper people included? Why doesn't it count? I have been friends with them for a long time, and my proficiency in flirting with girls is the same. Chi saw that she was getting more and more biased. Jiang cleared his throat and interrupted seriously. Okay, that's it for the small talk. Now I want to get down to business. You tell me. Chi also immediately became serious. Jiang Cheng said, I believe you also know about the SH Tianzi base and Tai난zi base. Now the Hanqing sub-base needs a base master, and I want to send you there. What do you think? Can I refuse? Chi said in a weak voice. To be honest, Shuguang is a paradise for him. There are girls everywhere, and there are all kinds of professions, such as ladies, Lolita, stewardess, nurse, etc. He can't bear to leave here. No, Jiang Cheng said angrily. Chi sighed and said, Then leader, you should just tell me about the mission content. In one sentence, unify Seoul. Jiang Cheng said, and then added, Of course, don't worry, I will still send you 100 first-level Doomsday Warriors and 100 second-level Doomsday Warriors for you to dispatch. Yes, Chi understands. Chi said loudly. Jiang Cheng nodded with satisfaction, then secretly opened the data to observe July's data. Name July. Gender, male. Age 28. Friendliness, 100. Level, 2nd level. Middle level, acquired 3rd level. Spirit, 0.3, can increase combat power by 30%. Wisdom 5-7. Power, 954. Agility, 110. Spirit 109. Virus resistance, 2.5. When it reaches 2, you can be immune to 2nd-level mutants and ordinary zombie viruses below. Superpower, 2nd-level fire element. Awakening degree, 68%. Kung Fu, 3 demon-destroying swords, Xinyuan Gong, and Qinapping technique. Comprehensive combat power, 12:30. Not enough, far from enough. Looking at July's data, Jiang Cheng secretly shook his head. Going to Seoul is no better than staying at Shugwang. The Shugwang base is currently guarded by him, and there are many guard captains, Miao Paz, Aaron, not counting. There are also many first-level guard members and hundreds of first-level Doomsday Warriors and thousands of second-level Doomsday Warriors can be said to be an extremely terrifying force, only stronger than the original Chudu. As for Seoul, when he went there before, when he faced Gao Weiqiang, his opponent's strength had almost reached level 3, and he was a terrifying guy. Now July is only in the second level. If you encounter a terrifying guy like Gao Weiqiang, or encounter a high-level spiritual beast, because in the impression, Seoul has rich wetlands with countless birds and fish, plus the revival of spiritual energy, I'm afraid there will be quite a bit of trouble. So he directly exchanged it for a third-level awakening potion and handed it over. This is the third-level awakening potion. Inject it directly. Chief, are you sure you want to give me this thing? Chiyu swallowed. Stop talking nonsense and get the injection as soon as possible. Otherwise you will be in trouble when you go to Seoul. Jiang Cheng said angrily. Okay. Chi took it immediately, then pulled away the needle and pricked her arm. The next second, a warm current surged into his body, and he could clearly feel that his body was changing rapidly. Looking at the July injection, Jiang Cheng explained, after injection of this medicine, you will become a third-level awakened person within a month. And before the injection, the higher the strength, the faster the awakening speed. With your current second-level strength, it should take about half a month to break through the third level. So during this period, you should not explore too deep in Seoul, or return immediately if there is danger. Do you understand? Yes, leader. Chi said excitedly. And this? Jiang Cheng took out another set of fiery red battle armor from the space ring and handed it over. This is the third-level fire lizard battle armor. It is made from the third-level spiritual beast salamander, with the core of the fire lizard embedded in it. After wearing it, you can release a flame shield and fire attacks, which can resist the attacks of ordinary third-level spiritual beasts. Keep it away. Chief, this is too expensive. Chi said in disbelief. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, we are going to Seoul, and there are dangers everywhere. This salamander armor may be able to save your life. As for the space ring, the quantity of this thing is limited. It is temporarily scarce after Luo Fan joins. I will send it to you when I get it. After doing this, Jiang Cheng patted Chi-Chi's shoulder and said, follow me. Yes, leader. Chi-Yue followed Jiang Cheng, and the two of them went upstairs and went directly to the teleportation gate. Jiang Cheng pointed to the teleportation gate in front of him and said, this gate is connected to the Hanchang subbase. If you are in danger, you can teleport back directly. With that said, he walked directly into the lit light curtain. Watching Jiang Cheng disappear into the light curtain, Chi was in a daze, or rather shocked. Is this really something humans can achieve? But soon, a voice came from the light curtain. Why are you dazed? Come here quickly. It took July to react. Okay. Saying that, he quickly followed. Passing through the light curtain, July came to a space decorated with all metal. Authorize July to have the highest authority in Seoul except me. Jiang Cheng said. Authorization successful. The mechanical voice replied. Soon, a woman with big breasts and big buttocks condensed in the air, looking at July with a charming look, and said in a soft voice, Brother July, welcome to become the owner of my base. Leader, what is this? July looked at the beautiful woman's phantom and became excited. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, this is the system elf of the Seoul subbase. In the future, you can just ask her about the operation of the base. The phantom of the young woman condensed by the Seoul subbase also smiled and said, Brother July, I will become your strongest assistant in the future. Okay. July showed a pig brother look. Okay, let's study the operation of the Seoul subbase later. You come with me first, Jiang Cheng said, and said to the system elf, open the gate of the base. Yes, master. After the voice fell, the metal gate slowly opened towards the walls on both sides. The overgrown shrubs and thick trees immediately came into view. Looking at the scene in front of him, Jiang Cheng frowned. He clearly remembered that the location of the Seoul subbase was the original Seoul school, but in front of him, The teaching building of the original Seoul base was entangled with thick vines, and the calls of unknown animals were heard from time to time. There were also several dormitory buildings that were all entangled by vines, and even the wide playground was covered with trees more than 30 meters high and thick enough for 3 people to hug. The dense tree canopy completely blocked the sky above the Seoul school. Walking inside felt like walking into a primeval forest. Leader, the environment outside our base is too. July wanted to complain. It should be said that as a hiding place, it is certainly good, but is such a dense forest with creeping vines really suitable for survivors to live in? Ahem. Jiang Cheng coughed awkwardly and explained. This was originally Hanqing Middle School. It may be because of the spiritual energy explosion that caused the trees to grow wildly, but it is not a big problem. I will arrange for the Doomsday robot to help clean it up and return to you soon to restore it to its original state. As for the rest, you follow me to see it first. After saying that, he grabbed July's collar, and a ball of wind rose under his feet, quickly wrapping the two of them and flying towards the sky. In the blink of an eye, the two of them rose to a height of 1,000 meters and looked down at Hanqing below again. As far as the eye can see, almost all of them are dense jungles. The Bai Bridge, which was originally next to Hanqing School, and the bridge connecting the two banks on the river channel that was less than 50 meters wide have collapsed. The width of the river channel has extended to more than 500 meters. The wide river surface is like a canal dedicated to cargo ships. The river was turbid and rolling, and from time to time some unknown giant beasts would stir up water splashes. From the Bai Bridge, look towards the Ancestor Mountain. The mountain peak, which was originally less than 100 meters above sea level, has also expanded at least 8 times. Although it is not as tall as the Jiang Mountain, it is also unique and almost towering into the clouds. On the top of the mountain, there is also dense jungle. Through the gaps between the trees, you can see unknown spirit beasts running in the jungle. Looking along the Ancestor Mountain to the main urban street, the house, entangled by plants and having experienced the previous zombie chaos, has long been riddled with holes. Collapsed buildings can be seen everywhere. The plants on the 2 rows of green belts along the street are no longer what they used to be. Vines fell from the branches, and there were still struggling zombies or ordinary spirit beasts entangled on them. Looking along the city to the suburban wetland Hanqing Lake, the lake with a combat power of thousands of acres has also expanded dozens of times. If you don't look down from a high altitude, you can't see the edge at all, let alone the spirit beasts growing in it. The two were shocked when they saw the scene. In the city, Chiyue swallowed and said, "Chief, there are probably many high-level spirit beasts in this city. Can I do it alone? It's okay even if I can't. In short, I'll leave this city to you. You must search all the survivors in Seoul to the Seoul sub-base within half a year. You also have to worry about the survivor camp outside the sub-base. I will give you food support in the early stage." Jiang Cheng glanced at Chiyue lightly and said in an unquestionable tone, "You think too highly of me." Chiyue had a bitter face, but he could only obey the leader's order. "Okay, you stay here for a while. I will send a level 1 Doomsday Warrior over in a while." Jiang Cheng pulled Chiyue down from the sky and then left a word, leaving Chiyue speechless on the spot. Wait until Jiang Cheng disappears. Not long after, 100 level 1 Doomsday Warriors and 100 level 2 Doomsday Warriors walked out of the base and stood in front of Chiyue. "Master Soul Base Master, by the Master's order, from today on, we will be under your command." A level 2 Doomsday Warrior walked out and said expressionlessly. Looking at the 200 Doomsday Warriors, July's original worry was swept away. That's right. He has 200 Awakeners, which is much stronger than the Chudo base at that time. Worry about taking risks. Suddenly, he felt heroic and waved his hand, saying, "Leave 100 level 1 Doomsday Warriors to guard the base, and the rest of the level 2 Doomsday Warriors. Follow me." "Yes, Lord Base Master." Regardless of the fact that July has already started taking action, Jiang Cheng returned to Shuguang Base and took out an egg with flame patterns from the room. It has been 22 days since this phoenix-tailed Sunda King egg was originally supposed to hatch on the 20th according to the system prompts, but there was no sign of hatching until yesterday. Is it because it absorbed too much spiritual energy in the base? Or due to the upgrade of internal energy, the eggs of Phoenix Tail and Xuanyu King are delayed in hatching? Regardless, Jiang Cheng still placed his palm on Fengwei Xuanyu Prince's egg and input his true energy again. With the injection of true energy, the green eggshell of the phoenix-tailed Sunda Feather King flashed with bursts of green light, and the light became brighter and brighter. Is this what you want? Jiang Cheng was delighted when he saw it, and immediately increased the injection of real energy. The next second, there was a click. A crack suddenly appeared on the cyan eggshell engraved with flame patterns. As the cracks spread, tiny cracks like spider webs appeared around the cracks. There was another click. A light golden bird's beak the size of a little finger pecked out of the eggshell, and then the bird's beak retracted into the eggshell and continued to peck open the eggshell bit by bit along the edge of the hole just made. Almost half an hour later, a small sun feather phoenix with a fiery red body and a light golden beak sat on the eggshell and looked around curiously. When it saw Jiang Cheng next to it, it immediately showed an affectionate look and trotted with a pair of legs the size of a hen. He reached Jiang Cheng's feet, then rubbed his head affectionately against Jiang Cheng's trouser legs. It is said that birds can think of the first person they see when they come out of the eggshell as their mother. Could it be that this little guy thinks of himself as his mother? Jiang Cheng thought to himself, and at the same time he felt that there seemed to be some kind of connection between himself and the little one in front of him. Suddenly, a childish voice sounded in his mind. "Mother, are you my mother?" The voice was like that of a young child. Jiang Cheng was startled when he heard it, and looked at the little guy on the ground who was looking at him in a daze with some surprise, and said tentatively, Are you talking?" "Mother, it's me. Little Phoenix Tail Xuanyu said." This. Jiang Cheng just felt a little weird. To be honest, it was the first time he saw such a strange scene. Could it be because of the absorption of my true essence? Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng secretly opened the data eye and looked at little Phoenix Tail Xuanyu. Name: Phoenix Tail Xuanyu King. Mutation: larval stage. Name not bound. Race: Xuanyu. Level: lower second stage. Wisdom: 0.8. Strength: 3000. Agility: 30. Skills: Black Claw, Wind Wing Slash, 1000 Feather Blade, Energy Extinction. Overall combat power: 3030.8. Lower second stage? Still in the larval stage? Jiang Cheng was silent when he saw the data panel of Fengwei Xuanyu King. It should be said that he was silent because of the shock. He just felt that these spirit beasts might be the darlings of heaven and earth. They reached a height that ordinary humans or ordinary zombies could not reach in their lifetime. Thinking that he had worked hard for more than 2 months to reach the 3rd level, and others were born at the 2nd level. People will die if they compare themselves with people, and goods will be thrown away if they are compared with goods. But on second thought, his base has at least obtained a combat power of the 2nd level, and this is still in the larval stage. When it grows into a complete body, it may reach the 4th or 5th level. In addition, there is another point, which is the problem of this name. Jiang Cheng smiled and stared at the little Phoenix Tail Xuanyu King and said, "From now on, your name is Jiangyu, and I will call you Xiaoyu from now on." Jiangyu. Hearing these 2 words, the little Phoenix Tail Xuanyu King jumped up happily, opened his beak, and chirped, "I have a name, Jiangyu. 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 One more thing. Remember to call me Dad in the future, don't call me Mom." "Dad? Isn't it Mom?" Little Jiangyu's red pupils rolled around. "If I say Dad, then Dad." Jiang Cheng smiled and raised his fist. Seemingly a little afraid of Jiang Cheng's smile, Xiaoyu had to say timidly, "I know, Mom, Dad." After saying that, he looked at the eggshell on the ground again. His eyes bloomed with a gleam of brilliance, and then walked over and picked up the eggshell in big mouthfuls. After a while, he ate all the green eggshells on the ground, and a faint halo surrounded Xiaoyu. He yawned and lay down at Jiang Cheng's feet, snoring. Jiang Cheng continued to open the data eye to observe. In the name column, the words energy saturation were displayed. Jiang Cheng's eyes softened as he looked at the little guy at his feet. He gently picked him up and put him into the dormant chamber in his room. He closed the dormant chamber and left the room. Jiang Cheng returned to the gym. After being busy for a long time, it was time to enter this 1st-level gravity room. He opened the metal door in the corner of the gym. As soon as he stepped in, a system prompt sounded immediately. "Ding! Welcome to the 1st-level gravity room. Would you like to start the one-time gravity challenge? Explanation: one-time gravity challenge means completing the various challenges given by the first-level gravity room under one-time gravity of Blue Star. Successful challenges can improve physical strength. Looking at the explanations below, Jiang Cheng roughly understood a little. For example, his current body weight is 100 kilograms, and under one-time gravity, the gravity of his body will reach 200 kilograms. Don't underestimate this 200 kilograms. This is equivalent to every part of his skin, muscles, bones, and internal organs needing to withstand such gravity. Even a strong man who can usually lift an object that is more than 1 times his own weight may not be able to hold on under one-time gravity. Of course, Jiang Cheng's current weight is definitely more than 100 kilograms. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng said directly, "Challenge." Ding. Before the one-time gravity challenge begins, the master needs to measure his weight and bone density. During the measurement, the master should not exit the first-level gravity room. Getting body data. Measurement completed. Name: Jiang Cheng. Weight: 200 kilograms. Bone density. The data was reported one by one from the system. Jiang Cheng was also surprised to hear this. He never thought that he had become the legendary fat man now. At least according to the height of an ordinary person of more than 1.8 meters, 200 kilograms is definitely severely obese. But in fact, only such a strong body can withstand the force of his punch of 503.9250 kilograms. The challenge begins. Task content: please kill 10 level 3 Doomsday Warriors under 1 gravity. Task time: 1 hour. Task reward: challenge completed. Reward: body strength attribute bar, body strength plus 10. Start double gravity challenge. Task failure: exit the gravity room. Note: in the level 1 gravity room, it is forbidden to use any external props. Only your own strength can be used. If it is just a level 3 Doomsday Warrior, it should be no problem. Jiang Cheng was thinking, and suddenly his vision blurred, and he appeared in a closed and spacious venue with white light on all sides. And in front of him stood a row of silver-white level 3 Doomsday Warriors. No more, no less, exactly 10. And in the next second, he suddenly felt his body become heavy. He almost didn't react at all. With a bang, he fell directly to the ground, still on his face. He was like an octopus. What is this? Jiang Cheng's blood vessels were instantly filled with blood. He only felt that his bones, meridians, and internal organs were squeezed by a force. He accidentally fell because of this force. While he was lying down, 10 Doomsday Warriors came out together. The leading third-level Doomsday Warrior raised his right arm and turned it into a 2-meter-long silver spear, which stabbed directly at him in an instant. Not good. Feeling the sudden strong wind, Jiang Cheng shouted, "Wind shield!" Swoosh! A hurricane suddenly surged in the originally windless room, forming a huge wind group in front of Jiang Cheng, which pressed the spear of the third-level Doomsday Warrior outside and made him unable to move. But Jiang Cheng knew that under the current situation, the wind shield could not resist for too long. He took the opportunity, clenched his teeth, supported the ground with both hands, bent his legs, and supported himself from the ground little by little. This action, which was originally simple, became extremely painful at this time. Because under the influence of gravity, his blood, meridians, bones, etc. were falling down, and his whole body was in pain as if torn apart, and his face became red because of gravity. Just like that. 3 seconds passed. Seeing that the wind escape that resisted the spear began to loosen. Damn it! Jiang Cheng secretly said that it was not good. He asked in his heart, why are these level 3 Doomsday Warriors not affected? Ding! In the level 1 gravity room, any virtual character is not affected by gravity. Please face it calmly and complete the challenge. FCKU, you are not affected. Jiang Cheng cursed secretly and didn't care about the pain of his body being torn apart. He roared, "Get up for me." Ah! While roaring, Jiang Cheng's body suddenly pulled up, and then his legs kneeling on the ground, and his left leg was also lifted up with force, followed by his right leg. Finally, his whole body stood up straight. At this moment, the wind escape disappeared. The spear stabbed straight at his chest. Just less than half a meter away from his chest, Jiang Cheng swayed, stared at the level 3 Doomsday Warrior in front of him and shouted softly, Time stops. The moment the words fell. With Jiang Cheng as the center, an invisible energy magnetic field spread out in all directions. Everyone within 1 meter, including the level 3 Doomsday Warrior, suddenly froze. Now, Jiang Cheng secretly thought. For him, even 0.01 seconds is enough. His right hand drew a mysterious arc in the air, and then he took a picture of the head of the third-level Doomsday Warrior, Air Duo Jin. Bang! A palm slapped on the forehead of the third-level Doomsday Warrior. The third-level Doomsday Warrior, who kept his hand raised, didn't even react. His head exploded, revealing the electric arc flashing wires inside. As the head exploded, the body collapsed to the ground the next moment. Get one. Looking at the Doomsday Warrior on the ground, Jiang Cheng raised his arm. He found that the discomfort he had just entered the double gravity room was completely gone. It seemed that his body had adapted to the double gravity environment. Now that you have adapted, Jiang Cheng looked at the remaining 9 level 3 Doomsday Warriors, narrowed his eyes, and disappeared in an instant. Erdujin, Vajra Fist, first level of Heavenly Demon Fist. After a few dodgers, the 9 Doomsday Warriors fell to the ground one after another. Soon, a mechanical sound sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the master for completing the double gravity room challenge. The rewards will be distributed after exiting the gravity room. Do you want to start the double gravity chamber challenge? Task content: kill 10 level 3 Doomsday Warriors in a double gravity room. Task time 1 hour. Task reward: physical strength plus 10, qualified for triple gravity chamber challenge. Listening to the system prompts, Jiang Cheng said without hesitation, start. Ding! The challenge begins. When the mechanical sound fell, he only felt a powerful falling force pulling his body downwards. But with the experience in the double gravity room, Jiang Cheng just gritted his teeth and held on. Soon, he felt that his body began to quickly adapt to the environment in the double gravity room. At the same time, the 10 third-level Doomsday Warriors in front of him all attacked. Well done! Jiang Cheng shouted loudly, and the real energy in his dantian shook. He raised his hand and slapped it with 1 level and 2 stacks. Less than a minute. The mechanical beep sounded again. In this way, within half an hour, Jiang Cheng broke through 9 levels in a row and came directly to the last level. Task content: kill 10 level 3 Doomsday Warriors in a 10 times gravity room. Task time 1 hour. Task reward: physical strength plus 10, access to the first level gravity room. Do you want to start the challenge? Come directly. Jiang Cheng laughed loudly. In an instant, the wide space in front of him changed, his vision turned red, and then a powerful downward pulling force came instantly. He was in a trance, and he fell to the ground again. This time, it was as if he was directly hit by a huge magnet. It was like it was sucked to the floor. Depend on. Jiang Cheng cursed lowly and tried to lift an arm, but when he pulled it, his bones started to scream. At the same time, the 10 level 3 Doomsday Warriors in front of him all raised their spears and charged forward. Not good. Feeling the strong wind flying over, Jiang Cheng was so busy that he shouted, "Wind shield!" In a blink of an eye, a swirling hurricane formed in front of him, like a large shield, holding the spear firmly against the outside. But Jiang Cheng didn't wait for half a second to be happy. The wind shield spreads out directly. Then there was a pop on the back, and a spear as thick as an arm was pierced through. Blood gushes out from the wound and spreads across a large area on the ground. Jiang Cheng's eyes were about to burst, his face full of disbelief. The wind shield actually failed. Not only that, but his back was pierced directly by a spear. Seeing the remaining 9 spears trying to pierce his body one after another, Jiang Cheng shouted, "Indestructible golden body." Zheng. A golden protective shield enveloped his entire body. The 9 spears that were stabbed hit the protective shield of the golden body, spurting out bursts of sparks, and then being bounced back. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Jiang Cheng roared again. Linkat, bang. Under the operation of Shang Yuan Gong, the true energy pours out directly from the dantian, releasing an extremely powerful aura that spreads out towards the surroundings with a crushing force. Then the spiritual enlightenment increased. Jiang Cheng slowly raised his right arm, then his left arm, then his right leg and left leg, and finally his entire body stood upright. At this moment, Jiang Cheng had to sigh at the horror of 10 times gravity. Under double gravity, his strength is only 90%. Under twice the gravity, his strength was only 80%. But now with 10 times the gravity, his attributes have been suppressed to the point where he can only use less than 1/11th of his original strength. But in the spiritually open state, it is completely enough to deal with several level 3 doomsday warriors in front of you. Create level 3 Tang Dao. Jiang Cheng shouted lowly, and a silver Tang Dao condensed and took shape in the palm of his hand. He slowly squatted down and assumed a posture to draw a sword. A flash of thunder. The words fell. An arc of electricity circled around the blade. Silver arcs of electricity also flashed under Jiang Cheng's feet. Kick your feet. Instantly, he turned into a silver arc and shot out, shuttling back and forth between the 10 level 3 doomsday warriors. The next second, the arc disappeared, and the Tang sword in Jiang Cheng's palm dissipated. The heads of the 10 level 3 doomsday warriors flew up one after another, and then rolled to the ground. At this moment, the mechanical sound sounded again. Congratulations to the master for the challenge. The mission reward has been issued. As the voice fell, Jiang Cheng only felt that the bones in his body made bursts of popping sounds like fried beans, and his muscles began to tremble as if they were electrocuted. Every organ in his body, including blood vessels and internal organs, seemed to be squirming as if they were compressed, and accompanied by a burst of severe pain. The pores on the surface of the body continued to overflow with black liquid. This change lasted for a minute before it disappeared. Jiang Cheng hurriedly looked at the information column and saw that in his information column, as expected, there was an extra column. Physical strength, 125 to 225. 1 is the physical strength of an ordinary human. Looking at this set of data, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but mutter to himself, "My physical strength is only 125? If 1 is the physical strength of an ordinary person, then my current physical strength is 225 times that of an ordinary person. And the original strength was below the 3rd level. That is, the physical strength of the 1st level is about 5, and the physical strength of the 2nd level is 25, increasing in sequence." Of course, all this is just his guess. Intuition tells him that the data on physical strength is definitely not that simple. But the increase in physical strength gives him a feeling that his current body has definitely reached the strength of the 3rd level. And without using the triple diamond body, he can directly open the spiritual opening without any impact. And when using the triple diamond body to open the spiritual explosion time can be extended by at least twice. As for the authority of this 1st level gravity room, Jiang Cheng roughly understood it. Unlike the spiritual training room, entering the 1st level gravity room does not consume energy points, and now he can automatically choose the gravity in the gravity room at will. Not only that, he can also adjust the number of doomsday warriors from 0 to 10. In this way, the 1st level gravity room is equivalent to a free training room for him. Another important factor is that the awakened sometimes rely on their own abilities to fight and ignore the body itself, such as himself. Before there was no triple Vajra, using the spirit opening or spirit explosion would cause the body to collapse due to limited strength. Now the gravity room can change this problem well. At this time in the base room, a surprised voice sounded. "You want to go back?" Zheng Ping nodded and said seriously, "Now that I have found you, it's time to go back to Zhoudu and tell our son the news." "Then do you need me to accompany you back?" Father Yang said with a hint of anxiety on his face. He finally reunited with his long-lost lover, and now he was about to break up in just a few days. To be honest, he couldn't bear to part with her. Zheng Ping looked at the anxious look of Father Yang in front of her and joked, "What? You've been avoiding me for decades, and now you can't let him go?" Father Yang simply hugged Mrs. Zheng into his arms and said, "I am already 78 years old. Even if an innate master can live to be 120 years old, he will die on the battlefield, who knows when. Once you go, I don't know when we can meet again." Mrs. Zheng moved slightly. Yes, she is now over 70. Nowadays, spiritual energy is gushing out in Great Zhou, and various regions have undergone tremendous changes. High-level zombies and high-level spiritual beasts are emerging one after another. It must be extremely dangerous to go back this time. Thinking of this, Mrs. Jiang said softly, Jianan, if you accompany me back, what will happen to the base? Father Yang was silent for a while. Yes, as the commander-in-chief of the Dawn Guards, he actually couldn't leave, and the base couldn't be delayed because of his own personal matters. What to do? Father Yang frowned, and suddenly his head lit up. Got it. He remembered that Jiang Cheng had transactions with Kangwu base before, and his wife was also well connected in Zhoudu. If cooperation came up, Jiang Xiaozi would definitely be willing. Besides, the capital of Zhou is not as good as Kangwu province. It is the capital of the entire Zhou dynasty, and the strength contained in it is far from comparable to that of other provincial capitals. So he said, Old lady, I have an idea. Next, the two went to find Jiang Cheng. Father Yang looked at Jiang Cheng with some embarrassment and said, Boy Jiang, speaking of this, it seems to involve my old man's personal affairs, but it will also be of great benefit to us, Shuguang. What do you think? Of course you're welcome. Jiang Cheng smiled. To be honest, it was a huge surprise for his father to talk to him about this matter. If we can really cooperate with Zhoudu, the crystal stone will definitely be much better than Kangwu base. What do you mean, Mr. Jiang? Father Yang asked expectantly. Mrs. Jiang was also a little nervous. Jiang Cheng smiled lightly and said, That's good. I'll go back with you tomorrow. But before I go, I still need to explain some things. After all, old man, you are the captain of our base. Once you leave, I will always find someone to temporarily receive the base on behalf of others. Haha. Dad Yang touched the back of his head and said awkwardly, Okay, it's settled now. Old man, Mrs. Jiang, and Miss Yang, please take care of yourself today. We'll set off early tomorrow morning. Good. After the two parties discussed it, Father Yang left with Mrs. Jiang. Jiang Cheng sat alone in the gym and began to think about the person who would lead the base after they left. As the chief of internal and external affairs, Zhang Ye has abilities but lacks combat power. Not to mention Lu Xinru. He is a base doctor. Lin Ro and Qing Wan were quite capable. There are also Yuan Ningling, Lu Ziyun, Ziyi, Miao Feng, and Lin Yi who are also pretty good. But when it comes to temporarily commanding the base, Jiang Cheng thought for a moment and had a candidate in mind, so he called a few people into the gym. Looking at a few people, Jiang Cheng exchanged 8 third-level awakening potions and handed them over and said, This is a third-level awakening potion. After you inject it, you should be able to break through to the 3rd level within half a month. Originally, I planned to wait for you to be promoted naturally, but because I am going to Zhoudu with Father Yang and Mrs. Zheng tomorrow, the base's defense strength is insufficient, so I can only give it to you in advance. He said and distributed them one by one. Several people received the injection. After several people had finished the injection, Jiang Cheng glanced at everyone and said, As for the temporary command of the base after I leave, I will make the following arrangements. Zhang Ye, still in charge of internal and external affairs. Lin Ro will temporarily take command of the base, and Qing Wan will serve as deputy. The positions of the remaining personnel will not change. With that said, Jiang Cheng asked everyone to leave for now. Then, they found Zhou Sheng and 3 other people. Under the surprised look of the 3 people, each of them distributed a 2nd-level awakening potion and a 3rd-level gene strengthening potion, as well as a copy of Xianyuan Gong and 3 small returning pills. 3 swords for killing demons. After the distribution, Jiang Cheng looked at the surprised 3 people and said calmly, While I'm away, keep an eye on the base. If anyone makes any small moves, write it down and report it when I come back. Yes, leader. The 3 of them quickly puffed up their chests and replied, Very well, you can leave now. Jiang Cheng waved his hand, dismissed the 3 of them, then directly opened the permanent merchandise column and started looking at it. This time I go to Zhoudu, there will definitely be a large number of transactions. He couldn't let go of this opportunity to obtain a large number of crystal stones. After thinking for a while, he said directly, System, exchange for me. 1,000 first-level Doomsday pistols, 1,000 first-level Doomsday submachine guns, 1,000 first-level Doomsday bombs, 100,000 first-level Doomsday bullets, 100 second-level Doomsday submachine guns, 100 second-level Doomsday bombs, 50 first-level Doomsday mechas, 1,000 first-level Doomsday Tang swords, 20 sets of Xianyuan Gong, 100 Zaiwandan, 1,000 first-level gene enhancement potions, 100 second-level gene enhancement potions, and 3-level gene enhancement potions. 10. 100 first-level awakening potions, 10 second-level awakening potions, 100 first-level ancient virus potions, and 10 second-level doomsday tang swords. Ding. Do you want to consume 5.952 million energy points to exchange? Exchange. Ding. Exchange successful. Remaining energy points. 268,399,800 energy points. Items will be distributed soon. Please check immediately. Soon, a white light flashed in front of Jiang Cheng's eyes, and weapons and items piled up like a hill in front of him. Jiang Cheng immediately waved his hand and put these items directly into the space ring. Then, Jiang Cheng exchanged 1,000 second-level Doomsday Warriors and put them into the space ring. After making these preparations, Jiang Cheng sat cross-legged in the gym again and began to practice quietly. September 2nd. Early in the morning, a huge sci-fi spaceship landed in the square in front of the Dawn Outer Base. In front of the flying ship, even Luo Fan from Tian'an Base, Chiyue from Seoul Base, Li Feng and Wang Chang from Ishida Base, and all the captains from Shuguang Base rushed over. Jiang Cheng looked at them and said, "We will leave the base to you when we go to Zhoudu. There are 3 base owners. If there is any situation, you can directly request support from the main base. Finally, regarding Yi Tianxin, leave it alone for now and deal with it after I come back." After giving instructions, Jiang Cheng brought Miao Pass along and Xiaoyu, who had awakened and successfully promoted to the 2nd level, to Zheng Laotai and the other 2, and said, "Old man, Zheng Laotai, Miss Yang, let's go without further delay." "Okay, yes." The 3 nodded. Jiang Cheng then turned around and said to the first-level Doomsday Flying Ship number 1, "Open the hatch." "Yes, master." Entering the first-level flying ship, Yang and the other 3 exclaimed in surprise, especially Yang Rui, who lost her voice and said, "Is this really a technology that humans can achieve?" As he spoke, his eyes kept looking at the pictures that could only be seen in science fiction movies. What comes into view is a huge display screen, which displays various data of the spacecraft. There are 4 seats in front of the display screen, which is somewhat similar to the medical cabin. From the outside, the metal of the seats is squirming like running water. Behind the seat is a space of 30 square meters. Compared with ordinary houses, the area can be said to be small, but you must know that this is on a flying ship, which is equivalent to a flying RV. As several people entered, the hatch slowly closed. A phantom appeared in the center of the flying ship. It was a royal lady wearing a stewardess uniform. Looking at Jiang Cheng, Sister Yu slowly said, "Master, flying ship number 1 is at your service. Do you want to take off?" "Take off. Target Zhoudu." Ding. The target has been set, and the power system has been started. Please take your seats immediately, the owner and the crew, to avoid slipping during the ascent of the flying ship. The royal sister transformed into flying ship number 1 reminded her in a very clear voice. "Good." Jiang Cheng nodded and immediately sat down on a seat with Maya Papas in his arms. The next second, the seat squirmed and was adjusted to the most comfortable position according to the curvature of Jiang Cheng's back. Then, a safety rope automatically popped out from the back seat and tied Jiang Cheng's waist. Meowpath was so frightened that his hair stood on end. It was Jiang Cheng who pressed Maya Papa's head, held him in his arms, and comforted him. "Okay, don't be nervous." Only then could Maya Papa's calm down. "The seat belt has been fixed and will be automatically released after the ascent is completed," Sister Yu reminded, then looked at Father Yang and others beside her and said, "Please take your seats as soon as possible to avoid falling on the way up." Seeing Jiang Cheng take his seat, Yang and others immediately followed suit. Soon, the 4 people were fixed. The voice of flying ship number 1's royal sister sounded again, confirmed that all passengers are seated, and the flying ship enters the ascent mode. As soon as he finished speaking, the first-level flying ship spewed out blue flames, and the airflow formed spread out in all directions. The captains of the Shuguang base guard team, who were more than 30 meters away from the flying ship, suddenly felt a warm feeling coming towards their faces. The next second, bang! The flying ship's ground sprayed out thicker blue flames, and the flying ship began to rise rapidly. In just a few seconds, It had risen to an altitude of 3 kilometers and was stably suspended. Ding! The ascent height has been fixed, the seatbelt is automatically unfastened, and the flight begins. The speed this time is 1,000 kilometers per hour, and it is expected to arrive in Jodu City in 3 hours. After Yu Jie finished speaking, 2 blue flames shot out from the tail of the flying ship and flew towards Jodu. At this time, watching the first-level flying ship leave, several escort captains looked at each other. Lin Yi, we have such a cool spaceship in Zhou Dynasty. Lin Ro rubbed her eyes. The leader must have hidden it too deeply. July, I wish I could have such a cool mount sometime. Every man has a dream of flying a fighter jet. As for this first-class flying ship with a science fiction color, it has an irresistible charm for boys. It wasn't until the flying ship completely disappeared in the sky that the captains of the escort team withdrew their gaze. At the same time, inside the flying ship, Jiang Cheng walked slowly inside the cabin. It has to be said that even if this first-class flying ship is flying, they are walking on flat ground in this cabin, and they hardly feel any bumps. Master, the journey is too long. Do you want to turn on leisure mode? This is what Sister Yu reminded. Jiang Cheng was a little curious about what this so-called travel mode was. He nodded and said, turn it on. Travel mode on. After Yu Jie finished speaking, the closed walls around the spacecraft gradually became transparent, and in the center of the living area, a large holographic projection was displayed, which contained various entertainment facilities from the 21st to 22nd centuries. Not only that, there are 4 VR smart brain nerve intervention glasses in front of the Xuanqi projection table. Sister Yu introduced, these are brain nerve VR glasses. When worn, they can automatically connect to the brain nerves through brain current fluctuations. In the VR virtual world, anything experienced can be given physical feedback through nerve currents. This feedback, and there is no difference if the body actually touches the object. Upon seeing this, Yang Rui happily ran over and chose a pair of VR eyes that belonged to her. Cranial nerve VR glasses only need to be controlled by thoughts. Sister Yu explained again. Yang Rui nodded, took a pair of VR glasses, and put them on. The next second, she instantly appeared in a vast white space. And in this space, her body and consciousness are no different from those in the real world. She can't even feel that she is wearing a pair of VR eyes. It feels like she has directly put her consciousness into the space. In a virtual world. Next, in this vast white space, cubes floated in the air, with various entertainment facilities marked on them. There are 100 options including music entertainment, film and television, electronic reading, real touch games, simulated emotional communication, etc. Yang Rui looked at it, and curiously chose the e-reading cube module. In an instant, electronic novels appeared in her sight. The most conspicuous among them is a novel called Hoarding Tens of Billions. The end of the world begins with changes in weather. And there is a line of introduction below. The book is written by the 21st World author AI Meet Dan Nai. It describes the story of the protagonist Jiang Cheng being reborn in the apocalypse, awakening the system, and leading a group of people to build their own home in the apocalypse. Jiang Cheng. The name is similar to Jiang Cheng. Yang Rui clicked in immediately. Reading begins. Background simulation is in progress. As an emotionless voice sounded, Yang Rui suddenly appeared on a glacier. Here it is. She took a step forward. Cass. She immediately made a footprint in the thick snow on the ground, and the snow felt and sounded exactly like real snow. This is too real. Yang Rui sighed. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew. She instinctively felt a chill, and a layer of goosebumps appeared on her skin, which made her unconsciously touch her shoulders and at the same time circulate her inner energy. As the inner energy rose, the chill surrounding his body gradually dissipated. Then a woman's voice sounded from all around. With the acceleration of industrialization in the 21st century, human factories have emitted large amounts of greenhouse gases, which has caused the melting of the Arctic and Antarctic glaciers, and the ancient viruses hidden under the glaciers have been awakened as the glaciers melt. A female voice read. The scenery in front of Yang Rui also began to change. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.